Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After successfully nurturing the fruit of life, Feng Yu wasted no time. Without hesitation, he retrieved the seed of life from his spatial dimension. Despite the sacred aura emanating from the fruit, he showed no reluctance. This was not an object to be admired from afar. With a simple motion, he plucked the ripe fruit of life. The moment it was removed, the once vibrant flowers surrounding it withered instantly, as though the very essence of life had been drained from them, leaving only the resilient seed of life behind. Click! Feng Yu took the fruit and bit into it. It didn't behave like any ordinary fruit. There was no juice, no pulp. Instead, the flesh of the fruit of life disintegrated into pure energy upon contact with his mouth, flowing down his throat and coursing through every cell in his body. While it's not as overwhelming as the blood bodhi, Feng Yu murmured, feeling the energy pulse through him, it's definitely boosting my life force. With that realization, he devoured the rest of the fruit in quick bites. Each piece dissolved into radiant energy, surging through his veins and invigorating his cells. As the final bite melted away, Feng Yu stood still, deep in thought. Just as he had expected, the fruit of life functioned similarly to the blood bodhi. It greatly enhanced his life energy. But the potency was about 1/3 that of the blood bodhi. Even so, the value of the fruit was immense. Even a tenth of blood bodhi's effects would be enough to drive powerful cultivators into frenzied competition. Life-enhancing treasures were exceedingly rare and highly sought after. Unlike the blood bodhi, which was a rare system reward and not guaranteed even with achievement completion, the fruit of life could be cultivated repeatedly, as long as he kept providing blood. And this was only the first-tier fruit of life, the most basic quality. If 1/3 of the blood bodhi's strength is the starting point, Feng Yu thought, his gaze falling upon the seed of life again, then what of the second tier, the third, or the ultimate 9th tier? The realization made him inhale sharply. His eyes glinted with burning excitement as he looked at the seed in his palm. "You little wonder," he whispered, gently stroking it as if it were a cherished lover. "You've exceeded my expectations." Rejuvenated and full of ambition, he returned the seed to his alternate space and resumed his hunts. Despite his growing eagerness, Feng Yu didn't lose sight of his plan. He kept a disciplined schedule, resting and cultivating during the day, and hunting monsters for blood at night, when their appearances became more frequent. With every rise in life energy, my body's potential surges, and physical training becomes far more effective. After finding a stream, Feng Yu trained again using the Sun and Moon Unity body training method, and he could clearly feel a significant improvement compared to the previous day. Life energy nourished the body, and the stronger the body, the more efficiently it could refine and utilize life energy. Especially with powerful methods like the Sun and Moon Unity body refinement, this synergy was maximized. Pleased with his progress, Feng Yu cycled through another round of body training before switching to the meditation method and other practices until it was time to rest. The nighttime hunts paid off. He successfully cultivated a second fruit of life in just one evening. Upon consuming it, the life energy in his body strengthened further, his potential surging and his physique refining through subsequent training. Day after day, the routine continued. Practice by day, hunt by night. A month passed in a blink. Click! Under the moonlight, surrounded by the drained carcasses of slain monsters, Feng Yu, cloaked in blood, drove his black blade into the ground beside him. Then, with practiced ease, he devoured another fruit of life. "As I thought. No effect," he muttered, frowning deeply. Although the fruit transformed into energy as usual, it failed to reinforce his cells. Instead, The energy evaporated mid-circulation, as though rejected. This wasn't new. The previous fruit had done the same. In total, Feng Yu had consumed 32 first-tier fruits of life over the past month. But starting from the 31st, the energy they provided was no longer accepted by his body. Resistance. Feng Yu wondered aloud. But if my body were truly resisting, the effect should have diminished gradually, not suddenly disappear. It baffled him. The first 30 fruits had all been effective, their benefits consistent with each consumption, just like the blood bodhi. Yet after the 30th, the next two were completely ineffective. A troubling and unexpected development. Still, he remained composed. If anything, it was an opportunity to test a theory. Perhaps it's not the fruit of life itself, but just the first-tier version. Keeping his emotions in check, Feng Yu turned his attention to the seed of life. Over 2/3 of it was already soaked in blood. Though monsters comparable to second-tier ninjas were rare, Feng Yu had managed to find a few throughout the month. With more effort, the second-tier fruit was within reach. And perhaps that was the key to breaking through this resistance. Time to change the hunting target and confirm the truth. If the fruit of life had truly become ineffective for him, then consuming only the first-tier fruit would be a significant loss. But if the issue lay solely with the first tier, and the fruits from higher tiers remained effective, then all was still well. Regardless, even in the worst-case scenario, Feng Yu had already gained immensely. The first level alone had yielded 30 life fruits. Each one carried about 1/3 the potency of a blood bodhi. 10 of them equaled one full blood bodhi. That meant his current life energy had surged over 50% from where it had been a month ago. With this rise in potential energy, his physical capabilities had grown explosively. He now possessed strength exceeding 200 tons. Taking a long breath, Feng Yu set the doubts aside. Even if the life fruit had reached its limit, he had reaped enough benefit. There was no need for greed. Roar! A thunderous howl tore across the forest canopy, scattering a flock of startled birds into the misty air, only to be swatted down mid-flight and crushed into pulp. Through the dense fog and thick foliage, a titanic figure emerged. A towering King Kong, standing more than 20 meters tall, roared with fury as it slammed its colossal fist into the earth in a fit of rage. At ground zero of the impact, a lone figure stood. But as the mighty fist came down, that figure moved, fluid and ghost-like, vanishing sideways at impossible speed. Boom! The earth quaked from the blow, a shockwave hurling dirt, leaves, and branches skyward. Where the fist landed, a crater 5 meters wide gaped like a wound in the land. Jump! Before the King Kong could even retract its arm, the figure reappeared in the air, level with its neck. Die! Feng Yu's eyes flashed with icy focus. With one smooth arc, his black sword carved a deadly trail through the mist. Schlick! The blade cleaved through the beast's gunfire-resistant hide like paper. Its head spun clean off, tumbling through the air before crashing into the distance. Before the massive body could collapse, Feng Yu raised his free hand. A vortex flared to life in his palm. A torrent of blood surged from the corpse, sucked clean through the air in seconds. The beast shriveled as its life drained away mid-fall. Boom! The headless body slammed into the ground, dispersing the surrounding fog and flattening dozens of trees beneath its weight. Landing gently, Feng Yu let the black sword rest casually against his shoulder. His upright posture amidst the ruin gave him a wild, unshakable presence. That's the 7th one, and likely the last. He gazed down at the felled titan with a mixture of satisfaction and regret. Just like humans, magical beasts had a hierarchy, except theirs was defined purely by brute strength. This King Kong was among the apex predators of the Shy Mile wetland. Its might nearly rivaled that of a first-rate ninja. After the kill, Feng Yu shifted his focus inward, reaching into his alternate space to examine the seed of life. The second tier was nearly saturated with infected blood. Just one final sliver remained. Moments later, the blood infection reached completion. The upper portion of the seed shimmered, and a glowing blossom unfurled at its apex, giving birth to a vibrant second-tier fruit of life. Feng Yu, now familiar with the process, deftly retrieved the seed and plucked the fruit, consuming it in swift bites. Half a month had passed since he discovered the first-tier fruit no longer worked on him. This marked his third successful harvest of a second-tier life fruit. As he swallowed the fruit, radiant energy swept through his body, reinvigorating his cells with newfound life force. If the first-tier fruit offered one-third the strength of a blood bodhi, then the second tier was its equal. And it worked. Even now, the second-tier fruit significantly enhanced his vitality. The sensation of power returning was akin to soaking in a hot spring, warm, overwhelming, intoxicating. The second-tier fruit really hits differently. Despite the pleasure, Feng Yu couldn't help but feel a sting of regret. In these past 2 weeks, his strength had surged again. His skills and power were more than enough to dominate the Shimile wetland completely. But unlike the previous month, this time he had scoured the entire region. In a full sweep, he had found only 7 monsters strong enough to contribute to his second-tier life seed, like the King Kong he'd just slain. They were the apex predators of this ecosystem. With them hunted down, there were few viable targets left. Ordinary monsters couldn't cut it. Not anymore. Though there were a few lingering, second-rate beasts, their numbers were limited. And even if he gathered them all, it would still be nearly impossible to cultivate another second-tier fruit. This realization left a bitter taste. Feng Yu had exhausted the wetland's potential. The second-tier fruit was still effective, but the land that could produce it no longer had anything left to give. Now the first level of life fruit is no longer effective against Feng Yu. If he wants to continue to grow his life energy, he can only breed the second level or even higher level of life fruit. It seems that this is the end of it for the time being. Feng Yu thought to himself. Although Warcraft is inherently stronger than humans, there are obviously very few Warcraft that can satisfy the second level or even higher levels of the Seed of Life. Even if there are still some places like Shimile Wetland where many monsters are entrenched, it is obviously not easy to continue cultivating the second level of life fruits. And this is only the second floor, let alone the floors above. I'm afraid only the Dark Continent can give birth to higher-level life fruits. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Dark Continent. This is definitely the most dangerous and fascinating place in the world of Hunter. Even though there is no seed of life, Feng Yu still has the idea of going there. Not only because the main achievements released by the system are related to the Dark Continent, but also because of my own interest in challenging the peak. 840. If you want to go to the Dark Continent, you must at least have the strength of Netero. Although my strength has improved a lot in the past month, I'm afraid there is still a certain gap between the world-class level. Feng Yu had confidence in himself, but he was also very self-aware. So after estimating his current strength, he decisively held on to his ambition to go to the Dark Continent. In the past month and a half in Shimile Wetland, his strength has indeed improved a lot, such as physical fitness. The first level of life fruit combined with the Sun Moon Unity Body refining method and other training have already allowed his physical strength to exceed 200 tons, let alone now. Even if he only ate 3 second-level life fruits, his physical growth rate was still considerable as his life energy continued to grow. The same is true spiritually. Through unremitting spiritual cultivation through meditation, Feng Yu's spiritual energy has also been significantly improved, which has greatly promoted the growth of manifested qi. In addition, he has never missed out on line fruits, military killing punches, characteristics, etc. Beach. Compared with when he first came to Shimile Wetland, Feng Yu's overall strength has definitely taken a big step forward. But even so, Feng still knew that he didn't have the skills to compete with world-class experts. Although he had never really fought with Netero, he had gained a lot from several contacts. More or less, he had been able to judge the approximate strength of the opponent through keen observation. There's also a line from Kukula Mountain, although Feng Yu didn't show at the time. In fact, the danger-sensing ability of the Imperial Engine had been giving him a strong, early warning. This early warning did not come from Zeno or Silva, but from a hidden person, more precisely, Maha Zoldyck, who did not show up. Maybe the other party was just on guard because Feng Yu entered the family, but the sense of danger it brought to Feng Yu was real. Based on the 3 danger levels established by Feng Yu, the danger warning he sensed at that time was definitely at the 3rd highest level, which meant that in the event of a fight, he would have a narrow escape. Although the strength at that time was not as good as it is now, the gap was definitely not very big. Having sensed such a strong danger, Feng Yu would naturally have an understanding of the strength of a world-class expert. The growth in spiritual energy has not decreased, and the same is true in physical terms. This means that the powerful life energy has not been fully digested, and you can continue to practice here. Feng Yu thought silently in his heart. Although there is no more monster blood that can satisfy the 2nd level of the seed of life, Feng Yu has no plans to leave the Shy Mile wetland immediately. One is to prepare to continue to digest the harvest of this trip, so as to make oneself stronger, and, on the other hand, it is also to cultivate more fruits of life. The 1st level of life fruit is indeed ineffective against Feng Yu, but Shirba and the others can. Feng Yu can continue to cultivate the 1st level of life fruit, and then give it to Shiba, Mia, Dilyamin, and Shizuku, so that their life energy can also be improved, thus enhancing their strength. The ecological environment of Shy Mile wetland is very good. Even though Feng Yu has hunted many monsters here, it is still not a problem to continue cultivating the 1st layer of life fruits. Meteor Street. There are mountains of garbage here as always. You can constantly see passing airships dropping their garbage from the sky. There are also special vehicles coming to select valuable items from the new garbage and transport them to the inner city. Similarly, in the mountains of garbage that stretch like mountains, you can see a figure rummaging through them. These are naturally residents living in the outer areas of Meteor Street. Those who are in good condition wear protective clothing, while those who are in poor condition simply carry the bad smell or even poisonous gas in search of all the materials that can help them survive. At the same time, at a place on the edge of Meteor Street, a figure wearing a cloak also came from far and near. "I'm finally back, Vivian. Council of Elders, can you withstand my anger?" Stopping, Feng Yu's handsome face was revealed under the hood. He looked at the familiar scene in front of him with cold eyes. After staying in the Shy Mile wetland for nearly a month, not only did he completely digest the powerful life energy, but also improved his strength. Feng Yu finally came to Meteor Street and was ready to start his own counterattack. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the branch achievement, controlling violence with violence. The time limit is 24 hours. Please do your best to kill the people related to the Council of Elders. The degree of completion will be based on the number of people killed, their status, and their strength. As a judgment, the higher the degree of completion, the richer the rewards you will get at settlement. The system prompt sounded in his mind, which immediately made Feng Yu's eyes flash with a glimmer of light. Replying violence with violence. Feng Yu was certainly surprised that the system suddenly released branch achievements, but it didn't surprise him too much. After all, this was not the first time this happened, and he was naturally getting used to it. After carefully checking the branch achievements posted by Xiang, Feng Yu was moved. Controlling violence with violence. This branch achievement is undoubtedly consistent with his interests, and they're all aimed at the Council of Elders in Meteor Street. In addition to a 24-hour countdown and the introduction to the achievement, there is also a numerical value regarding the completion of the achievement, which is currently 0%. Then let's begin. Noticing that the 24-hour countdown after the achievement was released, Feng Yu didn't hesitate at all and immediately headed towards the inner city in the center of the garbage mountain. The Council of Elders is the ruling class of Meteor Street. Whether it is the 10 elders or their subordinates, they mainly gather in the inner city, which is naturally the location of the battlefield. It was noon. Compared with the chaos and filth in the outer area, the inner city can be described as a prosperous scene of singing and dancing and peace. If you didn't look outside the inner city, you would never have imagined that this would be Meteor Street. Separated by a wall, it is like the difference between heaven and hell. In particular, many people living in the inner city are criminals who came here to avoid pursuit, which adds to the sense of irony. At the entrance to the city, People flowed back and forth, and people and vehicles could be seen coming in and out. At the same time, there were also guards with guns and live ammunition here. People and vehicles coming in and out are fine when they come out, but those who enter, in addition to paying the entrance fee, also need to undergo inspection by the guards to make sure they are not carrying dangerous goods or are not enemies. Tap, tap, tap. With steady steps, just as the people and vehicles preparing to enter the city were queuing up, a tall figure crossed over from the side and walked directly towards the city gate. Stop! Don't you know you have to queue? Get back quickly! As the tall figure approached, the guards at the city gate also noticed each other. Immediately, a guard sternly warned, and even vaguely meant to raise his gun. This is Meteor Street. Not to mention the well-trained guards. Even ordinary residents are vigilant far beyond those in the outside world. Any abnormality will attract attention, and even once danger is detected, the action will be very decisive and decisive. Not only this guard, but other nearby guards also turned their attention. Even the other people queuing up next to them subconsciously distanced themselves a little, looking at this man wearing a cloak with a hood on his face with some caution. Tall figure. Bounce the thread. The tall figure turned a blind eye to the guard's obstruction and continued to approach the city gate while raising his hand and flicking his fingers. Puff, puff. Silver bullets shot out from the fingers like lightning, and the figure's movement was very sudden. Including the person who shouted harshly, 7 or 8 guards nearby had no time to react before a blood hole appeared on their forehead. With astonishment on their faces, these guards fell backwards and fell to the ground almost at the same time, making a popping sound. Go quickly! Damn it, who is this guy? He doesn't want his life. He dares to kill the guards. The guards died tragically and fell to the ground. The other people queuing up to enter the city were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed drastically, and they fled in a hurry, not reacting quickly. Their movements were also so skillful that it made people feel distressed. Shoot, kill him. Enemy attack, ****. The number of guards at the city gate is far more than the number of people who died. There are even many guards on the patrol roads above the city wall. Suddenly seeing their colleagues being killed, the guards' expressions changed drastically. In shock and anger, they quickly raised their guns and aimed at the tall figure and shot. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, more than a dozen gunshots rang out in succession, and the bullets shot out covered the tall figure from all directions. But when the bullet came, the tall figure suddenly burst out with more speed, and the figure seemed to be a ghost and disappeared in a flash. The silk thread in the palm extends, forming a large silver gun in the entanglement. Bang! A guard who was shooting had his head blown off by a blow from the silver gun, and his head exploded like a watermelon. There were many gunshots. The tall figure shuttled between the guards at an astonishing speed, wielding the silver gun in his hand, and killed all the dozen guards below the city in just 1 or 2 breaths. Asterisk. Kill. Close the city gate quickly. Don't let him break into the inner city. Shoot and kill this B ****************. D. The guards under the city gate were quickly killed, but there was still a large number of guards on the patrol road on the city wall. In particular, heavy weapons such as machine guns are installed on the city walls. Bullets fired wildly, forming a terrifying metal storm that made it difficult for people to dodge. Whoosh! Using both legs, the tall figure exploded with powerful force, rising up from the ground in one leap. Not only did he avoid the bullets fired at him, but he also rose to the same height as the city wall. 0. During the rapid movement, the hood on his head was thrown off, revealing a handsome face, which was also clearly visible to the guards patrolling the city wall. This person is... Some of the guards with better memories unconsciously felt a sense of familiarity when they saw the tall figure's face, and those who reacted quickly showed shocked expressions. Chi. Holding the silver gun in hand, Feng Yu looked at the guards on the city wall with cold eyes. Without waiting for the other party to adjust the muzzle, he stabbed the silver gun out of the air. Silver light shone at the tip of the spear, and countless threads suddenly shot out. With the force of thousands of arrows, they penetrated all the guards on the patrol road and turned them into a hornet's nest. Wings of thread, silver wings extended from his back, whipping up roaring air waves. Feng Yu did not fall, but flew directly over the city wall and entered the inner city. I have worked hard these days. As of now, the spies planted by outside forces in our Meteor Street have been basically eliminated. In the conference room of the central building in the inner city, Donald, who was sitting in a main seat, was smoking a cigar, looking around at the other 9 people sitting around the round table, and said with a smile on his face. Vivian, who was sitting among them, immediately said respectfully, "Great Elder, please give in. This is what we should do." Seeing Vivian's attitude, the smile on Donald's face became even wider. Although this woman indirectly caused her to lose Antonio's ace combat power, she was also very smart. After some pressure and hints from him, she made a choice that satisfied him, and now she seems to be completely under his control. The organization of the Council of Elders is both a whole and independent individuals. The elders will unite under external pressure, but internal competition is also fierce. As the most powerful elder, Donald will naturally consolidate his power, one of which is to win over other elders, such as Vivian. Although the conflict between her and Feng Yu came to an end after the meteor-chasing team appeared later, Feng Yu almost wiped out all the high-end combat power under her command, and the 840 undoubtedly suffered heavy losses. The position of elder is not fixed. Not only the people below want to be in the position, but other elders also don't mind beating up the fallen dog to snatch the power of others. Vivian encountered such a situation. Not only did she almost lose her position as an elder, she was even assassinated many times and almost died. But this woman was very smart, so she finally found Donald and successfully got through the difficulty at the cost of huge benefits and loyalty to Donald. As for how Donald did it, with his power and the fact that Meteor Street is in a special period of cleaning, there are naturally many ways. Back to topic. After Vivian finished speaking, the other 8 elders, including John, glanced at each other. Although they felt disdainful in their hearts, they smiled and complimented Donald openly. There is no way. Donald's power is the most powerful among them. Even if they are not loyal to him like Vivian, they don't dare to offend him. Faced with such a scene, Donald took a puff of his cigar, exhaled the smoke, and hid the smile in his eyes. Okay, let's start the next topic about Phantom Troop. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, a knock on the conference room door interrupted Donald's subsequent words. "Come in." Frowning slightly, whether it was Donald or Vivian and the other 9 people, they couldn't help but look at the door of the conference room. What could happen to interrupt the meeting at this time? Could it be that the external forces trying to invade Meteor Street have made new moves? Upon receiving the response, the door was immediately pushed back, and a person hurriedly ran in from the outside. Great Elder. This man was Donald's subordinate. He quickly ran to Donald's side and then leaned closer to report in a low voice. "Huh, you're so brave." After hearing what his subordinates reported, Donald's expression suddenly changed slightly, and then a scowl appeared on his face, and he slapped the conference table in front of him hard, leaving a dent in his face. Did something happen? An elder couldn't help but ask when he saw Donald acting so rudely. Others also looked at Donald in confusion. "It's Feng Yu. That damn B asterisk 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 D has appeared and is invading the inner city, fighting with the guards," Donald said quickly with a gloomy face. The reason he mentioned Phantom Troop just now was actually to discuss and resolve Feng Yu's problem. The members of Phantom Troop basically come from Meteor Street, especially Krallo, who has close ties with the Council of Elders. It had been some time since the Phantom Troop was destroyed. With the intelligence network Donald had control of, he had naturally already learned the news that the Phantom Troop had been destroyed in Yuxin City. Feng Yu and others initially fought against Yuvijin, Phaeton, and others in the city, so it was naturally not a secret. Therefore, under Donald's investigation, it was Feng Yu who also knew about the destruction of Phantom Troop. First, it was the Meteor Chase team, and now is the Phantom Troop. After the situation on Meteor Street is stabilized, Donald is naturally ready to take action to eliminate Feng Yu as a threat and enemy. What he didn't expect was that before he could take action, Feng Yu took action first and invaded the inner city very arrogantly. This was a slap in the face to him, the Council of Elders, and Meteor Street. What? Feng Yu? That be asterisk, 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 D still dares to come back. A asterisk, asterisk hole. We haven't gone to settle the score with him yet. Since he still dares to come to our Meteor Street, this is simply a provocation. Great Elder, we will send people to kill this be asterisk, 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 D immediately. We must not let him have a chance to escape. Vivian, John, and others were stunned for a moment, and then they reacted. Everyone's expressions changed, either in shock or anger, and the conference room immediately became noisy. Feng Yu, how could they forget? The Meteor Pursuit team gathered the ace combat power of each of them, but the result was that the entire army was annihilated. This not only made the elders extremely fearful of Feng Yu's strength, but also made them want to kill Feng Yu quickly. Especially Vivian, she stood up all of a sudden. Her face, which should have been delicate and charming, became as ferocious as a ghost under the strong anger. She is the one who has the biggest hatred against Feng Yu. Now that she knows that Feng Yu has appeared in the inner city, she naturally wants to kill Feng Yu immediately to vent her hatred. So does Donald. He has not forgotten Feng Yu either. Even after the situation in Meteor Street stabilized, he had plans to form a Meteor Chase team again to deal with Feng Yu. After all, Feng Yu, who had destroyed the Meteor Chase team, was a stain on the dignity of the Council of Elders and must be removed. Everyone, this is the time for us to take revenge. We must gather our forces immediately and work together to kill Feng Yu, the evil thief. Donald stood up and shouted loudly. Regarding Feng Yu, he indeed wanted to get rid of him quickly, but he did not ignore Feng Yu's 4.9 danger. Being able to destroy the Meteor Chase team, no matter what method is used, is enough to prove Feng Yu's terrifying power. In particular, Feng Yu suddenly came to launch an attack, which is even more worthy of vigilance. Donald's choice was obviously to pull everyone into the chariot, preparing to bring the entire Council of Elders' power to suppress Feng Yu in one fell swoop. Regarding Donald's approach, no matter whether other elders saw it or not, they all had no choice but to support it in the end. Nothing but the same interests. Feng Yu was originally their enemy, and he was also a dangerous existence that made them fearful. If he could be eliminated, he must be eliminated as soon as... The gunfire sounded like a shower. On a street in the inner city of Meteor Street near the city gate, a fierce battle was taking place. Bodies lying on the ground, as well as the damaged and dilapidated ground and surrounding buildings could be seen everywhere. Shell casings rained down on the ground. With a body like a dragon, when Feng Yu shot another enemy through the head, dense bullets were fired from all directions. Even many people from the same camp who were besieging Feng Yu were directly shot and killed. It was a lose-lose situation. The shadow of the gun flickered. Feng Yu kept moving, lunging forward, using the silver gun in his hand to block the bullets fired from the direction, and rushed into the crowd at a lightning speed. Boom! With a single shot and a scream, all the enemies within the offensive range were killed by Feng Yu. Keep shooting. Kill him. Do not stop. It was the guard troops of the inner city of Meteor Street who fought Feng Yu. These people basically grew up in Meteor Street, in the cruel environment. Not only are they well-trained, but it is definitely not an exaggeration to say that they are brave and not afraid of death. Even though Feng Yu had killed waves of guards by fighting and fleeing since he entered the inner city, leaving corpses and blood everywhere he passed, it still failed to produce much of a deterrent effect. There is still a steady stream of support. The spear fist style that Feng Yu first learned was a boxing technique evolved from spear skills. At this time, he used the silver spear made from the thread fruit to fight. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar at all, and instead showed excellent spear skills. Sweeping thrust. Feng Yu moved at a speed beyond the naked eye, weaving through the crowd, constantly knocking off the guards wherever he passed, causing these guards to scream and spurt blood, and their bodies were stabbed with bleeding holes or stabbed by silver guns. The muscles and bones were broken by the blow. Boom! Suddenly, the guards who came with support brought rocket launchers, aimed, and fired them. In an instant, the rockets erupted with hot flames and shot towards Feng Yu. Rumble. Continuous explosions resounded through the streets, causing shock waves that shattered the surrounding ground and buildings and exploded countless rubbles. Thick gunpowder smoke also rose from the burning flames, making the battle on the streets even more tragic and fierce. Chi. Feng Yu was hit and engulfed by multiple rockets, but at the end of the explosion, countless threads shot out of the thick smoke. A shrill scream filled the streets instead of the roar of the explosion. The explosive threads shot all the guards within 100 meters radius into a hornet's nest, and even penetrated the surrounding buildings one after another, forming dense holes. Tap, 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 midline, horizontal ellipsis, midline, horizontal ellipsis, midline, horizontal ellipsis. A round of ranged attacks, and Feng Yu walked out of the smoke that continued to fill the air with an indifferent expression. His right hand was holding a silver gun at an angle, and there were no signs of injury on his body, as if the rocket bombing just now had no impact on him. All the guards within 100 meters were killed, but there were still many guards farther away, and the support never stopped. When these people saw the corpses scattered on the street and Feng Yu standing in the middle, they were all shocked, angry, and even fearful. Even though the competition in Meteor Street is brutal, it makes the people here incredibly tough, with constant deaths and no hope of victory. The survival rule of the strong still makes many guards hesitate. Get up, not daring to step forward easily. Of course, it's just hesitation. As the guards of the inner city, in addition to being selected from thousands of elites, they also have strict military laws. They are not afraid of them. Even if they survive, they will not be able to escape the cruel punishment afterwards. Kill! A hysterical roar sounded, and the guards who blocked both sides of the street charged towards Feng Yu again with crazy faces. A hail of bullets. Automatic rifles fired one after another, and some guards even held swords and killed Feng Yu directly. Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, and his figure instantly turned into an afterimage. He used his silver gun to fly away and smash the bullets directed at him. Like a startling light, he rushed into the oncoming crowd again in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow of the gun is extremely strong, and the dancing silver gun causes the air to explode with roaring air waves. Every time it sweeps and stabs, it will take away the enemy's life. Screams continued, and blood splattered everywhere. Feng Yu was like a big gun in his hand, piercing through the crowd fiercely, leaving corpses everywhere along the way, and many corpses were even whipped like baseballs towards the building on the side, collapsing the wall into a hole. During the fierce fight between Feng Yu and the guards, figures could be seen scurrying towards the buildings on one side of the street like fleas, rising and falling. Court death. These figures are both male and female, and the most important thing is that they're all wrapped with mind energy, and they are Nin ones. Looking at the fighting on the street, he saw that the battle was completely one-sided, with guards being slaughtered by 840 Feng Yu one after another. One of the strong men immediately became furious. Amidst the roar, this muscular man was like a tiger emerging from its cage, bursting with great strength, leaping onto the street and stabbing towards the wind. As he approached, the strong man carried the inertia of the thrust and used hard to hit Feng Yu with his mental energy on his right fist. With violent power, he punched Feng Yu. The powerful force brought about the roaring fist wind. This man is not only a nun, but also an enhancer nun whose strength has reached the second-rate level. With a keen insight into the attack, he shot away several guards on the opposite side. Feng Yu turned around sharply and stabbed out with his carbine. The big silver gun looked like lightning, and the tip of the gun glowed with cold light. Before the strong man's fist hit Feng Yu, the silver gun was stabbed out of his chest first, tearing apart the defense and passing through. Blood splattered. The muscular man's eyes widened suddenly, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But Feng Yu didn't pay attention at all. With a cold expression, he used his wrist force to directly lift the opponent who had penetrated him into the air and threw him, boom, like a cannonball. The strong man flew 20 to 30 meters away in an instant, violently knocking away the guards in the area, causing screams again and again. Similarly, the strong man also let out a shrill scream, as if belatedly. But as the blood hole in his chest continued to sputter with blood, he collapsed to the ground helplessly, waiting for death to come. How can it be? Damn it! How can this guy be so powerful? Is this the strong man who destroyed the meteor chase team? He actually killed one person with one shot. The other wise men who came with him were either shocked or horrified when they saw the strong man being shot to death by Feng Yu. These people are naturally very aware of the strength of a strong man, but it is precisely because of this that it highlights Feng Yu's terrifying strength. Come on, the elders have issued an order, and this person must be killed. He's only one person. No matter how powerful he is, he can't hold on for long. Let's go together. Kill. Killing a second-rate nun with one shot. Feng Yu gave the arriving nun a wave of shock, but this shock was obviously not enough. After being shocked and horrified, the ninja gritted their teeth and rushed forward, intending to defeat Feng Yu with their numerical superiority. Burst of thought energy, enhancer, conjurer, emitter. The nin's combat ability is far superior to that of the guards. Once they attack, they will display various nun, either firing nin bullets or releasing nun beasts, which makes people overwhelmed. Wings of thread, fighting against the Narrant. Feng Yu also showed stronger fighting methods, with huge silver wings extending from his back. But the wings of the thread did not appear to fly into the sky, but were directly used as sharp blades by Feng Yu, slashing vertically and horizontally, and swept towards the approaching nun. The silver wings moved at extremely high speeds, forming huge rays of sword light. Its sharpness, even if it was a second-rate nun who wrapped his mind energy with hardness, would tear his body with deep wounds visible to the bone. After just a brief confrontation, several nun were killed by Feng Yu's wing blades and turned into corpses on the street. At the same time, during the battle, Feng Yu did not stay in place, but moved at a fast speed. When controlling the wings of the line to attack, he continued to fight with the silver gun, stabbing or sweeping. Looking down from the sky, you can clearly see that people and vehicles are constantly converging on the streets, extending in all directions in the city. The gathering place is the street where Feng Yu is located. The pedestrians who were originally on the street had already evacuated to a distance after realizing that something was wrong. Behind him, the wings of the thread were flapping, bringing up bursts of whistling air. From an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters, Feng Yu looked down at the chaotic city below with cold eyes. Yes, Feng Yu didn't appear in the inner city at all, but looked down from high in the sky. To be more precise, what he invaded from the city gate and attracted the attention of Meteor Street was just a shadow riding line he dropped. The energy of thought gathers in the eyes, making self-reliance even more amazing. Even from a high altitude, Feng Yu can still clearly see everything in the city below. The last place where his sight was focused was the central building standing in the center of the city, which is also the headquarters of the Council of Elders. He didn't take action immediately after arriving in the inner city, but before taking action, he changed his face with the thread fruit and sneaked into the inner city in advance to gather some information. Using parasitic thread and brain manipulation, Feng Yu wanted to obtain information very easily. As a result, he learned that the elders of Meteor Street happened to be holding a meeting in the central building. The main enemies are concentrated together, which of course allows the enemy's strength to be concentrated together, but it is also the best opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Feng Yu is naturally not afraid, so when he discovered this situation, not only did he not flinch, but he decisively launched an attack. The purpose of the invasion and attack from the city gate was to invade the east and attack the west. He destroyed the Meteor Chase team and the Phantom Troop. If the people of the Council of Elders did not want to kill him, Feng Yu would never believe it. Similarly, with Guangguang's record of destroying the Meteor Chase team, once he appears, the Council of Elders will definitely gather forces to besiege him. And this result is exactly what Feng Yu wants. because it will inevitably make the guard force around the Council of Elders empty, and it is also the best time to attack. That's it. After all, the shadow riding thread is only made by the ability of the thread fruit. In addition to being able to use only part of the power of the thread fruit, the strength of the body is also limited. It's okay to deal with second and third-rate Neen people, but if you are attacked by first-rate Neen people, you will be exposed soon. Looking at the people and horses below who were moving towards the shadow riding line, Feng Yu did not wait any longer, but immediately started to act. The wings of threads on the back suddenly gathered together, transformed into a huge sphere during rapid expansion, and then exploded in an instant, shooting dense threads towards the center of the city straight below. Bird cage. The threads shooting downwards did not appear in a straight line, but quickly formed the shape of a huge bird cage, like a cover, falling from the sky and covering the central building below. At the same time, Feng Yu, who had lost his thread wings, also fell immediately downward due to inertia. Heavy rain line. The body adjusted its direction during the fall, turning into a posture with the head facing and feet pointing upward, and a huge ring-shaped silver wheel appeared from Feng Yu's body. Chi, chi, chi. Straight, like a torrential rain pouring down, a second wave of threads filled the sky was shot out from the huge silver wheel, shooting directly towards the central building where it fell below. The dense sound of breaking through the air makes people's scalp numb. But what is even more terrifying is the attack caused by the explosion of countless silk threads. Almost as soon as the birdcage completed its landing and blockade, the target's central building was immediately penetrated by countless silk threads from above. There were so many guards in the building that they didn't even have a chance to react. In an instant, a large number of silk threads penetrated from the top of their heads and turned into a hornet's nest. Thread Thing Fist of Giant Soldier. Feng Yu, who had fallen down, followed closely and appeared in the sky above the building. With sharp eyes, he controlled the huge silver wheel that shot out countless threads, letting it extend to countless threads again, winding them into an astonishingly huge fist arm, carrying inertia. He punched the rooftop of the central building hard. Rumble. The deafening roar almost echoed through the entire inner city, and a huge ring of air waves visible to the naked eye was stirred up in midair. The air roared like a moan, and the majestic impact of the air waves radiated hundreds of meters away. Although the towering central building did not collapse during the attack of the heavy rain line, it was severely damaged by the dense threads penetrating it. At this time, it was bombarded by the terrifying power of the giant soldier's fist. In just an instant, the entire building was shattered from the opening to the bottom in crazy movements. The silver fist of the giant soldier was like a world-destroying blow from a god from heaven. It hit the ground floor from the rooftop of the central building and finally bombarded the ground. In such a terrorist attack, the central building seemed to explode and turned into countless stones flying in all directions, and also rolled up 840 billows of dust like a sandstorm. Many stones flew out quickly in the violent impact, hitting the birdcage that completed the seal simultaneously, and the stones were immediately cut into pieces by sharp silk threads. Amidst the roaring sounds, the ground shook violently, and cracks could be seen spreading out, splitting the streets near the central building into sections. It's the central building. The Tianxin building collapsed. No, someone has attacked the central building. The elders are all there. Go and rescue. Damn it, there are other enemies invading. Quickly divide into two teams. One team will go to the city gate to support, and the others will follow me to the central building. The earth-shattering roar undoubtedly caused people in the inner city to look towards the central building in shock. When they saw the central building disappearing, the faces of the guards in the city and the elders' subordinates all changed drastically, not to mention the others. Many people knew that the elders gathered in the central building for a meeting. Now that the central building was under devastating attack, these people naturally hurried there in horror. A punch shattered a building. At the foundation of the central building, You could see that the fist of the giant soldier going all the way down created a huge pit with a diameter of more than tens of meters in the ground. Threads are flying. The fist of the giant soldier was pulled out from the pit, and together with the shining silver wheel, it turned into silk thread and was taken back into Feng Yu's body. Snap! Feng Yu fell down smoothly, his feet landing smoothly in the center of the huge pit. Round! The moment he landed, Feng Yu's eyes condensed, and the majestic energy of thought burst out from his body instantly, turning into an invisible spherical shape and spreading, covering a radius of more than 300 meters. The diffused dust and ruins formed by piled rocks could not block Yuan's perception at all, allowing Feng Yu to immediately capture the figures hiding among them, either waiting for an opportunity to move or hiding. Not good, Yuan. Discovered. Damn it. The perception of circles is intangible and qualityless, but it is ultimately formed by thoughts. People who are sensitive enough to thoughts can still detect them when enveloped by circles. When Feng Yu used Yuan to find the remaining people, these remaining people also discovered Feng Yu's Yuan for the first time and took action one by one. But in comparison, Feng Yu's movements were even faster. Field of lines. Array of line guns. The two great moves were used simultaneously. After finding the remaining people and their locations, countless silk threads instantly extended from Feng Yu's feet into the ground, and then spread in all directions like spider webs, radiating throughout the birdcage. Inside, boom, boom, boom. Howling wildly, string spears that looked like silver dragons suddenly rose from the ground everywhere, not only smashing the ruins where they were, but also dispersing the diffuse dust and accurately attacking all the remaining personnel. Sounds broke through the air, and it was clear that the remaining personnel hurriedly evaded after seeing the attack of the line gun. Several screams rang out, and it was clear that someone was caught off guard and failed to completely dodge the thread gun, causing bloody wounds to be torn on his body by the thread gun. The diffuse dust was blown away, allowing the birdcage to regain its clarity. Immediately, in addition to Feng Yu in the huge pit, there were 18 other figures around him. The attacks from the rainstorm line and the fist of giant soldiers were undoubtedly very terrifying, directly killing 99% of the people in the central building. Only 18 of the victims remained. 7 of them were elders, including Donald, John, and Vivian, and the other 10 were the guards that the elders brought with them when they came to the meeting. If you want to become an elder of Meteor Street, in addition to being powerful enough, your own strength is also indispensable. Of the 10 elders, the remaining 7 are already a reflection of the strength of the elders on Meteor Street. The same is true for the other 11 guards. Being able to be taken by their respective elders, in addition to being highly trusted, their strength cannot be inferior. The attack of the rainstorm line is not only sudden, but also quite terrifying in speed and power. Even a top-notch Nin who is caught off guard cannot stop it with just basic tangle, not to mention the terrifying blow from the giant soldier fist that followed closely. There are now 18 people surviving, which is already a very good result. The few people who failed to completely dodge the line gun and were injured were 2 elders and a guard. But after being forced to appear behind them, the others had no intention of paying attention to this. Instead, they immediately looked at the man who quickly swept out of the huge pit and appeared on the edge when the attack was launched. It's you. Enemies were extremely jealous when they met. As the one who had the biggest hatred against Feng Yu, Vivian was the first to react after seeing Feng Yu. Her eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and she let out a sharp scream. She immediately grabbed a stone as big as half a person beside her. The stones were entangled with powerful thoughts, and the power shown by Vivian was also quite powerful. The stones thrown out were like cannonballs, appearing near Feng Yu in an instant. Zheng! When Feng Yu swept out of the huge pit, his eyes immediately scanned the remaining 18 people and immediately locked on Vivian, who had the deepest grudge with him. When the stones violently attacked, Feng Yu's eyes flashed with sharp eyes, and the black sword Yi appeared on the horse in his hand. The sword flashed, and the stone had just flown close to Feng Yu when it was cut in half by the terrifying edge of the black knife Yi and flew past Feng Yu on both sides. But rocks are not the main attack. Vivian's behavior of smashing rocks seemed to be caused by rage, but in fact it was just her disguise. When she was smashing the rocks, she quickly followed them behind them, hiding her figure with the help of the rocks. When Feng Yu had just cut off the stone, Vivian suddenly appeared from behind the stone, swept her right leg, filled with terrifying murderous intent, and kicked Feng Yu's temple with the sharp front end of her high heels. Whoosh! At the same time, a figure also appeared behind Feng Yu. Like Vivian, this figure is also one of the 7 surviving elders, named Reginald. Reginald's offensive was even more terrifying than Vivian's. He came directly behind Feng Yu at an incredible speed and immediately formed a cooperation with Vivian, using the sharp hand knife that condensed his mind energy to stab at Feng Yu. Feng Yu's back position. The art of war is as difficult to know as darkness. With a flash of his body, Feng Yu not only had an extremely keen insight into the attacks from Vivian and Reginald, but also reacted quickly to deal with them. The whole person became blurry. Whether it was Vivian's whip kick or Reginald's hand knife, their attacks all failed, and the hit Feng Yu seemed to disappear like a bubble. Not good. So fast. When Vivian and Reginald's attacks failed, their pupils shrank severely. They were frightened, and they hurriedly wanted to retreat. But Feng Yu didn't really disappear. Instead, he moved at an astonishing speed and moved directly to Vivian's side. The terrifying sword light slashed out. Feng Yu waved the black knife Yi with cold eyes and slashed towards Vivian's neck. The attack failed and Vivian's old strength was gone, but her new strength was not regenerated. She was shocked when she noticed the attack beside her, but she had no time to avoid it. On the opposite side, Reginald's pupils shrank into needle points, and his retreating steps turned into rushing forward, hoping to carry out rescue. Regardless of the competition for interests among the elders of Meteor Street can still work together to resist when facing outsiders. This is also the reason why the Council of Elders can withstand outside invasion and has been firmly ruling Meteor Street. Buzz! Reginald was not the only one who carried out the rescue. When he saw Feng Yu about to slash Vivian, a red disc as thin as cicada wings flew towards her at an alarming speed not far away. This red disc is composed of high-density mind energy and is rotating at super high speed. Wherever it passes, the void seems to be cut open by a red disc, making a hissing sound, which shows that it contains terrifying cutting power. Want to rescue? It's useless. Feng Yu was very keenly aware of Reginald's movements and the flying red disc, but he did not stop slashing, but released his left hand from the handle of the knife. Poof! Boom! A series of attacks and collisions occur. The Black Knife Knight cut off Vivian's neck with a terrifying edge, causing her eyes to widen, and her head with an expression of disbelief flew away in the spurt of blood. At the same time, the flying red disc was caught by Feng Yu's left hand as he let go of the handle of the knife. Shichichi. The red disc rotating at high speed cut Feng Yu's palm crazily, even producing energy aftermath like sparks. I saw that the palm of Feng Yu's left hand and the arm inside the sleeve were covered with mysterious silver lines at some point. The high-speed rotating red disc could not cut Feng Yu's palm at all, but was firmly grasped. In addition, Feng Yu's neck was hit more and more fiercely with the knife. The owner of the sword is none other than Reginald. His rescue was actually successful. When Feng Yu killed Vivian with the Black Knife Knight, he also flew close to Feng Yu at an unimaginable speed. With the speed of the package, he struck Feng Yu hard with one blow of the hand knife. On the neck. Please give me flowers. If it had been anyone else, even if he hadn't stopped attacking Vivian, his neck would have been cut off by Reginald's hand knife. However, Reginald's expression changed drastically after he slashed Feng Yu's neck. Not only did he show no joy, but he hurriedly backed away again at an unimaginable speed. The reason is simple. Reginald's sword strike did not cause any damage to Feng Yu's neck at all, and it did not even make his body shake at all, just like a mayfly shaking a tree. How come his defense is so strong? Is this guy a monster? As he quickly retreated, Reginald looked at Feng Yu in disbelief. 0. Although he is not an enhancer none, the hand sword he just used was hard, which raised his attack to its strongest state. In his original expectation, even if he couldn't kill Feng Yu with one blow, it could at least cause great damage. The current result is undoubtedly beyond his imagination. You ran away quickly enough. Reginald's speed was very fast, and so was his reaction, giving Feng Yu no chance to counterattack. Noticing the opponent's retreat, Feng Yu snorted coldly in his heart, exerted force with his 5 fingers, and used terrifying force to forcefully grab the red disc he grabbed and exploded. Bang! Like an explosion, the red disc turned into chaotic thoughts and dissipated in the void, making the person who used this ability widen his eyes and show an expression of disbelief. How can this be? The owner of the red disc is none other than John, the red moon that cuts off all things. This is John's nun. As the master of abilities, John naturally knows best how terrifying the cutting power of the red disc is. It can be said that even an enhancer nun like Yuvijin will be cut open if he is hit by a red disc unless he uses a hard resistance. Feng Yu was able to block the red disc with one hand and explode it, which undoubtedly shocked John. Mysterious silver lines appear on the arms, which is undoubtedly a characteristic that only the lifeline meridians possess. Several months have passed since the development of the lifeline meridian. Even if the external cultivation environment cannot be compared with the cultivation space, this trick, one of the secrets of the thread fruit developed by Feng Yu, has obviously made progress. Following the right arm, the meridian line Feng Yu on the left arm has now been completed. Once used, it will be enough to give the left arm unimaginable offensive and defensive power. Boom, boom, boom. Line gun formation is a move that uses a line gun to continuously attack. Even when Feng Yu killed Vivian, his former enemy, and neutralized Reginald and John's decisive attacks, the attack of the line gun formation did not stop. Regardless of whether it was John or Reginald who also attacked Feng Yu, the remaining 17 people under the 840 immediately faced the incoming line gun again. Moreover, the second round of attacks was even more powerful because the thread guns rotated at high speed and turned into spiral thread guns with more powerful attack power. These remaining people are all real masters, but the lethality of the line gun attack is still not enough. Reacting quickly, John and others quickly dodged the attack of the spiral gun. What are you still doing? Let's kill him together. Donald was also one of them. When he dodged the attack of the spiral gun, he roared with anger. But having said that, in the continuous attack of the line gun array, even a first-rate expert would have difficulty allocating much energy to attack Feng Yu. In particular, you have to find a suitable opportunity to attack. After all, Feng Yu will not stand still and wait for an attack. Of course, Donald's strength is still powerful enough, and he has enough energy to attack Feng Yu during the attack of the spiral gun. While roaring, he pointed his finger at Feng Yu, and a black beam of light shot out from his fingers. King of Darkness controls the darkness, and everything touched by the power of darkness will be corroded. As the most powerful person in the Council of Elders, Donald's strength is just like the power he holds, so powerful that it is difficult for other elders to shake him. When the black beam formed by the power of darkness shot at Feng Yu immediately sensed the danger warning issued by the Emperor's engine, and the intensity was not low, reaching the second level of warning level. Such a dangerous level is enough to prove how powerful the power of darkness is, making Feng Yu's life a threat today. Whoosh! The moment the danger warning appeared, Feng Yu naturally moved away without hesitation and avoided the attack of the dark beam. TSK, TSK, TSK. The black beam of light hit a broken wall in the distance and penetrated it in an instant. Centered on the penetrating place, black spots quickly spread to the surrounding walls, turning the entire broken wall into ashes. For fly ash, slash with the sword. After Feng Yu dodged the black beam, he immediately slashed at Donald with a knife, bursting out with a sharp arc-shaped chop. Part of the chopping wave bottomed out, easily tearing the ground wherever it passed into long cracks. Jump to dodge. When Donald saw the torn chopper, his heart trembled, and he decisively avoided it. At the same time, he did not neglect to be prepared for the spiral gun. With one palm, he hit the spiral that was swaying from above. Gun. The palm is covered with the power of darkness, as if infected by ink, strange and evil. Bang! Donald's palm collided head-on with the spiral gun. In the turbulence and spread of the air flow visible to the naked eye, the spiral gun encountered the terrible erosion of the power of darkness and quickly melted away. However, in the online realm, spiral guns can continue to appear. The previous spiral gun was destroyed, and the next spiral gun immediately jumped up from Donald's feet. Damn it! Can such an attack be repeated? When Donald noticed something unusual under his feet, he immediately moved to avoid it. When he saw the rising spiral gun, his face immediately sank. God's walk. Not to mention the situation on Donald's side. On Feng Yu's side, when he waved his sword to chop, a figure appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Reginald's nun is divine movement, which allows him to move at an unimaginable speed. This ability seems simple, but it is also very practical. Like now, the spiral gun was very good at containing other people, but it was ineffective against the amazingly fast Reginald. With his super fast movement speed, he easily got rid of the attack of the spiral gun and swept towards Feng Yu again to launch a swift attack. The knife in his hand was as fast as lightning, and Reginald did not give up and used hard again, concentrating his energy on his palm, and slashed at the back of Feng Yu's neck. The hand knife slashed across Feng Yu's neck, but did not touch the ground. Reginald's hand knife only cut on the afterimage of Feng Yu. How could he react so quickly? Reginald's expression changed drastically, and he was horrified. He hurriedly retreated as fast as he could. He did not expect that when Feng Yu attacked others, he did not realize his own attack and reacted so quickly to avoid it. Using the sense of danger as a prejudgment, using the heart-drop fist to listen and compress the body's time, Feng Yu used the lightning and flint to avoid Reginald's knife attack. And just as Reginald retreated into the distance, a figure with startling light and lightning intercepted him in an instant on the way. Zheng! The sharp sword light flashed. The figure who intercepted Reginald was Feng Yu. He waved the black sword yi with a cold expression and slashed out with one strike. He actually kept up with my speed. Feng Yu's interception frightened Reginald, and he hurriedly crouched down to avoid the sweeping /4.9. After dodging the slashing attack, Reginald did not dare to stop. He immediately exerted force on his legs, trying to fly away and distance himself from Feng Yu. After 2 confrontations, he could now confirm that in addition to Feng Yu's amazing defense, his reaction speed and movement speed were also frighteningly fast, giving him little advantage in terms of speed. It can be said that this kind of enemy is the last thing Reginald wants to encounter. The super speed brought by Divine Walk is his biggest advantage. With this speed advantage, he has the possibility of killing his opponent with one blow, even if he is fighting at the same level. But when speed is no longer an advantage, Reginald wanted to distance himself from Feng Yu without stopping. This choice was correct, but the question was how could Feng Yu let him go? The moment the slash was dodged, Feng Yu not only did not stop, but instantly made a fist with his left hand and punched out hard. Boom! With his legs exerting force and his body almost touching the ground, Reginald was suddenly bombarded by terrifying fist marks as he shot out. His whole body suddenly exploded into blood mist all over the sky, and even the ground where he was shattered into a deep hole. Big deep hole. There are meridian lines in Feng Yu's left arm, which greatly increases his strength, defense, and speed. Even if it's just an ordinary punch, whether it's punch strength or punch speed, it's extremely terrifying. Although Reginald's speed was fast, it was obviously not faster than Feng Yu's fist speed. At the same time, he was able to block the terrifying power contained in the fist seal, and he was blown away on the spot. Damn it, Reginald was actually killed by him too. We must kill him. We will never let him continue to live. **:*1. After Vivian, Reginald was killed by Feng Yu again. This scene made the other people who were fighting against the spiral gun feel shocked and angry when they saw this scene. Drink! Several people either dodged or resisted the spiral gun, and then they suddenly burst out at an alarming speed and rushed towards Feng Yu. These people are no longer the elders of Meteor Street, but the guards who survived together. Even elders like Donald had already participated in the battle, and 2 of them had died. Naturally, these guards could not just watch from the sidelines. The 2 fastest among them are Enhancer Nun. Although he suffered deep wounds after resisting the spiral gun, he was still very fierce when he swept towards Feng Yu and quickly launched a powerful attack. Roars echoed, and the 2 Enhancer Nun formed a pincer attack, one on the left and one on the right. One punched Feng Yu's head, and the other raised his leg and whipped Feng Yu's chest. Both of these 2 Enhancer Nun possess first-class strength and are both experienced. The power contained in their attacks is very powerful, enough to shatter steel. If you want to die, I'll let you die. Feng Yu reacted quickly and instantly understood the approaching 2 people. His eyes were cold and sharp. Holding the knife in his right hand, he defended himself, using the broad black blade to block one of the whip kicks. At the same time, he made a fist with his left hand and directly met the fist that hit his head. Boom, boom. For the Enhancer Nun who was whipping, his legs and feet were firmly blocked by the black knife, Yi Shang, and a violent wave of air was visible to the naked eye. As for Enhancer Nun, who punched Feng Yu in the head, his fist collided with Yu's left fist. Terrifying punch power burst out from Feng Yu's fist, with overwhelming advantage, blasting the opponent's fist and arms into blood mist and minced meat. Even without the use of meridian threads, Feng Yu's current fist strength is already very terrifying, let alone the blessing of meridian threads. The right arm was destroyed like an explosion. The severe pain caused the Enhancer Nun to scream in agony and stumble backwards. Blood spattered everywhere on the ground from the broken shoulder like it was free. Another Enhancer Nun, who was blocked by Black Blade Knight's whip kick, felt as if his foot was kicked on a towering mountain, which was difficult to shake. After discovering that his companion had lost an arm, he was horrified but did not retreat. Instead, his cruelty surged. He immediately retracted his legs and rushed to Feng Yu's side, roaring and punching Feng Yu's temple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Da-da. At the same time, a series of needles and bullets followed, shooting at Feng Yu's body. These are the other 2 guards who attacked together with the 2 Enhancer Nun. Although these 2 people were not as fast as the 2 Enhancer Nun, they quickly launched their own fierce attacks. Zheng, the seemingly heavy black knife knight, is as light and flexible as an embroidery needle in Feng Yu's hands. He slashed with his sword and pulled out a black lightning. Enhancer Nun punched the Enhancer from the side. Before his fist hit Feng Yu's temple, Feng Yu's knife struck him first. With blood spraying and screaming, this Enhancer Nun was able to withstand the powerful defense of guns and cannons. He was like a thin piece of paper and was cut open by Feng Yu with ease, splitting the whole person diagonally into 2 halves. Bang, bang, bang. When Feng Yu completed the killing, the fired needles and bullets also fell on him one after another. However, with the powerful physique and the astonishing mental energy all over the body, the mental needles and bullets were unable to cause any harm at all, but were all shaken away. Punched like a cannon, the whip of his left hand that was clenched into a fist was thrown out. In an instant, the terrifying power of the fist turned into a domineering fist seal, which hit the guard who shot the needle like a cannonball. Boom! The blood mist filled the sky, and the guard had no time to dodge, nor could he block the terrifying power of the domineering fist seal, and his whole body was directly blown away by one blow. 840! There was another scream, but the Enhancer Nun who had his right arm blown off by Feng Yu was hit in the crotch by the spiral gun that rose from under his feet. The attack of the line gun array is not easy to get rid of, even if it is temporarily thrown away. As long as it is not out of the attack range, it may be attacked anytime and anywhere. This Enhancer Nun had not yet recovered from the pain of a broken arm when he was suddenly brutally attacked by the spiral gun. Not to mention dodging, even the entanglement of the mind energy was weakened due to the dispersion of consciousness. As one can imagine, the enhancer nun was forcibly penetrated by the spiral gun from bottom to top. When the screams suddenly stopped, the body was also thrown far away. Zheng! Another sword slashed out like lightning. The consecutive killings did not stop Feng Yu at all. When the guard who used the telepathy needle attack was killed by the air fist seal, Feng Yu's eyes immediately moved to the other guard who used the telepathy bullet. With the power to tear the ground apart, the huge chop wave that flew out was not only 5 to 6 meters high, but also as fast as lightning, extremely fast. The guard's pupils shrank, and while he fired out mental bullets wildly to intercept the torn chopper, he also moved to the side, trying to avoid it. Poof! Blood splattered, even if it was intercepted by a teleportation bomb, but the guard was still unable to dodge the chopping wave. He only moved a little, and half of his body was cut off by the unparalleled chopping wave, and he screamed to death. The remaining power of the chop continued unabated and continued to spread forward, tearing a long chasm-like crack in the earth, and even cutting several ruins made of piled rocks into two halves. Spear of Vulcan. Air bomb. A spear formed of hot flames, and a ball of air like a cannonball appeared from different directions, hitting Feng Yu instantly. Boom! The flame lance erupted into a pillar of molten iron, and the air cannonball directly triggered an astonishing explosion, all of which engulfed Feng Yu. The extremely hot, rolling air waves radiated and spread, and fine stones splashed and scattered. Amidst the violent vibrations, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters was blasted out on the ground, and crystallization caused by high-temperature combustion appeared in the pit. The line gun array formed a containment effect. During the Feng Yu battle, the movement of the others, including Donald, was restricted, making it difficult to form a true coordinated attack. But in the process of Feng Yu killing 4 people in a row, someone finally found an opportunity while avoiding the spiral gun and launched a powerful attack on Feng Yu. Boom! Before the explosion and flames dissipated, a strong impact suddenly erupted from inside, dispersing the flames immediately. In the deep pit exposed was Feng Yu, who exuded astonishing mental energy. The extremely powerful thought energy is almost visible to the naked eye, and the terrifying breath fluctuations make the surrounding air faintly distort. Are you hurt? But that's right. If you can't even hurt me, then it's a waste. From the astonishing thought energy emanating, it can be seen that in addition to the severe damage to Feng Yu's clothes, the exposed parts also have scars caused by burning and explosions. There was even a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Suffering 2 powerful attacks from the front, even with Feng Yu's current strong physique and surging energy, damage was inevitable. But the appearance of the injury did not make Feng Yu nervous or flinch. Instead, it made the corners of his mouth slightly cracked, and his face showed a more interested expression. This is interesting. If the fighting intensity is not enough, then how can it have a training effect? Not to mention that the more powerful the enemy is, the more experience will be gained after killing it. Buzz! A ray of red light flew over, entered the deep pit, and hit Feng Yu directly. The body moves quickly. Feng Yu understood the red light coming from the impact, reacted extremely quickly, and jumped up, flying out of the pit and appearing in midair. Zheng! Holding the black sword in his right hand, he screamed and slashed out. After Feng Yu jumped out of the pit, his eyes sharply looked at one of the people who had just attacked him, and finally locked on the person who controlled the flame ninja. The other party is one of the elders. The light of the sword flashed, and a large arc-shaped chop was struck by Feng Yu. The terrifying chop tore through the void and went away with an astonishing force. It was also Shi Zhao's layers of airwaves. When Feng Yu launched his slashing attack, the red light that missed the impact in the deep pit quickly changed its direction, quickly rose into the sky, and continued to hit Feng Yu. This red light is none other than John's nun, a red disc rotating at high speed. John also found an opportunity while dodging the spiral gun and immediately launched an attack on Feng Yu. And from the change in the direction of the red disc, it is enough to see that this move not only has terrible cutting power, but also can control the direction. Feng Yu was in midair, and John wanted to take advantage of Feng Yu's difficulty in moving in midair to cut open Feng Yu's body. Bang! The left fist was thrown out. Even in midair, Feng Yu's actions were not greatly affected. Not only did he instantly see the flying red disc, but he also exploded it with a whipped fist. Boom! There was a roaring sound in the distance, and it was a violent collision between the clustered flames and the arc-shaped chopper. The elders who mastered the flame, none reacted very quickly, and immediately burst out with a powerful flame attack. During the collision, although the clustered flames were quickly cut away by the sharp chopper, it also had a certain delaying effect, allowing the elder to avoid the chopper that continued to fly in time. The body spun and landed on the edge of the pit. But before he could take the next step, a strong whistling sound suddenly came from behind him. The danger sensing of the Imperial engine is like a whim, and it can predict in advance when danger is approaching. The same is true now. Feng Yu turned around instantly and blocked the attack with Black Saber Knight, as if he had no idea. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and what hit Heidao Yi was a ferocious mace. The person holding this mace was a guard who was nearly 2.5 meters tall, as big as a brown bear, and with a ferocious expression. Amidst the deafening roar, a majestic impact erupted from the mace, causing Feng Yu's feet to sink into the ground, and dense cracks spread on his heels. Feng Yu looked at the other party in surprise. This man's power is actually so strong, much stronger than the original Yuvajin. No, this is not pure power, but it also contains shock waves. Feng Yu suddenly noticed an abnormality in the power transmitted from the money, mace, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. The burly guard did not retreat after the mace was blocked by Feng Yu. Instead, he roared, and the muscles in his arms bulged, and he continued to exert force. I want to knock Feng Yu away. Act recklessly. Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged. When he blocked the opponent's mace with Black Knife Knight, he kicked out his right foot and instantly kicked the opponent's abdomen like lightning. Bang! The tyrannical power was released, and the burly guard had no time to react. He was kicked out by Feng Yu, screaming, and blood spurted out from his mouth. The blocked black sword, Yi Wu, slashed out. The moment he kicked the opponent away, Feng Yu swung the sword in a seamless horizontal slash, bursting out with a huge arc-shaped chop. Boom! Poof! The burly guard who flew backwards like a cannonball barely blocked it with a mace he was holding tightly. But in the collision with Jeanbois, the mace was cut in half abruptly and quickly. Blood sprayed. The chop wave carrying the remaining power continued to move forward, slashing at the chest and abdomen of the burly guard. Even though he focused his energy on his chest and abdomen, a deep gash was still torn out, as if he had been disemboweled, with many of his intestines cut off. This is because the burly guard's body and energy are strong enough. Otherwise, if it had been someone else, he would not have been disemboweled, but his entire body would have been cut in half. Of course, the results are actually not much different, because when the chopping wave hit the burly guard, a spiral gun suddenly shot out from the ground behind him. With most of the thought energy gathered in the chest and abdomen, the defenses in other places are naturally greatly weakened. The spiral gun penetrated through the back of the burly guard in an instant, and then penetrated out from the chest. His eyes widened, and the burly guard opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he spurted out a large mouthful of blood, and 840 immediately tilted his neck and lost his life. Dark Clone, Air Bomb, Searing Firebomb. People on our own side were constantly being killed, and such casualties undoubtedly stimulated the remaining Donald and others. They knew that Feng Yu, who could destroy the meteor chasers and even the Phantom Troop, must be extremely dangerous and powerful, but they did not expect that Feng Yu would be so powerful. When facing Feng Yu, the top-notch nun was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and his life was easily taken away. In a short period of time, many people had died at the hands of Feng Yu. This made Donald and others frightened and angry, and they also hurriedly launched a more fierce counterattack. Some even paid the price of being injured by the spiral gun. Attack Feng Yu. For example, Donald, a large amount of black light emerged from his body, and he quickly used the power of darkness to form a black clone, which flew towards Feng Yu. John also condensed the red disc again, and still did so with both hands, controlling it and flying towards Feng Yu at high speed. The same goes for other elders and guards. Beach. There are none who can turn the air into bombs. There are those who burst out hot flame bombs, and there are also those who control space and transfer the attack directly to Feng Yu. No matter what kind of nun it is, it can be said that it has been developed extremely well. However, with the help of his whim and his increasingly sophisticated Shindy Quan, Feng Yu could easily predict the attack and evade it with super-fast reactions. With a flicker of his body, Feng Yu used unknowable as-in, dodging all the incoming attacks in an instant. At the same time, mysterious silver lines also appeared on Feng Yu's right arm. He was also full of firepower, using the meridian lines to the extent of his arms, holding the black knife knight in hand, and immediately slashed a huge arc-shaped chop towards the nearest person, launching the same ferocious offensive. Inside the birdcage, Feng Yu fought fiercely with a group of people led by Donald. Outside the birdcage, as time passed, a large number of people gathered around. It's the elders. They're indeed enemies. Go inside to support. Is this the enemy? Wait, isn't this man called Feng Yu? No, isn't that guy supposed to be on one side? Why are you here? Could it be that that side was lost? Don't blame these things. Go in and support the elders. Are these lines used by the enemy to blockade? Get rid of these lines quickly. My hand. Damn, are these lines none? They are so sharp. Get out of the way. Let me blast these things away. After discovering that there had been a big change in the central building, both the personnel who originally went to the shadow riding line and other personnel under various elders hurried over. Seeing the battle in the birdcage, these people were all shocked and angry. They even recognized Feng Yu and hurriedly wanted to step forward to support him. But when someone grabbed the birdcage strings and tried to pull them apart, their palms were directly cut with blood by the sharp birdcage strings, and they screamed in agony. This incident shocked the others, but some people aggressively picked up rocket launchers and fired rockets at the birdcage, hoping to violently blast it away. The birdcage threads may seem thin, but as a seal, each thread is made of dozens of highly wound threads, which are not only sharp, but also extremely tough. With a roar, the rockets fired at the birdcage were immediately cut into pieces when they hit it. The explosion that followed did not even destroy the wires of the birdcage. How is this possible? My rockets are the latest type. They are more than twice as powerful as ordinary rockets, but they didn't even cause any damage. The person who fired the rocket had a look of disbelief on his face, completely lacking the arrogance and confidence he had when he fired the rocket just now. Naturally, there are many nuns among the people who come here, even top-notch nuns. One of the top-notch warriors wearing a long sword frowned, immediately rushed out, drew his sword, and struck hard on the line of the birdcage on the opposite side. Chi. Sparks flew everywhere, and the blade entwined with powerful thoughts violently rubbed against the wires of the birdcage. However, after the slash, the birdcage remained unchanged. No, to be precise, there should still be some. For example, there's a small gap in the birdcage string that was hit by a slash, which is about smaller than a grain of rice. After the gap appears, the birdcage string is immediately repaired by an undetectable silk thread to restore it to its original state. The range and strength of the birdcage are determined by Feng Yu's development of the thread fruit. And with Feng Yu's current depth of development of the linear fruit, even Antonio, who had previously chopped open the birdcage, might not be able to slice it open again now. Even the slashes against him were not able to cut through these strange lines in front of him. The first-class Nin who wielded the knife naturally widened his eyes and showed a shocked expression. Let's go underground. Another Nin appears. This person is like an earthworm among the Yin beasts, with the ability to burrow into the ground. But not long after the necromancer entered the ground, he came back out of the hole. No, there are also these threads under the ground, which completely isolate the inside. The ninja shouted hurriedly with cuts on his hands and blood dripping from them. The main function of the birdcage is to block it. Naturally, it is impossible to miss such a big flaw underground. After the birdcage thread penetrates the ground, it will also quickly extend underground, forming a bowl-shaped bottom at the bottom, forming a flawless blockade. Of course, the birdcage's blockade is not absolute. In addition to destroying it with attacks that exceed the strength of the birdcage line, it can also be penetrated through some special nun. For example, the space-type nun, or making the body smaller and thinner and passing through the gaps between bird cages. You can even attack the facade directly from outside through the gaps in the birdcage. After discovering that the birdcage was more powerful than imagined, the people outside quickly reacted and came up with various ways to support it. Those with good marksmanship can go directly to the surroundings to find suitable sniper positions and provide fire support. People with special abilities can enter the birdcage by themselves or try to bring a powerful companion with them. Attacking from the outside is okay, but the person who broke into the birdcage obviously underestimated Feng Yu's ability. The birdcage is in the realm of lines. People who break in are immediately attacked by the line gun array. Each one is either penetrated and killed by the spiral gun, or delayed and intercepted, and cannot play a supporting role at all. Boom! Amidst the loud gunfire, a sniper bullet accurately passed through the gap in the birdcage, entered it, and then hit Feng Yu's temple. However, there was no damage to the temple hit at all. Instead, the bullet was squeezed and deformed during the impact and fell down. At the same time, Feng Yu's black knife, Yi, killed another person sharply, splitting the opponent's body in half, and sprayed a large amount of blood. Being hit in the temple by the gunman outside was not because Feng Yu didn't notice it or was unable to avoid it, but it was simply unnecessary. Through his whim, prediction, and peripheral vision, Feng Yu not only saw the incoming bullet immediately, but also judged that the bullet was not powerful enough to break his defense, so there was no need to dodge. While people outside the birdcage tried every means to support them, the fierce fighting inside the birdcage continued, and just like before, people were killed one after another by Feng Yu. His current strength may not have reached the world-class level, but compared to when he fought against the meteor chasers, he was definitely a lot stronger. In the constant fighting, although Feng Yu was also injured, in addition to the people who broke into the birdcage, the 18 people headed by Donald were also quickly killed, leaving only 6 people. Among these 6 people, except for 2 who were guards, the other 4 are elders of Meteor Street. But this is normal. As an elder, he naturally cherishes his life even more and has the power to order the guards to rush forward. Except for Vivian, Reginald, and others who were killed because they misjudged Feng Yu's strength at the beginning in the ongoing battle. After discovering that Feng Yu was far more powerful than imagined, the remaining elders were all obviously be cautious and let Feng Yu kill basically all the people who were guards. But the number of people reduced from 18 to 6 only shows how terrifying Feng Yu's killing methods are. These 12 dead people are not just minions, but powerful first-rate warriors. Such killing methods undoubtedly fully prove how amazing Feng Yu's current strength is. The most important thing is that after experiencing a high-intensity fight, although Feng Yu has a lot of scars on his body, there is no fatigue on his face at all. The surging energy is always erupting from the aura nodes in a steady stream. The density wraps around the body. The growth of life energy can not only bring about the increase of potential energy and rapid growth of body, but also make Feng Yu's physical strength far more abundant than ordinary people. As for Nian Qi, it goes without saying. His own potential energy is astonishing, not to mention the huge storage of Yin seals. It can be said that this is part of the reason why Feng Yu was able to kill 12 people in such a short period of time. Abundant physical strength and mental energy not only allow Feng Yu to engage in long and protracted battles, but also allow him to frequently activate his weapon and use special moves without having to consider the issue of consumption, such as Meridian Lines. With its powerful power, This move also consumes a huge amount of physical energy and mental energy. Please give me flowers. If he didn't have enough mental energy and physical strength, he wouldn't be able to last, nor would Feng use every punch and every sword burst out with an attack that could easily kill a first-rate knee. Others' combat status is a wavy line, but Feng Yu's combat status is directly maintained at the highest point in a straight line. Even if the upper limit is the same, there is a big gap in the combat capabilities displayed in battle. Escape, including Donald. The same thoughts appeared in the minds of the remaining 6 people. Different from Feng Yu's state. Although they are not dead, they are not really safe under the constant attacks of Feng Yu and the spiral gun. At least they are breathing rapidly, sweating on their bodies, physical strength, and mental energy. It consumes a lot of money. 0. They had already suffered heavy casualties, and now that there was no sign of Feng Yu's decline, they were naturally afraid and lost the courage to continue fighting with Feng Yu. Swish, swish, swish. As if it was an agreement, the remaining 6 people, including Tang and, saw Feng Yu killing one of them and fled in all directions with a tacit understanding. Dark Blade. The fastest mover is undoubtedly Donald. While avoiding the pursuit of the spiral gun, he quickly swept to the edge of the birdcage, then condensed rich black light in his palm and slashed out several black energy. Shit! The line of the birdcage, which was enough to block the slashing attack of a first-rate nerve, was immediately cut off by a black air blade, allowing Donald to rush out and escape from the birdcage immediately. When Donald and others fled, Feng Yu looked at Donald first, but he did not intercept the opponent, but after taking a deep look, he immediately attacked the other 5 people. Clank, clank, clank. In an instant, he slashed 5 times in a row and flew out 5 huge arc-shaped chops, forcing the 5 people who had just rushed to the edge of the birdcage to dodge at a faster speed. The way of war, divine fist, invasion like fire. The knife fell and the fist came out. Feng Yu's eyes were sharp, and he clenched his left fist and punched out an unparalleled punch. After blasting the air, he rushed forward and hit one of them instantly. This man is an elder, and none can turn the air he comes into contact into a bomb. He had just dodged the chopping wave and found that the fierce punch mark was coming, and he was shocked and angry and hurriedly blocked it. Boom! Turn the air in contact with your body into a bomb, and the astonishing explosion is a directional blast that collides with the fierce punch mark. A fan-shaped explosion appeared, but there was a passage running through the explosion, which was also connected to the elders behind the explosion. Aggression is like fire, which is a manifestation of strength, and the punch marks produced are unparalleled. The astonishing explosion was simply unable to withstand the power of the invading fire. Not only was it punched through by the fierce fist mark, but it was also stamped on the elder's chest with undiminished power. Blood spurted out amid screams. The elder's chest collapsed deeply inward, causing his back to bulge high. Such injuries not only caused the sternum to be completely broken, but also severely damaged the internal organs, and even the spine was interrupted. Boom, boom, boom. Killing one person again. When Feng Yu looked at the remaining 4 people, there was no suspense about these 4 people. They were all attacking the wire of the birdcage crazily. Obviously, none of them has mastered the space type, none that can pass directly through the birdcage, so they can only use conventional attacks to break the birdcage's blockade. John condensed the high-speed rotating red disc with his hands and cut the bird dragon thread like a slash. I have to say that his ability is very powerful in terms of aggression. Although it cannot be compared with Donald's power of darkness, it still has the power to cut the cords of the birdcage. But just cutting it off is not enough. If you want to create a gap big enough for you to pass through, you have to at least cut off several birdcage wires. The cutting power of the red disc can only cut off one birdcage thread in one blow. When it cuts to the second one, the previously cut birdcage thread will immediately be extended and reconnected with a new thread. Unless, like Donald, a gap is opened in an instant that is enough for people to pass through, the severed birdcage string will quickly be restored. Damn it, how could this happen? Seeing the wires of the birdcage that he had just cut being reconnected immediately, John couldn't help but feel despair, and his expression became ferocious and crazy. Zheng, the deadly sword light, appeared from behind, stimulating the hairs on the back of John's neck to stand up. His despair was overwhelmed by the breath of death. He felt a thrill in his heart and hurriedly moved away without thinking. But the sword light that struck was too fast. John's body had not moved much distance, and the terrifying sword light cut off his head. At the moment of death, John could vaguely recall the time when he sent someone to recruit Feng Yu. At that time, although he sent someone to recruit Feng Yu, he didn't really care at all. He even told his subordinates in high spirits that he would kill Feng Yu once he accepted someone else's recruitment. It's really ridiculous. John laughed at himself as he fell into eternal darkness. The roar resounded, and Tor's flames turned into flame bombs with a diameter of more than 1 meter and bombarded Feng Yu crazily. If John's nun can still cut the cord of the birdcage, then the other 3 cannot even cut it. The last remaining elder among them released the flames to burn the birdcage, but after finding that it could not be destroyed at all, he took the initiative to attack Feng Yu frantically, as if to vent his anger. Boom! Feng Yu looked at it coldly and swung the black sword Yi to slash out, bursting out with a huge arc-shaped chop. Both arms are showing meridians, and the new waves that burst out are naturally more powerful. The fire bombs that were fired were either cut or thrown away, and were immediately destroyed by the astonishingly powerful chop waves, and also quickly appeared in front of the elder who released the flames. Blood splattered. The chopping wave hit this man's body. Even though the chopping wave was weakened a lot by the collision with the flaming bullet, it still tore out long knife marks that were deep enough to show the bone. The impact of carrying the package knocked the man away and hit the birdcage. Poof! The sharp birdcage string collided with the back, cutting out bloody marks. Moving quickly, Feng Yu didn't give the opponent time to breathe and kicked the opponent's temple with a whip. Bang! Even without the blessing of meridian lines, Feng Yu's burst of power was still very powerful. He kicked the opponent's temple into a dent, and then flew away along the edge of the birdcage. When it hit the ground far away, the man was already lifeless and was kicked to death by Feng Shi. When Feng Yu killed all the Meteor Street elders except Donald, who successfully escaped from the birdcage, the remaining 2 guards failed to break the birdcage's blockade. Discovering that the rest of the people had been killed by Feng Yu, the 2 men were horrified and hurriedly turned around and rushed towards those who broke into the birdcage. Take me outside quickly. Shoot, block him, don't let him come over. Many people who break into the birdcage from the outside have mastery of spatial abilities and can carry themselves or even others through the birdcage. The 2 guards obviously pinned their hopes of escape on these people, and they ran and shouted. At the same time, one of them asked someone outside the birdcage to attack Feng Yu with a gun, hoping to delay Feng Yu so that he could have time to escape. A shrill scream sounded. Feng Yu's reaction was so quick. When he saw the 2 guards rushing to the other side, he let go of the handle of the knife with his left hand and blasted out a domineering fist seal. At the same time, he held the knife in his right hand and struck out a fierce chopper that was more than 10 meters high. The 2 attacks were aimed at 1 person each. The 2 guards who were running were shocked when they noticed something unusual behind them. They hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! Poof! The guards hit by the Overlord fist seal were exploded in a blood mist, and the bodies of the guards hit by the fierce chop were torn in half, and they all died tragically. Shot! Kill him quickly! People outside the birdcage were originally worried about hurting their own people and did not dare to shoot and attack easily. But it was different now. Whether it was the guards' shouts before they died or Feng Yu's menacing fright, the people outside were hurriedly holding on. Guns fired wildly. During the frenzied shooting, some bullets hit the wire of the birdcage and were blocked by the cut, but more bullets still passed through the gap and shot towards Feng Yu like a dense rain. The art of war, the divine fist, its speed is as fast as the wind. With the black knife he inserted on the ground beside him, Feng Yu did not dodge the bullets coming from him. Instead, he directly made fists with both hands and punched with a cold expression, bursting out with astonishing punch speed. His arms maintained the state of the meridian lines, and when he used his wind-like speed, not only did his fist speed increase dramatically, but the burst of fist power was also more powerful. The void shook and dense fist prints shot out like a brilliant meteor shower, not only shattering the bullets that were fired, but also sweeping towards those who broke into the birdcage. No, even if these people who broke into the birdcage were not killed by the spiral gun, they were still restrained by the continuous attacks of the spiral gun. When they discovered the fist-print meteor shower that was sweeping in like a sky-blocking sun, everyone showed a horrified expression. They wanted to escape, but their bodies couldn't keep up with their thoughts, and they couldn't even make a gesture of resistance. Boom, 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 like a missile bombing. Wherever the countless 14 fist seals passed, they set off a rain of blood and minced meat in the sky. The terrifying power caused an explosion and roar in the void, and also stirred up billowing air waves that roared and radiated in all directions. When Feng Yu used his wind-like speed, the birdcage turned into swaying threads and dissipated in the void, which also allowed Feng Yu's continuous fist seals to continue to sweep wildly, hitting everyone outside the birdcage in the direction he was in. The screams echoed endlessly, and along with the continuous roar of sonic booms, the people outside the birdcage were immediately devastated and massacred, and almost none of those hit by the fist seal survived. Looking down from high place, you can see that there seems to be a terrifying torrent on the ground that burst the embankment, swallowing up and crushing the people and buildings passing by, opening up a path more than 20 meters wide and hundreds of years long. Meters of passage. I don't know how many punches were fired, but the fist seal finally stopped. Flesh and blood pave the way, and mourning fills the land. The passage opened by countless fist seals can be described as a flesh and blood passage. There are countless flesh and blood left after the body was bombed, as well as the ruins of buildings. It looks like a scene from hell. Although it is slightly better on both sides of the passage, it is not much better. Even if it is not within the attack range, the impact waves that the fist seals continue to stir up are extremely violent. Not to mention flying people away like feathers. Even killing them directly is easy. Save me quickly. Who will save me? I don't want to die. There were wailings everywhere, noisy and pitiful. On both sides of the flesh and blood passage, corpses killed by the shock wave could be seen everywhere, as well as those with broken muscles and broken bones and unable to get up, screaming on the ground. How could such a thing happen? Monster, monster! Can such power really be possessed by humans? Those who blocked the shock wave, as well as those further away, saw the shocking passage of flesh and blood. Even if they had a strong will shaped by the cruel environment of Meteor Street, they couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes, when looking at Feng Yu, showed fear and fear. Fear! Kill him for me. Whoever kills him will become the new elder. A loud roar suddenly sounded, and everyone in Meteor Street quickly heard the sound and looked around. They immediately saw that the person yelling was Donald, who was standing on the roof of a building, allowing everyone to see him. It's the Great Elder. Become a new elder? Yes, now except for the Great Elder. All the other elders are dead. I have a chance to become the new elder. Kill. The current scene is what the greedy people are talking about. The elders are the ruling class in Meteor Street, and they're also the position that people in Meteor Street most desire. With Donald using his position as an elder as a benefit, everyone in Meteor Street who had been frightened by Feng Yu immediately turned red-eyed, and all of them yelled or rushed towards the district under the temptation of greed. The higher you stand, the more you cherish your life. You may have the strength to fight me, but you still don't dare to fight me. It's really ugly. When Donald yelled, Feng Yu also stared at him, with a sneer on his lips. In the previous battle, although Donald acted like everyone else, they were unable to do anything to him. But with the ability to sense danger, Feng Yu could completely judge the general strength of others based on the danger he sensed. Because of this, Feng Yu can be sure that Donald's strength is far superior to others, because the danger sense given to him by the other party is enough to threaten his life. This is why Feng Yu did not stop the opponent when they broke out of the birdcage blockade, but chose to deal with the others first. If he tried to stop him, he might not be able to intercept Donald. Instead, it would give others a chance to escape. It would be better to take advantage of the weak and deal with the weak enemies first. As for why Donald is holding back, in fact, there is no need to think too much about this kind of thing. It is nothing more than cherishing your life. He may have the strength to fight Feng Yu, but this battle is obviously impossible to win steadily, and there is also the danger of death. It is human nature to fear death, especially when one has great power. One will not easily gamble with one's own life. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Yu only stared at Donald for a moment. When the other party used his elder position to lure others present to kill him, he immediately glanced away coldly. At the same time, in the different space, if one of the life fruits was collected in advance, 3 life fruits exploded in an instant. The life energy contained in it is directly integrated into Feng Yu's body due to the absorption characteristic. Whether it is weapons or absorption, the potential of these characteristics is no less than that of Nun or Devil Fruit. All kinds of abilities can be extended through continuous development. The characteristic of absorption initially just created an extra space in Feng Yu's body, which could release powerful suction to absorb non-living substances into the extra space. But as it continues to develop, this feature is gradually extending into new abilities. For example, Feng Yu can directly integrate absorbed substances, such as life fruits and other food-type substances that can be absorbed by the body into the body. The fruit of life is the first level of fruit of life. Although the first layer of life fruit can no longer expand the life energy in Feng Yu's cells, the life energy contained in it will not change. In other words, the first level of life fruit is not really useless to Feng Yu, but he can use the life energy contained in it to replenish himself. As the life energy contained in the 3 life fruits swept through his body, Feng Yu recovered at an astonishing speed regardless of the physical strength and mental energy he had consumed or the injuries on his body. Feng Yu dared to attack Huang Long directly. Even in the previous battle, he naturally had his own confidence in killing the elders of Meteor Street quickly, even if they were injured. The life fruit prepared in advance in a different space is one of them, which is enough to increase his endurance to an incredible level. Heavy Rain Line. His physical strength, mental energy, and even his injuries were all recovered quickly. Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged in the face of the man who rushed towards him crazily, and a shining silver wheel immediately appeared behind him. Shichichi. The shining silver wheel is like a launcher, instantly shooting out thousands of lines in all directions. Even if there is no infusion of thought energy, each thread is like an arrow shot from a strong bow and crossbow, so powerful that it can easily penetrate the human body. Amidst the dense sound of breaking through the air, the billowing stream of people rushing towards Feng Yu were immediately brutally killed. Most people didn't even have time to react, and their bodies were pierced into a hornet's nest. The densely packed silk threads extend hundreds of meters away. From a distance, they look like giant hedgehogs. Each thread runs through a stream of people. Shrill screams sounded everywhere, but some of them, although they were not shot by the rainstorm line, fell to the ground and wailed in agony because they were shot. There is no doubt that the people who died are basically non-natured people. The injured people are without exception those who are weak and whose mental energy defense is not strong enough. Of course, there are also people who can completely block the attack of the rainstorm line. Drink. Before the rainstorm line dissipated, a powerful Nin used a long knife in his hand to continuously cut off the incoming threads and quickly rushed to the vicinity of Feng Yu, slashing 10 knives towards Wang Yu's head. The zhou used on the blade condenses extremely powerful mental energy, which is enough to easily cut through steel. However, in the face of such an attack, Feng Yu did not even dodge. He directly swung his sword and struck the opponent's body first with the black sword knight slash. Poof! Blood splattered. The blade that fell for the top of his head had only reached halfway when Feng Yu had already blocked the Nin man and killed him from the waist. In the scream before death, the chopped blade lost its power and fell off, hitting Feng Yu's side. Bang! Feng Yu stepped forward with a cold expression and kicked out, directly using the opponent's upper body as a cannonball to fly towards a Nin who was not shot by the rainstorm line not far away. A violent impact occurs, with blood and flesh splattering. The Nin was also directly hit by the flying upper body corpse, and his flesh and blood were mutilated. He screamed and flew to the side. Whoosh! The exhausted line of rainstorm dispersed, and amid the endless stream of corpses falling to the ground, Feng Yu did not pause and instantly flashed out, and with a very fast flash, there was another Nin who appeared nearby in the sharp light of the sword. The Black Knife Knight turned into bright lightning. With one strike, the head flew away, bringing with it a gushing column of blood and a headless body that fell to the ground as it staggered backwards. With Killing Sweep, Feng Yu quickly swept towards the next target, and once again used a terrifying slashing blow to quickly kill the opponent before he could react. Constantly flashing, constantly slashing. In just 1 or 2 breaths, the wise men who blocked the line of heavy rain were killed by Feng Yu one after another. Damn it! Everyone get together quickly. Don't let him defeat you one by one. Attack quickly and delay his actions. Don't be afraid. He can't hold on forever. It must be just a bluff now. Even with the attraction and restraint of the shadow riding line, there is still a large number of Nin people who gathered after hearing the news. Moreover, the attack range of the rainstorm line just now was only 100 meters in radius, and there were a large number of guard members further away. Rifles and even machine guns came on stage one after another. After reacting, not only the Nin people gathered together to fight against Feng Yu, but the guards also carried weapons and shot at Feng Yu crazily. Even if you can predict attacks on a whim, it is difficult to evade high-intensity attacks. However, there are only a few attacks that Feng Yu really needs to evade, such as ordinary gunfire. Such attacks can be easily blocked by Feng Yu with his physical strength and mental energy, and there is no need to specifically evade them. Although the bullet that hit the body carried an impact, Feng Yu was not affected at all with his tyrannical strength and excellent body coordination, and continued to kill. Boom! Swinging the sword, he slashed out a ferocious chopping wave that was more than 10 meters high. Several Nin people within the range of the chopping wave were directly torn to death by the terrifying edge. At the same time, when facing various attacks launched by Nun people, Feng Yu also used the power of Yin to avoid attacks that could threaten him, money or not, at super fast speeds. With his danger-sensing ability and super endurance, the numerical advantage has no effect on Feng Yu at all. Instead, it makes him feel like a fish in water in the battle. After all, there are too many people. When attacking each other, they will inevitably restrain themselves in order not to hurt their own people. Even if they don't care, they will cause casualties to their own people and cause chaos. In comparison, Feng Xia is much simpler. Except for himself, everyone present is an enemy. No matter how he attacks, all those he kills are enemies. There is no need to have any worries at all. Moreover, chopping waves, fist seals, etc. all have long-range attack capabilities. As long as someone targeted by Feng Yu, unless they are strong enough to dodge or block his attacks, they will only die. Looking down from above, in the central area of the inner city of Meteor Street, you can see huge chopping waves or meteor-like fist marks flying out from the dark crowd, tearing the people in their path into limbs and arms or blasting them. It exploded into a blood mist, quickly causing tragic casualties. Every second that passes brings death. Feng Yu holds a knife in his right hand and a fist in his left hand. His body moves swiftly, fighting and walking. He either uses the black knife to make fierce chops at night, or he uses his fist to make domineering fist seals. Not to mention the members of the guard force, even the Niners, even the first-rate Niners, were unable to withstand such a terrifying offensive like Feng Yu, and they continued to die amid screams. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black figure rushed over, carrying a bundle and sprinting towards Feng Yu with a palm from behind. But when the black figure's palm hit Feng Yu, the palm passed directly through, but only the afterimage left by Feng Yu was hit. Zheng! A fierce chop wave tore through, immediately cutting the black figure in half. 840's split body has no blood, but turns into a mess of dark power that dissipates into the void. He was dodged again. Why is his reaction so fast? Can he really predict other people's attacks? The black figure is a clone made of the power of darkness. In a chaotic battle, Donald landed on a building in the distance, staring at the destroyed dark clone. His face was very ugly, and he was also confused. After using his position as an elder to lure others to attack Feng Yu, Donald retreated further away instead of advancing, but it was not without taking action. He used the dark clone as an attack, trying to get close to Feng, and then used the powerful corrosive power of darkness to cause harm to Feng Yu. But just like the previous battle in the birdcage, his dark clone was avoided by Feng Yu in advance as soon as it approached, and it was also quickly eliminated, leaving Donald without any gains at all. It was fine once, but it happened every time, which undoubtedly made Donald suspicious of Feng Yu's extraordinary reaction. But even if the truth is found, the ability to sense danger cannot be cracked. Only by suppressing it head-on can Feng Yu be defeated. Boring attack. In the battlefield, Feng Yu, who killed the dark clone with one sword, quickly looked away. He naturally recognized that this move was Donald's ability, and even through the ability to sense danger, he had already locked the opponent's position. But instead of fighting with Donald, he continued to fight with other people on the field. Donald has the power to threaten himself and entangle with the opponent. Even if he wins, he will inevitably pay a certain price. Instead of doing this, it is better to pick the weak persimmons and deal with those who are easy to deal with first. The requirement of replying violence with violence is to kill everyone related to the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders is composed of the Elders of Meteor Street, but that does not mean that only the Elders of Meteor Street are within the scope of execution. The subordinates of the Elders of Meteor Street and the guard troops under the jurisdiction of the Elders Council obviously also belong to this group of people. With the 24-hour time limit, Donald did not dare to step forward at the risk of his life. So Feng Yu naturally did not mind killing as many other personnel as possible to ensure the completion of the achievement without being able to kill Donald. None has infinite possibilities, but just like the law of conservation of energy, the more extraordinary its nature is, the more difficult it is to develop. For example, in Krallo's Thief's Tips, in order to seize none's extraordinary ability from others, for stringent conditions must be met. Beej. There is also the chain of restraint developed by Kurapika. Although it can lock the enemy and force the opponent into a state of absolute, it can only be used against the Phantom Troop. Otherwise, if you violate this restriction, you will die. Therefore, although there are many Nun users in Meteor Street, most of them develop ordinary Nun, that is, conventional combat abilities. The few people who have developed extraordinary abilities cannot pose a real threat to Feng Yu, who has the ability to sense danger, due to various limitations and lack of basic combat power. In the continuous fierce battle, although Feng Yu was injured by attacks that were difficult to avoid, the injuries he suffered were unable to produce fatal flying attacks on himself. Moreover, with the help of the life fruit from the different space to supplement, he had no chance at all. Signs of decline. As a result, the battle situation was almost one-sided. Feng Yu was like harvesting wheat, using his strong posture to continuously kill the people on the Meteor Street side. Of course, the people on the Meteor Street side are also very fierce. Whether it was the temptation of the elder position or the character cultivated in a cruel environment, even if people on his side continued to die, the rest of them showed little sign of fleeing. Instead, they launched an offensive against Feng Yu more and more crazily. Boom, boom, boom. There was a dense roar, and it was clear that the guard began to use heavy weapons and rocket bombs after discovering that ordinary firearms could not cause damage to Feng Yu. If it's just one or two rockets like Yuvijin, it's enough to easily resist. But now there are dozens of rockets fired. With such continuous bombing, even with Feng Yu's defense, if he is hit, he will not only die, but at least be seriously injured. The black knife tears the void at night. Feng Yu's keen sense of danger predicted the attack of the rockets. He instantly jumped up and broke away from the besieging crowd. He glanced sharply at the numerous rockets in midair and slashed out in a row. A series of fierce chops. The rockets were all intercepted by choppers on the way. The continuous roar of explosions was like fireworks blooming, radiating scorching flames and rolling shock waves. Kindness. Just when Feng Yu intercepted the rocket bombing, he suddenly sensed the threat keenly again. His heart trembled, and he decisively used unknown Ruyan to fly away at super high speed after landing. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of rockets appeared, quickly streaking across the sky, bombarding where Feng Yu was originally, causing a violent explosion. There were many Meteor Street personnel in the area bombed by rockets. These people were originally besieging Feng Yu, but they did not expect that their own personnel would resort to rocket bombing regardless of their lives. The people at the center of the explosion were killed directly, and those further away were also blown away by the shockwave, screaming and flying backwards with blood spurting out. But the second wave of rockets was far more than just an explosion. Instead, a strange green gas filled the air after the explosion. As these green gases spread, whether it is the corpse or the ground that comes into contact, corrosion will occur immediately, causing the materials in contact to melt. Gas bomb. Feng Yu, who was far away, looked at where he was. When he saw the green gas spreading out, his eyes flashed. It seems that the people in Meteor Street were really driven into panic, and even biochemical weapons, such as poison gas bombs, were used. Feng Yu is not surprised that Meteor Street will have weapons such as gas bombs. Although this world has the extraordinary power of ninja, it does not mean that the power of technology is weak. On the contrary, the power of technology is the real mainstream. Just like the ultimate weapon, like the poor man's rose, even a monster like the Ant King cannot withstand it and is still defeated by a single bomb, let alone other mean people. Given the nature of Meteor Street, there might even be poor people there, let alone poisonous gas bombs. After all, this thing is famous for its small size and low cost. Even though, like Feng Yu's previous life, Poor Man's Rose was banned by V5 after appearing for a period of time, but secretly, it still cannot avoid circulation and is purchased by some forces and even individuals as a trump card to keep the bottom of the box. Of course, even if there really was a poor rose in Meteor Street, Feng Yu would not be afraid. Otherwise, he would not dare to launch an attack. The destructive power of the poor rose is indeed terrifying, and it is a force that Feng Yu can currently block, but he must be hit when the problem arises. Not to mention that we are now in the middle of the inner city of Meteor Street. Once the people in Meteor Street use it, they will all die together. Even if it is really used, Feng Yu can withdraw from the killing range in advance with his danger-sensing ability. Back to the fight. After discovering that the people in Meteor Street were using poison gas bombs, Inaba decisively moved at high speed. It is indeed difficult to prevent attacks like poison gas, but he will not stand there stupidly. As long as he does not enter the range of the poison gas, it will have no effect on him. On the contrary, in Feng Yu's view, the use of poison gas bombs was completely a foolish move on the part of Meteor Street. The current battle situation is very chaotic. Except for those who use gas bombs, others do not have gas masks to wear. This will inevitably increase the casualties on the Meteor Street side. It's poisonous gas. Retreat quickly. Hole. Who ordered the gas bombs to be used? Give me the gas mask quickly. Just as Feng Yu thought, as the poison gas spread, the casualties on the Meteor Street side immediately increased, either directly poisoning to death, or fleeing in embarrassment, or roaring in despair. In contrast, Feng Yu used his sense of danger to avoid the pervasive poisonous gas very well, and then took advantage of the equally intensified chaos to quickly carry out killings faster. Great Elder, this won't work. The opponent's speed is too fast, and the poison gas bombs we drop have no effect at all. A commander of the guard force reported anxiously to Donald. The use of biological and chemical weapons such as poison gas bombs, and regardless of the life and death of one's own personnel, is naturally not the decision of the guards themselves, but from Donald's platform. If gas bombs don't work, then use other weapons. In short, we must not let the other party leave here alive. Donald ordered harshly. After experiencing Feng Yu's attack and mass killing, Donald raised Feng Yu's danger to the highest level. In his opinion, as long as Feng Yu is not killed, even if the opponent is repelled this time, the opponent will most likely launch another attack later. To be more precise, it will seriously threaten his life. As long as he doesn't die himself, no matter how high the price is, he can bear it. Zheng. The huge chopping wave flew out in a fan-shaped sweep amid the roaring airwaves. Wherever it passed, it brought up large pieces of broken limbs and arms flying around. Please give me flowers? Amid the shrill screams, dozens or hundreds of people died from just one blow. Even if most of them are ordinary guards, the killing speed is still very terrifying. And killings like this happen all the time. An attack like Chopper is not only extremely lethal to a single target, but also has amazing effects when attacking in a large area. After avoiding the poisonous gas, Feng Yu continued to fight and walk, moving several streets unknowingly. At the same time, he also left corpses everywhere, letting blood infect the ground, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Yu did not stop when he sent out the chopping wave, but immediately jumped out. In the next second, several rockets shot out like meteors, bombarding and engulfing his original location. 0. It's really difficult to deal with. If it were any other force, such killings would have already shaken the morale of the army and caused the personnel to flee. The people here actually have the courage to keep rushing over. Isn't it worthy of being called Meteor Street? Feng Yu glanced at the bombardment of rockets and glanced around deeply with his eyes. The street he was on was already the same as the streets he had passed before. Not only were the buildings on both sides reduced to piles of ruins, but mutilated corpses could also be seen everywhere. But even so, a large number of guards and Nephilim still ignored the tragic casualties, crossed the ruins, stepped over the corpses, and attacked Feng Yu crazily. In such a situation, it can only be said that the people of Meteor Street are really very fierce, and it is not an exaggeration to describe them as fierce and not afraid of death. Then I'll kill you all. Feng Yu admired in his heart, but the murderous intent in his eyes was even colder. He immediately slashed another huge chop towards the attacking crowd, tearing apart the people in his path and causing a rain of blood in the sky. No matter how fierce he is, he can still be more fierce than him. Even if there are no achievements released by the system, Feng Yu will never be merciful to the enemy in battle. If you dare to grin, your teeth will be smashed. Kill. Die to me. With all kinds of roars and screams, people on the Meteor Street side kept attacking Feng Yu, either none, shooting bullets, or slashing with knives. With his feet exerting force, leaving deep footprints on the solid concrete floor, Feng Yu not only avoided the incoming attack, but also rushed into the crowd at high speed like a phantom. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the roaring roar, huge chop waves swept across and wreaked havoc with domineering power. Every time they passed, not only the people approaching were torn apart and killed, but the surrounding buildings were also cut off and collapsed, causing dust to billow and the earth to shake. No matter how fierce the momentum is, in the face of the overwhelming power gap, the situation still cannot be changed by 840. Eliminating distracting thoughts, Feng Yu is like a tireless cold machine during the killing, harvesting the lives of the enemy at a terrifying speed, causing waves of bloodshed. Feng Yu's body has long been soaked with the blood of others, and the black knife in his hand, Yi, has also changed from pitch black to dark red, as if the blood that is constantly stained has penetrated into the inside. Buzz! I don't know how long the killing lasted and how many people died. Suddenly, just when Feng Yu slashed out another huge chop wave, tearing apart and killing the people attacking from one direction, an extremely strong premonition of danger suddenly appeared. This level of danger. Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, but he immediately became vigilant in his heart. Without him, the danger he sensed this time was very strong, enough to threaten his life. Boom! The ground was shattered by the huge force erupted from his legs. Feng Yu stopped fighting instantly without any hesitation and seemed to rush away in one direction with a startling light. Bang, bang, bang. Although Feng Yu's killing methods are astonishing, there are always a steady stream of enemies surrounding him. As he rushes, he immediately collides with people in his direction. There was an endless stream of muffled crashes mixed with screams. Feng Yu used his ferocious posture to knock away all the enemies blocking his path, causing some to have their muscles and bones broken, and some to be killed on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. During Feng Yu's rapid sweep, several astonishing thoughts suddenly appeared among the crowd on Meteor Street. The thoughts stirred up the void and stirred up air waves visible to the naked eye, which also shattered and collapsed the ground where they were. Their bodies burst out at astonishing speeds, and these figures that suddenly released astonishing thoughts all chased Feng Yu, and some even directly launched terrifying attacks. A figure leapt into the air with an indifferent expression and cold eyes. The body burst out with intense light as if burning, turned into a meteor, flew across the sky, quickly caught up with Feng Yu, and fell hard with impact. Zheng! Feng Yu keenly sensed the attack from behind, turned around suddenly while rushing forward, and slashed a fierce and huge chop towards the flying meteor. Boom! Meteor collides with chopper. Feng Yu's arms have always maintained a state of the meridians. Whether it is punching or slashing, the attack burst out is extremely powerful. However, the chop wave he created did not cut the flying meteor in half like before. Instead, at the moment of collision, the meteor produced an astonishing explosion, engulfing the chop wave, and releases a fan-shaped flame impact that instantly radiates to Feng Yu's location. Boom! The flames were so powerful that they radiated nearly 100 meters away. Wherever they passed, Feng Yu and everyone in Meteor Street were engulfed. The huge shock waves surged and spread, and the earth collapsed into shaking and was even melted into crystal by the high temperature contained in the flames. In addition to the people on the Meteor Street side who were engulfed by the flames, people in the nearby area were also severely blown away by the surging shockwave, causing widespread chaos. What kind of attack is this? Is it some kind of weapon? No, this isn't an attack, but it's so powerful. Are you dead? It should be impossible to survive such an attack. When people further away saw such a terrifying attack, they hurriedly stopped and looked at the flames flowing freely in shock. Some were surprised at the source of the attack. Others expected that such an attack could kill Feng Yu, and some were even disappointed, thinking that they had missed the opportunity to become an elder. Hooray! The flames filled the air, but it did not last long, because a roaring air wave quickly rolled up from the inside, quickly blowing away the flowing flames. In the huge pit that melted into a crystalline shape, the silver threads that were woven and twisted into a ball flew and dissipated, quickly revealing Feng Yu inside. At the moment when he was engulfed by the flames, Feng Yu suddenly displayed the line barrier and turned it into an absolutely defensive ball, firmly blocking both the flames and the impact. No wonder a dead warrior type, Nin, would give me such a sense of danger. Feng Yu not only blocked the attack, but also learned the identity of the attacker. The Nin who turned into a meteor just now also died with a terrifying blow. This result seems to be that the opponent died together with Feng Yu's slash, but in fact, the attack just now was the opponent's last blow, which can be said to be the instant bloom of life. It's not surprising that there will be dead warrior-type Nin people in Meteor Street. Not to mention that Krallo, who also came from Meteor Street, has performed in this regard. Even with the cruel environment of Meteor Street, it is extremely normal for him to cultivate such a one-time combat power of 4.9. There is not only one person who appears as a dead warrior. When Feng Yu dispersed the flames, at the edge of the huge crater that collapsed, 3 figures emitting astonishing mental energy quickly rushed in and rushed towards Feng Yu in the center. These 3 figures are divided into 2 men and 1 woman, but one thing is the same, that is, these 3 people all have very exaggerated physiques. Each of them is more than 3 meters tall, and the exposed strong body is even more broken. The porcelain has dense cracks, as if it will fall apart at any time. There were no words, only the astonishing speed and terrifying thoughts that erupted, disrupting and tearing apart the air and ground wherever they passed. Feng Yu's eyes quickly glanced at the three people who were attacking together, and found that the three people's bodies were abnormal. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and they instantly spun on the spot like a top. Zhong! As the body rotated, the Black Sword Knight burst released a huge circular chop, expanded rapidly, and immediately met the three people who were attacking. Except for one of the men who jumped up in time to avoid it, the other men and women all collided with the ferocious and expanding waves. To be more precise, when the slashing attacks hit the man and the woman, they crossed their arms to block, causing the slashes to hit their arms hard. Boom, boom! Explosive roars echoed, and the roaring and violent impact tore through the void and the surrounding ground, causing strong vibrations. The man and woman who blocked had their arms torn apart by the ferocious chop. They were forced to stop and retreat, and their feet plowed back long ravines. But this is already an amazing performance. With both arms in a meridian state, the power of Feng Yu's chop is terrifying. These two people only had their arms injured, rather than being cut in half directly, which proved that they were extremely powerful in defense. 14 as for the man who jumped into the air to avoid the chopping wave. After he jumped some distance and landed, he immediately trampled a deep hole in the ground where he was, and then rushed to Feng Yu as fast as lightning. With a punch, the powerful force stirred the void and stirred up layers of air currents, like meteors flying by. Such power is difficult for even a top enhancer like Yuvijin to withstand. Feng Yu also rarely showed a hint of dignity when he understood the opponent's attack. The two men and one woman now had an extremely strong and frightening burst of air conditioning on their bodies. But this astonishing thought energy is different from the normal thought energy, and it is somewhat inclined to the thought of death. Such thoughts are enough to prove that these three people are the same as the previous one, and they're also dead warrior-type Nin people. In the later stage of the original plot, Gon, because of Kate's death, in order to take revenge, he did not hesitate to use extreme restrictions and vows to force himself to grow, like the ultimate sublimation, breaking out into the strongest state he could achieve in his life. But this kind of restriction and oath is not the most demanding. After all, Gon did not die after the outbreak. Although not everyone has the potential of Gon, but restricted by the most demanding life, the power unleashed is still very terrifying. Feng Yu didn't know what level the man in front of him was originally in terms of strength, but with the speed and power that the other person was currently erupting, he was already at a level that threatened top Nin players. The art of war is as difficult to know as darkness. The fist filled with terrifying power was swung in the air, and Feng Yu used the heart drop fist and his super fast speed to change his position in an instant. Boom! The rolling wind of the fist was shaped like a shockwave, tearing up the soil and gravel on the ground in front of it, extending more than 10 meters away, forming a messy, trench-like crack. Zhong! The sharp sword light bloomed. Feng Yu appeared behind the opponent like a ghost, and the black knife turned into black lightning and slashed hard at the opponent's neck. There was no dodging. This dead warrior-type nerve discovered Feng Yu's counterattack, but instead of dodging like a normal person, he turned around and whipped Feng Yu's chest with his divine fist. Poof! Boom! With blood splattering, Feng Yu cut off the opponent's head with one knife, but was also hit in the chest by the opponent's whipped fist before death. His whole body flew backwards like a cannonball, and instantly hit the arc-shaped cliff formed by the edge of the pit. Superior. A dull crash sounded, soil and fine stones flew around, and a large crater appeared on the curved cliff, with Feng Yu's body embedded deeply in it. The fighting method of dying together is really in line with the meaning of the existence of the dead warrior-type Nin. Feng Yu coughed out a mouthful of blood. The thread armor covering his chest had a dented fist mark. He looked at the body in the distance that had been decapitated and fell to the ground, feeling silent in his heart. Mastering the hard drop fist he reacted so quickly. With a blow before the opponent's death, he instantly cast the line of armor on his chest. But even so, the powerful force erupted by the opponent still injured him. For this type of dead warrior, death is only a matter of time, and being able to injure the enemy before death is already a victory. In a different space, several more life fruits exploded, and the life energy contained in them was immediately integrated into the body, recovering from injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Feng Yu did not pause at all, and quickly ejected from the cliff he was trapped in and swept away to one side. Boom! A figure came as fast as lightning, and with a flying kick, it trampled the pit created by Feng Yu. The terrifying force immediately collapsed the cliff and created a huge gap, causing a roar and explosion, and the entire pit was all shook violently. This figure is one of the other two dead warrior-type ninjas. Although the fierce chopper sent by Feng Yu caused serious injuries to the opponent's arms, it obviously did not make him give up the fight. He calmed down and immediately launched an attack on Feng Yu. The same is true for another dead warrior-type nin. When Feng Yu moved to one side to dodge, he was intercepted by another dead soldier-type, Nin 840 on the way. It's obvious that their bodies are like balloons that are inflated to the limit and ready to burst at any time. But these three dead warrior-type nin people all have indifferent expressions on their faces, with no unnecessary emotions at all. The person who intercepted Feng Yu is the female, none among them. This person, with her palm raised like a knife, flew towards Feng Yu and slashed at Feng Yu fiercely. Moving his feet, Feng Yu keenly understood the opponent's arrival and quickly changed direction. When avoiding the opponent's hand sword attack, he turned around and slashed at Black Blade Knight, avoiding the opponent's huge arc-shaped chop. Boom! The chopping wave hit the female ninja in an instant, and the strong impact spread, tearing cracks into the surrounding ground and causing chaos in the nearby void. Blood splattered. Feng Yu's slash was very fast, making it difficult for the opponent to dodge and block. His body was torn with bone-deep knife marks, and his whole body was sent flying and landed more than 10 meters away. Just the next second, the female nun immediately jumped up, completely ignoring the loss of blood, and chased Feng Yu again with an expressionless face. The same goes for the male, Nin, who kicked the cliff into pieces. After missing the blow, he immediately found Feng Yu's figure and sprinted away quickly. It is not a restriction and an oath to kill in one blow, but to be able to explode such power, the restrictions and oaths must be very harsh, which means that the lives of these two people are most likely to have entered the final countdown, and the delaying tactic is the best way. Maybe he was born with a big heart. The more intense the battle, the calmer Feng Yu became. After a short exchange, Feng Yu had already roughly guessed the situation of the two people at present, including the person he had killed before. Dead warrior types can basically be divided into two types. The first type is a one-hit type, which means you will die immediately after one hit. The second type is a short-lived type, similar to the Black and Gone, allowing oneself to be fully sublimated in a short period of time. The two people now have launched attacks but did not die immediately, so they're most likely to belong to the second type of Death Warrior type nin. Feng Yu does not need to confront these two people head-on. He only needs to persist until the two people's explosive period has passed, and then he can win. But Feng Yu did not relax, because the strong sense of danger did not land, but instead surrounded his heart, keeping him on high alert. Will there be only 4 Death Soldier type, none in Meteor Street? The answer is obviously no. Just as Feng Yu and the 2 Death Soldier type Nephilim were fighting in the pit, another figure quickly came over from the edge of the pit. This is a beautiful-looking woman, but her face and eyes have the indifference unique to the Dead Warrior type. In other words, this woman is a Dead Warrior type ninja. She appeared on the edge of the pit. After seeing Feng Yu in the pit, she immediately pulled out a short knife from her waist and inserted it into her heart without hesitation. Poof! The short knife sank into the heart, and it also pierced the heart. As the blood spattered, the woman's eyes immediately dimmed, but an astonishing amount of thought energy suddenly erupted from her body. Buzz! At the cost of death, red energy appeared around the huge pit, rose into the sky, and merged in midair, forming a square barrier in an instant. And even the ground beneath the pit has a barrier that completely seals off the interior. As soon as the huge square barrier was formed, ripples began to ripple in the sky inside the barrier, forming a dark hollow. This is a space-type nun, and someone connects to the inside of the barrier through the nun. When the dark hole appeared, a pointed object several meters long immediately fell from it. To be more precise, it was an S-1 bomb. The S-1 bomb is one of the technological weapons in this world. Although it cannot be compared with the poor rose, it still has terrifying lethality. The explosion range alone is enough to cover a radius of 500 meters, and the high temperature generated will melt even steel instantly. Not to mention top-level Nieners. Even world-class Nieners will only die if faced with such a destructive technological weapon. Whoosh! Mud and rocks flew and exploded into craters. The moment the red barrier was formed and the S-1 bomb was sent into the barrier by the space-type nerve, a figure rose into the sky to meet the falling S-1 bomb. All things are attracted by heaven. The figure rising into the sky is none other than Feng Yu. Although the two dead warrior type, none launched an offensive without fear of death, let alone injuring Feng Yu. Even if they delayed it, it would be difficult for them to do so. It was as if he had anticipated the emergence of the S-1 bomb a long time ago and had no means of dealing with it when it first appeared. A clockwise rotating vortex condensed in his right palm, and powerful suction exploded. Feng Yu raised his hand to grab it, and before the 5-1 bomb detonated, it was already sucked into the alien space within his body. The S-1 bomb has terrible destructive power, but before it explodes, it is just a metal lump made of various materials. Feng Yu naturally has no pressure at all if he wants to absorb Jiangji into a different space. Moreover, the different space formed by the extension of the absorption characteristic is similar to a storage space, and items entering it will be imprisoned and remain in the state they just entered. Is this the real killing move? It's obvious that the Death Soldier type nun was sent to deal with me, but in fact it was just to delay my actions. I can only say that the idea is good, but it is of no use to me. The killing move that was originally a decisive blow disappeared in an instant as the bomb was absorbed by Feng Yu, just like a joke. Feng Yu, who fell from the air, followed one of the dangers he sensed and stared into the distance in a certain direction outside the barrier with cold eyes. This sense of danger came from Donald. When Feng Yu was fighting with the people on Meteor Street, Donald not only did not participate in it, but instead quietly evacuated to a distance. However, the opponent obviously did not really give up the offensive against Feng Yu, but chose to hide and conduct command from behind to avoid the danger on the front line. Similarly, only Donald has the right to dispatch Death Soldier-type ninjas and even drop weapons of mass destruction, such as Type 5-1 bombs. The gaze only lasted for a moment, and Feng immediately looked towards the bottom of the fall. The appearance of the barrier and the S-1 bomb did not affect the two Death Soldier-type nin at all. Although Feng Yu was intercepted and rushed into the air, when Feng Yu fell down, the two nin warriors immediately smashed the ground and jumped up high, punching Feng Yu. Wings of thread, silver wings extended from his back, fanning and whipping up roaring airwaves. Feng Yu immediately changed his direction, avoiding the approaching two people, and swung his sword to create a huge chop. The chopping wave tore through the void, setting off layers of airwaves, which completely enveloped the two dead warrior-type Nin warriors, causing them to quickly raise their arms to block. Amid the fierce roar, blood spattered and swayed. The sharp chop once again tore deep wounds into their arms, causing them to fly backwards and even hit a barrier in the distance. Bang bang! The defense of the red barrier is very strong, otherwise it would not be relied on to block Feng Yu. In the dull impact, the barrier that was hit remained motionless, causing the two dead warrior-type Nin who hit it to pause for a moment like hanging paintings, and then smashed along the barrier to the ground below. Suddenly, the indifferent expression of one of them changed when he just landed. His face became full of pain, and he let out a shrill scream. Blood splashed out from the dense cracks on his body, as if for nothing, and the surrounding ground was infected everywhere. Amidst the shrill screams, the dead warrior type Neen fell to the ground with a convulsion and lost his life in the blink of an eye. His body even withered and shrank into an unknown substance. Have you reached your limit? The wings of the thread flapped, causing Feng Yu to hover in midair. He saw one of them suddenly die tragically, and his eyes flashed slightly. This death warrior type Nun person will die suddenly and violently, undoubtedly because his body has reached its limit and collapsed due to the backlash of his own Nun. As for the other person, perhaps because he is stronger, he can still hold on. It's just that the time that can be maintained will not be long. Maybe the next second will follow the footsteps of the former, and the body will collapse and die. Kindness. Feng Yu did not stop because one of them died suddenly. He was preparing to send out another chop wave from 840 to attack the remaining person, causing the opponent to collapse faster or delaying it. But suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His heart trembled, and he immediately rose into the sky again, shooting towards the barrier above. Wow! When approaching the barrier, Feng Yu's speed did not slow down. His body flashed, and he suddenly appeared at a height of more than 100 meters above the barrier. And then, without any pause, he continued to fly towards the sky at the fastest speed. Space teleportation. After continuous development, Feng Yu's current movement distance is up to 150 meters, and the activation time is more than 2 seconds. Not to mention the former, the activation time of the latter is mainly to condense the power of space. To put it simply, Feng Yu is like a container. The power of space is water. When the water fills the container, Feng Yu can move in space. Although, due to the capacity of the container, the water that can be accommodated is currently only enough to initiate one spatial movement, but this water does not have to be injected on the spot, but can be injected in advance. Beach. If water is injected in advance, Feng Yu will have a chance to immediately initiate space movement. That's the situation now. As the best life-saving move, how could Feng Yu ignore this move? So he had already gathered the power of space and could launch a space movement at any time. Just like the way the S-1 bomb appeared, the defense of the red barrier was strong, but it was unable to defend against space capabilities, which allowed Feng Yu to easily teleport outside. As for why Feng Yu suddenly teleported outside the barrier and flew towards the sky, the reason was simple. A new wave of attacks was coming. Just as Feng Yu flew into the sky, a dark hole immediately appeared outside the red barrier, and this time several S-1 bombs fell from it. Donald retreated to the rear and hid behind the scenes, but he obviously also used some method to see the frontline battle situation on Feng's side. Feng Yu absorbed the 5-1 bomb with the Vientiane sky trap, which was absolutely unexpected, but this does not mean that he will give up attacking because of this. Since the bombs dropped into the barrier will be absorbed by Feng Yu, they should be dropped directly outside the barrier. With the power of the S-1 bomb, the red barrier cannot stop it at all. Similarly, Feng Yu, who is within the barrier, can no longer absorb the S-1 bomb. The above is the reason for the second wave of bomb dropping. Several S-1 bombs fell from the dark void and hit the ground outside the barrier. The next second, a light strong enough to blind people burst out. Rumble. Several bombs simultaneously exploded in an earth-shattering explosion. If you play it in slow motion, you can see that the red barrier at the center of the explosion was shattered by the terrifying impact. The dead soldier type, none in it, was also exposed to the high temperature released by the explosion, melted to ashes in the flames. In addition, there are many people from Meteor Street outside the red barrier. These people obviously have no idea that their leaders would frantically drop weapons of great destructiveness, such as 5-1 bombs, especially outside the boundary. The result can be imagined. In the terrifying high-temperature flames and shock waves, everyone outside the circle was torn to pieces and incinerated in an instant, and they didn't even have time to scream. Countless pieces of soil were lifted up like a tsunami, and the entire inner city of Meteor Street was shaking. Looking from a distance, one could shockingly see a huge, overlapping mushroom cloud rising in the city. The explosion range of the one bomb is 500 meters. If several bombs explode together, the power generated is naturally more terrifying. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters disappeared in the flames caused by the explosion. And at the edge, there was a huge shock wave that was wildly surging, knocking down the ground and buildings wherever it passed. As for personnel, the results were naturally not much better. Even if they're not in the center of the explosion, the shock wave of radiation alone is enough to make the Neen unable to withstand it, and his internal organs will rupture and die from the terrible impact. My legs, please save me. I don't believe in death. Why? When the roar caused by the explosion disappeared, what was ushered in were screams, wails, and murmurs. It can be seen that there is a depression within the explosion range, and there is a deep pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters in the center. The soil inside has turned into flowing molten magma, exuding scorching heat. Outside the scope of the explosion, the huge shock wave turned countless buildings into ruins, and in these ruins, bloody corpses and many wailing disabled figures could be seen everywhere. Even those who were far away and not affected too much looked at the scene in front of them with confused expressions. The casualties caused by this astonishing explosion were so tragic that even the previous killings by Feng Yu were far incomparable. Even first-class Neen people are no different from ordinary people in such an explosion, and they die like ants. Ruthless enough. Nearly 1,000 meters high in the sky, he avoided the core explosion range in time and blocked the aftermath of the impact that swept upwards. After stabilizing his body, Feng Yu immediately looked down at the city below. Even Feng Yu felt chilled when he saw that an area of the city seemed to have been dug away and the tragic scene was presented. It is absolutely a crazy act to drop large-scale bombs in the city and among the crowds. If the first drop of bombs inside the barrier was a somewhat rational act, then the second wave of bomb attacks outside the barrier was considered crazy. After all, the former is just a bomb, and it is blocked by a barrier. Even if it cannot completely block the explosion, it can contain the power of the explosion within the barrier to the greatest extent. But the latter is different. This is a complete disregard for the life and death of one's own personnel. Even if Feng Yu didn't escape, the final result would be to injure the enemy by 1,000 and damage himself by 800. Did you retreat? Just as Feng Yu was overlooking the city below, new changes also appeared in the city after the explosion. Except for those who were severely disabled and unable to move, the rest of the people were at a loss and silently moved away from the city. People in Meteor Street are not afraid of death because of the cruel living environment, but it does not mean that they do not know how to cherish life. On the contrary, not fearing death is just another way of living. In other words, not fearing death is just to survive. Just like the previous fight between Feng Yu and the Meteor Street personnel, the Meteor Street personnel would be so fierce and fearless in killing Feng Yu. On the one hand, it was because of the interests of the elder position. In addition, it is also because they believe that only by killing Feng Yu can they survive. But now things are starting to change. The crazy move of dropping high-destruction bombs has exceeded the upper limit of the survival concept of Meteor Street personnel. No one can be truly stupid. Those who survived had obviously understood the ruthlessness and selfish desires of their leaders from the explosion of the 5-to-1 bomb. It can be said that this wave of explosions not only caused tragic casualties, but also blew up the hearts and minds of the Meteor Street side. Feng Yu noticed the crowd retreating outside the city. His eyes flickered, and he immediately guessed the reason. Well, the previous killings have ensured the completion of the achievement. Now that these people have left, I can safely solve the final target. With a flash of light in his eyes, Feng Yu did not hesitate and immediately swooped towards somewhere in the city below, condensing the power of space. 1 second, 2 seconds. When the power of space is fully condensed, Feng Yu also appears in the sky above the target location. You like dropping bombs so much, don't you? Let me give you a try too. A counterclockwise rotating vortex appeared on the right palm, and the one bomb that had been absorbed before was immediately released from the counterclockwise rotating vortex. Below is a villa area. Because it is not the core area of the city, the previous big explosion did not have much impact here. The target of Feng Yu's swooping was one of the villas. The S-1 bomb released from the different space also targeted this villa. When the S-1 bomb was released, Feng Yu immediately used spatial movement, teleporting as far as 150 meters upwards, and then continued to fly upwards at high speed without stopping. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose again from the city. The dropped S-1 bomb accurately hit the target's villa, and then the illiterate bright light bloomed, and then there was an earth-shattering explosion amidst the deafening roar. Terrifying high-temperature flames and violent shock waves wreaked havoc with radiation. The ground shook violently, and countless pieces of debris were thrown up. Not only did the target villa disappear instantly in the explosion, but other villas in the entire villa area were also shattered and collapsed in the huge shock wave radiated, turning into ruins everywhere. In the sky above the explosion, Feng Yu, who flew out of the explosion area, stopped and looked down at the mushroom cloud rising below. At the same time, the roaring shock wave carrying the heat wave also quickly hit from the bottom up. The astonishing mental energy wrapped around the body turned into a powerful defense, and the constantly flapping wings of the thread also rolled up whistling air waves to resist the shock wave. Please give me flowers. During the small swing, Feng Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked down at the situation below. With the help of danger sensing ability, although Donald was well hidden, Feng Yu still found the hiding place of the other party by relying on the dangerous aura that the other party brought to him. It is also the villa where he is currently dropping the 5-1 bomb. The rising mushroom cloud lasted for a while and then slowly dispersed, allowing Feng Yu to see the situation below. The villa area has been reduced to ruins, and, at the same time, the core of the explosion is also a huge crater with molten flow. Dug out. Feng Yu looked down at the bottom of the huge pit. His eyes flashed quickly, and he immediately swooped down and appeared above the huge pit. At the same time, he could clearly see that there was a layer of cracked stone at the bottom of the molten flow. 0. Could it be that Donald would choose to hide here? It turns out that there is another mystery under the villa, and a solid defense similar to an air raid shelter has been built. The danger sense that Donald brought me is still here, which means that the other party is still alive and hiding down here. Feng Yu looked down at the stone layer at the bottom of the pit. His sight seemed to penetrate the stone layer. Saw Donald hiding in it. Zheng! Black knife knight swung out, and the huge arc-shaped chop that burst out struck the stone layer below fiercely, causing violent vibrations and radiation of roaring airwaves. The gravel flew away, and a long crack several meters deep was torn apart on the exposed stone layer. So strong. Feng Yu frowned slightly when he saw the damage caused by Chopper. Although in order to reduce consumption, the meridians of both arms were released when avoiding the shocking explosion, the slashes made with his power were still very sharp and powerful. It only tore out cracks several meters deep. The solidity of this stone layer is probably no less than that of steel. Round, the majestic thought energy erupted from the spirit sky, turned into an invisible and qualityless perception ability, and instantly spread to the stone layer below. The perception of this circle can penetrate physical objects such as walls, but if you want to pass through the physical object, it will also consume more thought energy, and the perception will also be weakened. This is also the reason why when you step on the ground and use circle to sense, the spherical sensing area is formed with the sole of the foot as the bottom instead of the body as the center of the circle. If it were someone else, even a nun master who is extremely good at circle, if he wanted to extend his perception underground, he would not be able to extend the distance, even by using cluster extension. But Feng Yu is different. Not to mention the mind energy reserve of the Yin Seal. But with his own potential energy, once Feng Yu uses the circle to the limit, even if it extends in a spherical form, it can reach a radius of nearly 400 meters. And if the Yin 857 seal is used, the huge reserve of mind energy will exceed the radius of 1 kilometer. This is still a spherical shape. If it is changed to a clustered shape that is easier to extend, the distance will undoubtedly be further lengthened. So thick, forming a clustered extension of his perception, Feng Yu used his majestic thoughts to forcefully penetrate the stone layer and even captured Donald hiding underneath. But the thickness of the stone layer also made Feng Yu frown. The stone layer at the bottom of the huge pit is not only strong, but also surprisingly thick, almost 50 meters thick. That is to say, Feng Yu's thoughts are majestic. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they might not be able to penetrate such a thick stone layer. After determining the thickness of the stone layer, Feng Yu immediately extended his circle perception towards the surroundings, trying to find the entrance. However, Donald obviously left no loopholes. Feng Yu quickly found the suspected entrance, but this location had been closed by thick metal doors. Breaking through these metal doors is no less difficult than entering directly through the stone layer. Do you think you can stop me like this? The entrance is closed, and the defense is extremely strong. It can be said that even Feng Yu, it is not easy to break through the defense and enter. But Feng Yu sneered in his heart. Whoosh! With the power of space flowing around his body, Feng Yu decisively launched the space movement, and the whole thing disappeared in one fell swoop. He condensed the power of space again immediately after launching the space movement. Although the stone layer is strong and thick, it cannot isolate the movement of space. The stone room, which is similar to an air raid shelter, is almost half the area of a football field and is about 10 meters high. It can be said to be very spacious. There is a generator roaring in the corner, providing electricity for the lights in this stone chamber. It does not appear dim at all, but is very bright. At the same time, the stone chamber is not completely closed, but has clever vents to ensure air circulation inside the stone chamber. In addition, there are a large amount of living materials accumulated in the stone chamber, enough for people to survive here for a long time. Time goes back to when several S-1 bombs detonated in the middle of the city. Even though the astonishing big explosion was far away and located deep underground in the stone chamber, the strong impact caused by it still caused faint vibrations to be transmitted to the stone chamber. Damn it, why can't I kill him? The vibration caused some dust to shake off the walls of the stone chamber, and the sound of Donald gritting his teeth was also heard. There were 3 people in the stone room, namely Donald and 2 women. Donald didn't say anything, except for 1 young and 1 older. The 2 women with him had no distinctive appearance, and were of an ordinary level that you wouldn't find if you were thrown into a crowd. But one thing worth noting is that Xingdu behaves very indifferently and is very similar to the death warrior type nun who fought with Feng Yu. In other words, these 2 women are also death warrior type nun. The dead soldier type Nin who was trained by Donald was named Shadow by him. There are 7 members in total, from Shadow to Shadow 7. The 2 women now are the last 2 remaining members. The older one is Shadow 1, and the younger one is Shadow 6. It can be seen that Ying Lu's eyes are like projectors, projecting a 3-dimensional picture in the void opposite, as if playing a movie. However, it is obviously impossible to actually play a movie. The projected picture is actually a scene similar to God's perspective. The center of the picture always surrounds a figure, that is Feng Yu. It's like Donald is not at the scene, but he can accurately know the situation on the front line, where Feng Yu is, and uses this to dispatch dead soldiers and drop 5-1 bombs. The reason for all this lies in the scene in front of me. Heaven's Eye, you can lock the people you have seen for 24 hours, and then conduct long-distance detection and projection like a God's perspective during this time. This is the nun Kage 6 has mastered. This is where Donald's anger comes from, because through the picture projected by Ying Lu, he saw that when the 5-1 bomb dropped detonated, Feng Yu escaped from the barrier and flew into the sky, avoiding the explosion. Because of his fear of Feng Yu, Donald did not dare to risk a life-and-death fight with Feng Yu. But also because of his strong fear, he used a very extreme method to directly drop weapons of mass destruction, such as -1 bombs in the city. He thought that due to the delay of the dead soldiers he sent, the power of the 5-to-1 bomb would be enough to eliminate Feng Yu. But the result was obviously beyond his expectation. Master, do you still need to continue dropping bombs on 4.9? Just when Donald was angry, the figure on the other side of him spoke expressionlessly. It could be seen that in addition to sufficient supplies in the stone room, there are also several 5-to-1 bombs on the wall on one side. In other words, the S1 bombs dropped previously came from here. Teleport. As long as the coordinates are determined, all materials, including life, can be teleported through space. The farther the distance, the greater the cost. Once the upper limit is exceeded, life can be used as consumption. This is none that Shadow 1 has mastered. The S1 bombs dropped on Feng Yu were executed by Ing Yi under Donald. It has to be said that Donald is very cautious. Even though he has the greatest power in Meteor Street, he still has many trump cards prepared for himself. In addition to building a secret air raid shelter for himself, he also prepared weapons of mass destruction such as S1 bombs and arranged Ing Yi and Ing Lu, 2 Death Warrior type nun, here for a long time. Just like what happened to Feng Yu before. If it weren't for Feng Yu's excellent ability, he might have been killed when the 5-to-1 bomb was dropped. Moreover, teleportation. None can also teleport living creatures through space. This undoubtedly means that once the last moment comes, Donald can still use Shadow 1's Nun to teleport himself out of Meteor Street and avoid danger. Donald regained some composure from his anger after hearing Ing Yi's words. Now is not the time to be angry. The enemy is far more difficult than he expected. The most important thing now is to get rid of Feng Yu. 14. After the severe damage and tragic casualties caused by the S1 bomb, Donald was not too worried. Damage can be repaired and personnel can be replenished. Even if the hearts of the people are lost, he is confident that with his own skills and abilities, as long as he can deal with Feng Yu, he can still firmly control Meteor Street. A flash of cruelty flashed in Donald's eyes, and he was immediately ready to letting you drop a 5-to-1 bomb again. Now that you have started, there is no need to stop. No matter how many people die, as long as he can survive the difficulties, then everything will be worth it. He did not believe that Feng Yu could always dodge, but as long as he succeeded once, the power of the 5-to-1 bomb would be enough to decide the outcome. As for whether continuing to drop 5-to-1 bombs would aggravate the trauma to Meteor Street, Donald didn't think about it at all. The greater the power, the colder the mind. This may not be absolute, but it is true of most people in power, and Donald is no exception. Boom! Donald was ready to continue dropping 5-to-1 bombs. But before he could speak, the image projected by Shadow 6 quickly changed. The picture presented was that of Feng Yu suddenly swooping down and dropping the 5-to-1 bomb he had absorbed before heading toward the location where Donald was hiding. Even though it was located deep underground and had strong defenses, when the S1 bomb that fell head-on exploded, the astonishing power it produced was still transmitted through the stone chamber, causing violent vibrations. Is this an S1 bomb? The first S1 bomb was not destroyed by the opponent, but was it contained using some kind of ability? The strong vibration caused dust to shake off the stone room. The 3 people in the stone room, including Donald, were shaken by the sudden vibration and almost fell to the ground. Quickly steadying his body, Donald glanced at the projection maintained by Ing Lu inadvertently. When he saw the astonishing explosion and mushroom cloud that appeared, his face showed surprise. Being able to see the scene with Feng Yu as the center in a way similar to a god's perspective does not mean that you can understand the abilities Feng Yu can exert. Feng Yu used Vientiane Sky to absorb the first S1 bomb. From Donald's perspective, he thought Feng Yu had used some ability to destroy the 5-to-1 bomb in advance. But now, as the 5-to-1 bomb was also dropped by Feng Yu, he immediately realized that he had guessed wrong. Feng Yu did not destroy the S1 bomb, but stored it, and there were also the bomb hit itself. Wait, why was he able to find this place? Could it be that he was able to lock my location? Suddenly, Donald thought of another situation, and his expression changed accordingly. The place where he was hiding was built in secret. Even the original craftsmen were silenced. It can be said that apart from him, only Ying Yi and Ying Lu, who were stationed here, knew about it. It is naturally impossible for Ying Yi and Ying Lu to leak the secret, so it can only be that Feng Yu locked his position in some unknown way. Donald reacted quickly, but so did Feng Yu's actions. Just after the explosion, before Donald could make a new move, the perception of the circle was transmitted through the thick stone layer into the stone room, making Donald aware of it immediately. Just when he noticed it, not far away from him, Feng Yu flashed in and out of space. Lifeline meridians. Teleporting down, Feng Yu's eyes were sharply locked on the three Donalds not far away. Mysterious silver lines appeared on his arms again, and at the same time, he slashed out with his sword. Boom! The air was violently torn and howled like a moan, with layers of air waves churning, and huge and sharp-chopped waves struck Donald and the three of them in an instant. Damn! When Donald saw Feng Yu's sudden appearance, the violent fluctuations in his mind caused his pupils to shrink into symptoms. Then, when he saw the huge, tearing chop, he jumped up in a hurry. Poof! Boom! Blood splattered. Donald dodged Zhambu's attack in time, but Shadow 1 and Shadow 6, who were with him, did not have this ability. These two 857 Death Soldier type, none, may have developed some powerful attack moves under strict restrictions and oaths, but their basic strength is only close to the first-class level. When the huge chop wave came, the two of them didn't even have time to react. Their bodies were cut off by the chop wave, and they died tragically on the spot. The chopping wave, carrying the residual power, continued to fly forward, and finally hit the wall in the distance. Amidst the muffled roar, long cracks were torn out of the solid wall, and a violent wind-like air wave was also stirred up. Many materials in the stone room were thrown away and disturbed. Donald, who jumped into the air, saw Ying 1 and 6 being killed below, especially the death of Ying 1, which instantly shocked and angered him. Ying Yi's none was his last resort. He was originally prepared to let the opponent teleport him out of Meteor Street once he was unable to defeat him. But now, Feng Yu suddenly arrived and killed Ying Yi in an instant. This undoubtedly made Donald lose his way out, and he could only fight to the death with Feng Yu. Dark Blade. Losing his way out, and in a state of shock and anger, Donald's veins popped out on his forehead. He immediately looked at Feng Yu. His right palm turned into a knife, and he slashed out a huge black air blade. The scale of the black air blade is completely different from the chop wave Feng Yu slashed. It is very huge. Moreover, the power of darkness contained in it also gives people a strong sense of foreboding. After people see it, their souls will feel dusty, making it difficult to concentrate. This is the power of darkness. In addition to physical destructiveness, it also has spiritual attacks. It's just that such a mental attack has no effect on Feng Yu. The training in the practice space and the meditation method have already tempered his will and spirit like steel. When the blade of darkness flew towards him, Feng Yu took off his left hand from the handle of the knife, and with a sharp look in his eyes, he immediately punched out Shirlai's fist mark. Boom! The fist seal that looked like a meteor collided with the blade of darkness halfway. In an instant, a huge ring of air waves radiated out, causing the stone chamber to shake. In the brief confrontation, Balai's fist seal gained the upper hand with unparalleled power and scattered the dark blade. However, during the collision, the blade of darkness also used terrible corrosiveness to greatly reduce the power of the fist seal, turning it from its original solid state to illusory and weak. Claws of darkness. His left hand took over the attack. After slashing out the dark blade, Donald saw that the dark blade was scattered and quickly struck out with his left hand into a claw. The dark power as rich as ink burst out again, turning into sharp claws the size of millstones, and one claw struck the fist mark that continued to fly. The power of the fist seal has been greatly reduced, and it is unable to fight against the claws of darkness. It is easily defeated by the claws of darkness, and at the same time, it quickly grabs Feng Yu with its claws without losing its power. Whoosh! Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately used unknowable as een and swept away at an astonishing speed, avoiding the claws of darkness. Shichichi. The claws of darkness bombarded the ground where Feng Yu was originally located, seemingly scratching it to pieces, but in reality it was more like corrosion, instantly causing a claw-marked pit to appear on the solid ground. All things are attracted by heaven. While moving at an astonishing speed, Feng Yu did not attack Donald again, but instantly swept to an edge of the stone chamber, and then a clockwise rotating vortex appeared in his left palm. Boom! Powerful suction burst out, and the S-1 bombs not far away were instantly absorbed into the different space by Feng Yu. It's best to dispose of such dangerous items first. Feeling the S-1 bomb entering the different space, the moment Feng Yu stopped, he looked coldly at Donald, who landed in the distance. The danger of 5-1 bombs is naturally very high, especially in a closed environment. Feng Yu, with his ability to sense danger, immediately discovered the 5-1 bomb placed in the stone chamber and vigilantly chose to dispose of it first. It's this ability again. He took away the 5-1 bomb to prevent the bombs from detonating in the aftermath of the battle. This is exactly what I want. Donald kept his eyes locked on Feng Yu. Regarding Feng Yu taking away the 5-1 bomb, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately understood what Feng Yu did. And, at the same time, he felt slightly relieved. He just ignored the remaining S-1 bombs because the situation was too urgent. If these S-1 bombs are accidentally detonated in the next battle, then given the current environment, they will inevitably die together. Although the current situation is beyond Donald's expectation, and he is very afraid of Feng Yu, this obviously does not mean that he is willing to die with Feng Yu. At least he won't have this idea until he loses. Just because he is worried about Feng Yu doesn't mean he thinks he has no chance of winning. He was unwilling to fight head-on before, just because he was unwilling to take risks. The Way of Soldiers, Divine Fist, Chishu Rulin. With his left hand in a fist, Feng Yu's process of absorbing the 5-1 bomb actually happened in an instant. When Feng Yu looked at Donald, he immediately took action again. Even though he was attacking with a single punch, Feng Yu still blasted out fist seals with both strength and speed in an instant. Compared with Ji Rufeng, although Su Rulin's fist speed is not as fast as Ji Rufeng, he makes up for it in terms of strength. Especially the attack situation is like an airtight and dense army, leaving people with nowhere to hide. Able to confront head-on, Dark Tide, Donald's reaction was very fast. When Feng Yu displayed his Su Rulin, he responded immediately, with both palms stacked up, sweeping out a wave of majestic dark power. Boom, boom, boom. When the dense fist seals and the dark wave met, the fist marks caused the dark wave to explode into punch holes, and, at the same time, it also prevented the sweeping dark wave from moving forward. However, the majestic power of darkness also continuously erodes and dissolves the bombarded fist marks, making it difficult for the fist marks to be truly blasted through. That dark clone. In the stalemate between the fist seal and the wave of darkness, the surging power of darkness spread from Donald's body and quickly condensed into a pitch-black clone beside him. Once the dark clone was formed, it moved quickly, detoured from one side, crossed the waves of darkness and fist marks, and rushed towards Feng Yu from the side. Shadow Rider Line. Feng Yu caught the dark clone rushing towards him with his peripheral vision. Countless threads erupted from his body in an instant, condensing the shadow riding clone, allowing it to quickly attack. Grabbing it with his right hand, he took the lead when the shadow rider met the dark clone. He used a 5-color thread to draw out sharp threads and cut them towards the opponent. The dark clone did not evade or retreat, but also blasted out a claw directly facing Qian Li's face against the torn 5-color thread. TSK, or the 5-color thread, cut the dark clone's palm with its extraordinary sharpness, but as the power of darkness surged, the cut palm quickly recovered and hit the shadow riding thread's right hand with claw. Bang! The hands collided, and a rapid blast of air radiated out, shattering the materials scattered around and flying them away. The palm of the dark clone collapsed like an explosion, but the right hand of the Shadow Rider was also horribly eroded and quickly dissolved into nothingness. What is this energy that is very similar to the thought of death? Its lethality is so terrifying. Feng Yu's eyes quickly scanned the battle on the other side of the shadow riding line. He found that Shadow Qixian's right hand was eroded and melted by the power of darkness. His expression remained unchanged, but he was very vigilant in the battle with Donald. Feng Yu had always used long-range attacks, not the close attacks he was best at. On the one hand, this is because of the ability of the 100-step Divine Fist, which allows his punches and slashes to be powerful under long-range attacks without being affected. But on the other hand, it is also because Feng Yu is afraid of the opponent's dark power. Although he is not aware of the existence of the power of darkness, it does not prevent him from recognizing the danger of this power of darkness. The strange corrosiveness always makes Feng Yu's danger-sensing ability send a strong warning, telling him not to come into contact with the power of darkness. Otherwise, his life will be threatened. Zheng. In the battle between the Shadow Rider line and the Dark Clone, Feng Yu glanced at it and immediately withdrew his gaze. Then the black knife he held in his right hand was thrown towards the opposite wave of darkness with violent power. Although the wave of darkness blocked Su Rulin's offensive, when a huge chop wave with astonishing power burst out, he could no longer hold on and was torn apart by a knife. The chopping wave was eroded and weakened by the power of darkness, but the residual power was still very fierce. It hit Donald directly behind him, causing his expression to change, and he hurriedly dodged to one side. The art of war is as difficult to know as darkness. With a flicker of his body, Feng Yu's whole person became blurry until he disappeared like a phantom. Moving at an astonishing speed, Feng Yu appeared on the 10-meter-high ceiling, with his head down and his feet flat on the ceiling, and he locked onto the evading Donald from above. The way of war, Divine Fist, invasion like fire, like an explosion of gunpowder. An unparalleled punch shot out of his left fist in an instant, descending on Donald with a violent force that exploded the void. Danger! A strong sense of danger swept through his body, making the hairs on his hair stand on end. Although Donald does not have Feng Yu's danger-sensing ability. After all, he is a person who has risen from the bottom of Meteor Street to the top, and his sense of danger is quite keen. Without any hesitation, without even looking at Feng Yu's attack, a layer of dark power rose up on Donald's body, resisting the fierce punch coming towards him. Boom! The shady power of darkness seems weak, but in fact it has extremely powerful defensive power. Although the fierce fist seal tore through the black curtain with unparalleled power, it was briefly blocked for a moment. Even though this moment of effort is not worth mentioning, it still gave Donald a chance to buffer and quickly leave the place. The fierce fist mark that penetrated the black curtain hit the ground where Donald was originally located. In an instant, a large amount of gravel flew like a machine gun fire, and a deep depression was opened. This means that the structure of this stone chamber is made of special stone, which is as strong as steel. Otherwise, even if it is the residual power, the damage caused will inevitably be more terrifying, enough to penetrate a hill. After all, Feng Yu's arms are now in the state of meridian lines, and the power he unleashes can easily blast even the original Yuvijin with one punch. Shichichi. The threads stretched rapidly. When Feng Yu jumped to the ceiling, he not only blasted Donald with an unparalleled punch, but also instantly displayed the line of sight on his feet. Even though the solid structure of the stone chamber makes it difficult for silk threads to penetrate into it, it spreads quickly against the stone wall. Just when Donald had just dodged the punch mark on the ceiling above him, the spreading field of lines immediately extended and entangled with a spiral gun, which shot down fiercely. Boom! A little blood splashed in the air, and the spiral gun hit the ground. Starting from the tip of the gun, a small half of the gun body got into it. Hateful! Donald, who landed not far away from the leap, felt the pain coming from his right shoulder, breathing rapidly, and looked at the spiral gun in anger. The splattered blood came from him. His reaction was very quick, and he keenly discovered the spiral gun fired from the sky. However, the spiral gun appeared very suddenly and caught him off guard. He was not able to completely dodge, and his right shoulder was slightly scratched. The wound was immediately torn like a bleeding trough. The blood that flowed out stained the clothes and turned them red. High-intensity fighting also consumes mental energy and physical strength very quickly. Donald is not young, and no matter how well he takes care of himself, it cannot change the fact that he has gone from his prime to aging. Especially since he has been in a high position for a long time, lives a luxurious life, and has great power. Even if he thinks in his heart that he has not been corrupted, his body is obviously not. Regardless of physical strength or combat consciousness, if you haven't experienced combat for a long time, your body will inevitably become rusty. Array of line guns. When Donald was injured, with the help of the spiral gun, the field of thread had been successfully fully expanded. The ceiling is covered with dense, spiderweb-like threads. Without giving Donald time to relax, the new spiral gun continues to extend from the field of threads. The sound of breaking through the air was strong. Donald noticed something unusual in the sky and looked up suddenly. What came into his eyes were spiral guns that blocked his vision. Dark blockade. Pupils shrank into needle points. Donald's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly burst out with surging dark power, covering himself and forming a spherical defense. Boom, boom, boom. Like a crazy bombing, spiral guns shot down from the field of lines, constantly bombarding the black sphere formed by Donald wrapping himself with the power of darkness. The intense rain-like offensive and the powerful impact caused fierce roars and whistling airwaves. The entire stone chamber was shaken violently by the constant impact, shaking off large amounts of dust. Beach, encountering a ferocious offensive, Donald seemed to be trying his best to block it. Even the dark clones fighting the Shadow Rider line disappeared in the collapse. After losing its opponent, the Shadow Riding line did not stay, but also turned into threads and dissipated. The power of darkness is continuously released, and under the bombardment of the spiral gun, the dark sphere is like a splash of water, constantly stirring up ripples, as if it will burst at any time. But in reality, Donald inside was obviously trying his best to explode the power of darkness and stabilize the defense, so that the black sphere was never truly destroyed. And in contact with the power of darkness, every time the spiral gun is fired, it will be horribly corroded, melting away like corrosion. It's just that the line gun formation is just an appetizer. With sharp and cold eyes locked on the black sphere that was resisting the attack of the spiral gun, Feng Yu fell from the ceiling. The moment his feet hit the ground, he decisively waved the black knife Yi, slashing out and cutting the 10-meter-high stone chamber in half. The ferocious chop of two. Boom! The solid ground was torn apart horribly, forming deep cracks. At the same time, the ferocious chopping waves struck the black sphere, transformed by Donald in an instant with violent power. Compared with the attack of the spiral gun, the new wave that bursts out after hijacking the arms through the meridians is undoubtedly much more powerful. In particular, the black sphere has been making ripples under the continuous attack of the spiral gun, and the defense is in a state of being destroyed at any time. At this time, he suddenly faced a more powerful chopper attack, and the results can be imagined. When the roaring impact of exploding the void radiated fiercely to the surroundings, the black sphere was torn into deep cracks by the ferocious chop, and Donald's screams were also heard from inside. The power of darkness where the crack was located collapsed, and Donald could be vaguely seen inside, as well as the deep knife marks torn on his chest. Blood emerged and infected the body. A sharp look flashed in Feng Yu's eyes, and he immediately controlled the array of thread guns, making the spiral thread guns that shot down from above look like living creatures, swaying and twisting, drilling into the cracks torn out by the black sphere, and striking directly inside of Donald. Roar! The scream suddenly turned into a beast-like roar. Feng Yu moved quickly, but the same change happened to Donald. After suffering a severe injury, Donald's body underwent drastic changes before the spiral gun penetrated into the crack. A black crystal like a black gem emerged from between his eyebrows, and at the same time, a stronger dark power erupted from his body, like a strange substance, causing his body to expand rapidly. Two ferocious claws protruded from the cracks in the black sphere, violently tearing apart the spiral guns that were blasted away. Click! The black sphere shattered like an eggshell, suddenly turning into black mist and dissipating. At the same time, Donald's greatly changed appearance was completely revealed in the air. The center of his eyebrows is made of jewel-like black crystals. His body is over 3 meters tall, and his body with a dark luster is also covered with strong muscle-like substances. If we want to describe it accurately, then Donald's current image is very similar to the Venom in Marvel. It looks like a demon. It is not only vicious, but also evil and intimidating. Die! Donald, whose image had changed drastically, was like an enraged beast. He got down on all fours and used his sharp claws to tear apart the solid ground. In the roar, he turned into a black lightning and flew towards Feng Yu. The speed he burst out at this time was far beyond that before, so that the attack of the line gun array had no time to intercept, and he instantly appeared close to Feng Yu. Both hands and feet turned into sharp claws. The moment he approached Feng Yu, Donald's speed did not slow down, and he directly tore Feng Yu's head with the sharp claws of his right hand. The area of more than half of a football field is not small, but it is not large. Regardless of whether it was Feng Yu or Donald at this time, with the speed they both unleashed, such an area could be covered almost instantly. While retreating, Feng Yu quickly came to the edge of the wall on one side of the stone room. When he saw Donald chasing after him after tearing apart his own chop, he immediately changed direction flexibly to one side. Clank, clank, clank. While moving, Feng Yu struck out chop waves one after another, forming a staggered vertical and horizontal blockade to intercept the pursuing Donald. Grabbing with both claws, Donald did not give in the face of the densely flying, chopping waves. He used the sharp claws formed by his hands to claw out wildly, and violently collided with the chopping waves. The hurricane-like impact waves radiated wave after wave, not only making the entire stone chamber tremble, but also spreading cracks. If this stone chamber had not been built solidly, it would have collapsed in such a violent impact. Donald, whose image has changed drastically, has obviously gained a lot of strength. He blocked all the chops sent by Feng Yu and tore them apart. However, in the collision, he was also restrained in place during the successive impacts, and even retreated step by step, only to be blocked by Feng Yu. There has been such a big change, and the strength has suddenly increased so much. Is it because of some kind of restriction and oath? While moving at high speed, Feng Yu's eyes did not leave Donald, and at the same time, he was thinking calmly and quickly. Compared with before, Donald's strength exploded at this time has improved too much. Feng Yu had some doubts before. Although Donald's strength was quite powerful, there was still a big gap between it and the early warning of danger sensor feedback. But now he has understood that it is not that there is a problem with the danger sensor's early warning, but that the other party has not used its full strength before. Or maybe it could be said that the current state of the opponent has a huge cost, so it was not used in previous battles unless it was absolutely necessary. Whoosh! During the confrontation with Jean Ba, Donald suddenly moved to one side and did not continue to struggle with Feng Yu Jean Ba. He was like a black lightning, moving irregularly, sometimes shuttling left and right, sometimes ejecting up and down, with the intention of making Feng Yu unable to capture his movements. Feng Yu stopped moving, and his eyes quickly scanned along with Donald's movement, maintaining the status quo. Donald's speed at this time was very fast, so Feng Yu did not act rashly, but tried his best to capture the opponent's movements. Be afraid, be afraid. You should feel lucky. Ever since I took the position of elder, no one has been able to make me use my current state. Now I am the real king of darkness. With just one blow, as long as you are hit by me, you will feel the terror of darkness. Feng Yu responded to all changes by remaining unchanged, which seemed to surprise Donald. He continued to move irregularly at high speed, and while moving, he made a sound like a devil's croon, which reached Feng Yu's ears from all angles. Shitty psychological tactics. Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were always catching the opponent's movements, and his heart was giving an unceremonious judgment to the low voice coming from his ears. Applying pressure through language, such as intimidation and threats, is an extremely common method in combat. Perhaps Donald's demonic image at this time, coupled with the spiritual attack inherent in the power of darkness, can make the psychological tactics of speech more effective. But this method obviously has no effect on Feng Yu. Wow! Feng Yu stood there with a cold expression as if he was watching. After some verbal psychological tactics, Donald seemed to have discovered that this method was ineffective and immediately launched a substantial offensive. With a flash of lightning, Donald suddenly appeared from the side, approached Feng Yu in a flash, and used his sharp claws to tear Feng Yu's head apart again. Boom, boom, boom. A wild and domineering roar suddenly came from Feng Yu's body without any struggle. The Imperial engine starts. Donald didn't show his full strength in the previous battle, so Feng Yu didn't do the same. When the Imperial engine starts, the violent heartbeat instantly turns into a surging power that sweeps through the body, bringing about a leap in physical fitness. With Feng Yu's current physical strength, it is enough for the Imperial engine to increase his physical strength by more than 70%, and this increase is not just in strength, but in all aspects of physical fitness. Strength, defense, speed, explosiveness, physical reactions, etc. are all the same. Feng Yu was not at all hasty about Donald attacking from the side, but seemed to have expected it. He turned around suddenly and waved the black knife Yi, his cold eyes colliding with the tearing claws. Boom! The black sword knight, entwined with astonishing mental energy, burst out with powerful strength and sharpness, firmly blocking Donald's sharp claws. The art of war, the divine fist, and the movement like thunder. The so-called special move needs to be performed at the critical moment when victory or defeat is determined by one strike. As the strongest move in the martial arts killing fist attack, Thunderbolt is the undoubted sure move. When blocking Donald's claw attack with Black Knife Knight, Feng Yu took a step forward with a cold expression. A bright arc of electricity burst out from his left arm, like thunder, and he punched the opponent in the face in an instant. Although the Imperial engine can only increase physical fitness, it is enough to improve Feng Yu's strength, especially when the increase is over 70%. With Feng Yu's physique, not to mention an increase of more than 70%, even a 10% increase is still a considerable force. The attack is like lightning, which is Feng Yu's current attack. The sudden increase in skill and rapid attack not only caught Donald by surprise, but also made it difficult for him to react due to the sudden increase in strength. Boom! The fist struck Donald's face, and the spiral power contained in the fist burst out in a domineering manner. Donald's body and head are covered with substantial dark power. In addition to being terrifyingly corrosive, it also has extremely powerful defense. But in the collision between offense and defense, Feng Yu's attack undoubtedly had the upper hand. In the hurricane-like airwaves, Donald's head was immediately penetrated and crushed, and the headless body left behind was also blown away by the turbulent airwaves, slamming down on the wall in the distance. Bang! In a violent impact, the solid wall gave the headless body small cracks. When the impact force was lost, the headless body fell weakly to the ground. Asterisk yin TT, penetrating the crushed head. In addition to the broken bones and filth, the dark power covering it turned into black mist and dissipated, leaving only a jewel-like black crystal falling not far away. Zheng, cut out with one knife. After crushing Donald's head with one punch, Feng Yu did not relax. Instead, he immediately struck another blow, slashing at the headless body that fell to the ground after smashing into the wall. After Donald's head was crushed, his body quickly returned to its original appearance. The power of darkness covering it dissipated, and the body that emerged showed obvious signs of withering. When the chopper flew towards him, his body was immediately torn into pieces, and even the wall where he was torn into deep cracks. "Do you die?" Seeing that the body was torn to pieces, Feng Yu separated a part of his consciousness to check the system's achievement completion level of controlling violence with violence. The completion level shown above is 91%. After determining the value of the degree of completion, Feng Yu truly felt relieved. Naturally, he paid attention to the completion level of controlling violence with violence from time to time. Before killing Donald, the completion level had not exceeded 90%. Now the completion level has increased significantly, which is enough to prove that Donald is 100% dead. The next step is to deal with this. After confirming that Donald was dead, Feng Yu immediately lowered his head and looked at his left hand. The left hand still maintains a clenched fist, and it can be clearly seen that the surface of the fist is stained with ink, and there are wisps of black aura swaying and twisting. These black auras are none other than the power of darkness. The swaying and twisting changes are actually attempts to spread, not just the left hand. Feng Yu quickly looked at the black sword Yi held in his right hand. The blade where black knife Yi collided with Donald's claw just now was also stained with the power of darkness. And compared to the condition of his left hand, Black Blade Knight's condition is much more serious, and the contaminated power of darkness has spread. However, it may be that the material of Black Sword Knight is excellent, and it has experienced the ultimate tempering of armed color hockey, so the eroded parts have not melted away. At least that's the case for now, but if the erosion continues, there's no telling what will happen next. A difficult and strange power. Obviously, the power in the body dissipates after death, but the things that have been eroded still exist. Feng Yu frowned slightly. Although he judged the danger of the power of darkness through combat observation and the ability to sense danger, he did not expect that the power of darkness could corrode his left hand and the Black Knife Knight with just a brief contact. You must know that both the black knife and the left hand are wrapped in powerful cold air. Especially the left hand maintains the state of the meridian lines. Using the meridian lines as channels, the second level of thought energy flows, forming a second layer of defense. Boom, boom. While frowning slightly, Feng Yu also decisively circulated his mind energy, focusing more of his mind energy on his left hand and the black sword Yishang. The astonishing thought energy exudes a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding void to ripple like distortion. First is the left hand. The degree of erosion on the left hand is much lower than that of Black Knife Knight. From this, it can still be seen that the meridian lines are not ineffective, but inhibit the erosion of the power of darkness, preventing it from spreading. When more thought energy gathers, whether it is the thought energy flowing on the surface or the thought energy flowing within the meridian lines, a more powerful resistance force is immediately produced, compressing the dark power on the fist surface together. Finally, it was forced out like ink. Chi, chi, chi. As soon as the power of darkness was forced out of his left hand, it immediately made a corrosive sound and dissipated in the air. Feng Yu's expression softened slightly. It would be nice to be able to force it out, but the worst fear is that it is gangrene attached to the bone, and even expulsion is not possible, otherwise it will really become a hidden danger. After expelling the power of darkness in his left hand, Feng Yu immediately focused more thoughts on Black Blade Knight. Black Knife Knight does not have the blessing of meridian lines. Just like the degree of erosion, it is much more difficult to expel the power of darkness on it than to deal with the left hand. However, with the powerful and continuous gathering of thought energy, the dark power contaminated above was finally expelled. Is there still some damage? After expelling the power of darkness, Feng Yu held the blade in front of him, 857, and stroked the eroded area with his left hand, frowning slightly. On the surface, there was no change in the part of Black Knife Knight that was eroded by the power of darkness. However, when Feng Yu flowed his mind energy to this part, he felt that this part of the blade was damaged from the subtle changes. The quality has been reduced. Although he is not a pure swordsman and has not practiced sword skills for a long time, due to the characteristics of the weapon, he has an extremely close connection with Black Sword Knight. Now that He Dao Yi is injured, he naturally feels distressed. After the things here are dealt with, it is necessary to find a way to see if it can be repaired. Feng Yu thought to himself before putting the black knife into the storage space. Spider thread. He raised his hand and shot a thread from his fingertips, aiming at the black gem that fell not far away. The silk thread accurately adhered to the black gem, then quickly shrank and flew towards Feng Yu with the black gem. However, Feng Yu did not catch it directly. Instead, he raised his right hand and continued to stick it with the spider thread. He suspended the black gem in front of him and looked at it carefully at close range. This black gem is the black crystal that fell after Donald's head was crushed. It is also the one that appeared between the opponent's eyebrows before. Although Feng Yu was expelling the power of darkness just now, he also noticed this black gem, energy aggregate, mind tool. As he looked at it, Feng Yu narrowed his eyes and became thoughtful. He noticed this black gem because his danger-sensing ability sensed the faint aura of danger from this black gem. Under careful inspection at this time, Feng Yu also quickly identified the condition of this black gem. On the outside, this is just a black gem, but in fact this black gem is completely a strange crystal composed of high-intensity energy. And this energy is exactly the same as Donald's dark power, full of negative aura. For such an energy crystal, the first thing that Feng Yu thought of was a mind tool. The so-called mindfulness tools are tools produced by the wise. After death, the ninja may have a more powerful thought of death, and the emergence of the thought of death is not just about killing, but may also manifest the need in his lifetime and become a special instrument. For this kind of special utensil, it will be dubbed thick. No, Donald did not have the thought of death after his death, which means that this thing is not a thought tool. Feng Yu thought of the thought tool, but then he immediately rejected this possibility. Not only because Donald did not turn into thoughts of death, but also because the energy contained in the black gem in front of him was too huge. If the power of darkness controlled by Donald is the lake, then the power of darkness contained in the black gem is Wang Yang Dahai. There's a world of difference between the two. While deep in thought, an idea suddenly came to Feng Yu's mind. Perhaps Donald's ability to develop the power of darkness comes from the black gem in front of Qian's eyes. The reason for this speculation is entirely because the power of darkness is too powerful. You need to know that the more extraordinary Nun is, the more strict oaths and restrictions he needs to make. However, Donald did not have obvious limitations when using the power of darkness. It was only in the final state that his image changed drastically. When he was killed by Feng Yu, his body showed strange signs of withering. With the lethality of the power of darkness, this is definitely not a nun that can be developed through conventional methods. If there are no strict restrictions and oaths, then it may only be with the help of some external force. Put away first. No matter what the origin of this thing is, since it contains such a huge amount of energy, it must not be an ordinary thing. We can study it slowly in the future. After pondering for a while, Feng Yu decisively chose to put it in black gems as their own trophies. Displaying the all-seeing celestial drawing, a vortex appeared in his palm, and in an instant, the black gem was absorbed into a different space by Feng Yu. It's time to leave. Looking around at the messy stone room after a battle, Feng Yu looked calm and activated the power of space, and the whole person immediately disappeared in a flash. Night falls. In a valley 100 kilometers away from Meteor Street, on a stone platform protruding from the cliff, Feng Yu quietly sat cross-legged on it, using Ju to restore his physical strength and mental energy. After getting rid of Donald, Feng Yu did not continue to fight the people in Meteor Street. Instead, he teleported out of the stone room and directly used the wings of the line to leave Meteor Street. On the one hand, this is because the people in Meteor Street have withdrawn from the inner city and dispersed in the outer areas due to the S-1 bombs dropped by Donald. On the other hand, it is also because if they continue to fight, it will be difficult to achieve a greater degree of completion. Improvement. Control violence with violence. This achievement is to kill everyone related to the Council of Elders. Based on the status of the Council of Elders in Meteor Street, most of the people living in Meteor Street, not to mention all, are more or less related to the Council of Elders. This means that if Feng Yu wants to advance this mission to the highest 100%, it is very likely that the entire Meteor Street will need to be destroyed. Regardless of whether he had this ability, even if he had it, Feng Yu wouldn't go crazy and commit mass murder. After all, the population of Meteor Street is nearly 10 million. Moreover, not all the people who are related to the Council of Elders are in Meteor Street. It is not ruled out that there are people like Phantom Troop who are closely related to the Council of Elders, but are traveling abroad. After killing the 10 elders who were the main members of the Council of Elders, and also fighting the elites of Meteor Street, who killed at least thousands of people, Feng Yu's execution of this achievement has come to an end. Moreover, the achievement degree of more than 90% is already very high. Even if you continue to kill, you may not be able to get better rewards if you cannot reach the highest 100%. Because he had been using the fruit of life to recover during the battle, Feng Yu's physical strength would soon be restored to its peak by using Ju to speed up recovery. Next, he kept replenishing the energy consumed in the Yin Seal. Time passed quietly, and before I knew it, it was already bright. The time is over, and the achievement completion of controlling violence with violence has been calculated. The completion degree is confirmed to be 91%, and the evaluation is excellent. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of controlling violence with violence. Reward. Horse Talisman. When the 24 hours of fighting violence with violence were over, the system's notification tone immediately sounded in Feng Yu's mind. Is the time up? Feng Yu suddenly opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The evaluation is excellent. It seems that the completion rate of 91% is indeed very high. This reward. Feng Yu controlled his emotions well and did not sigh because of the reward. While continuing to maintain the Ju concentration of thoughts, he calmly sneaked his consciousness into the system to check the rewards obtained. Horse Talisman. One of the 12 talismans, it has the ability to heal and restore. It can eliminate all external forces including diseases, injuries, toxins, curses, etc., and at the same time, it can restore any damaged material to its most perfect state. Is this a reward for excellent reviews? It really didn't disappoint, and it was not in vain that I went to Meteor Street alone and killed so many people. After checking the rewards, Feng Yu took a deep breath to calm down the agitated emotions in his heart. A smile appeared on his face. The reward of Horse Talisman was undoubtedly very generous, even exceeding Feng Yu's expectation. He recognized the source of Horse Talisman 4.9, and based on the introduction of the reward, he determined that the ability of the Horse Talisman is the same as what he knows. Healing and recovery are two abilities, and both abilities possessed by Horse Talisman have reached extraordinary levels. The first is healing. This is not just a simple treatment of injuries, but a deeper healing. As mentioned in the introduction, it can eliminate all external forces that are harmful to the body, such as diseases, toxins, and curses. Just like Donald's power of darkness, Feng Yu was eroded by the power of darkness when he killed the opponent. If he had already possessed the Horse Talisman at that time, he could have eliminated it with the help of the Horse Talisman. Such extraordinary healing ability has undoubtedly brought Feng Yu's survivability to an unimaginable level. It can even be said that as long as he cannot be killed directly, no matter how serious the injury is, he can survive. Healing resumes. Then comes recovery. This ability is also very simple. It can restore any damaged material to its most perfect state. This ability has already involved the rules of the material level. After confirming the reward, Feng Yu did not hesitate to claim the reward, Horse Talisman. Different from the form of the Horse Talisman in the original world, after receiving it, the Horse Talisman did not take on the form of an object, but was directly integrated into Feng Yu's body, allowing Feng Yu to directly master the ability of the Horse Talisman. This way of integrating into the body is undoubtedly much better than the former. In addition to not having to worry about being lost or stolen, you can also use the power of the horse talisman more flexibly. Let me test it concretely. The way the horse talisman is integrated into the body is an unexpected surprise, and it is more in line with Feng Yu's philosophy. At the same time, after the integration is completed, Feng Yu also instinctively masters the ability of the horse talisman immediately. He enthusiastically took out the black knife knight from the storage space, holding the handle of the knife in his right hand, focusing his eyes on the blade that had been eroded by the power of darkness. Boom! A blue light bloomed from Feng Yu's right hand holding the handle of the knife, and instantly spread to the entire black knife knight. From the outside, Black Blade Knight, shrouded in blue light, has not changed much, but Feng Yu, who is using the power of the horse spell, can clearly feel that the damaged parts of Black Blade Knight are being repaired at an astonishing speed, or is said to be restored to its original and most perfect state. In just one breath, the blue light disappeared, and Feng Yu gently stroked the blade of the black sword, Yi Jue, with his left hand. After releasing the state of absolute, Feng Yu circulated his mind energy and flowed on the blade. The mind energy flow was smooth and natural. Even with the characteristics of Weapon 14, Feng Yu seemed to hear the black sword Yi Zai shouting joyful cheers to him. Voice. There are no traces of repair. It really restored Black Blade Knight to its most perfect state. Feng Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, expressing his joy. Just like the feeling of using the power of the horse charm to restore Black Blade Knight. Upon inspection, Black Blade Knight had indeed returned to its original perfect state. Zheng. Swinging his sword to slash horizontally, Feng Yu couldn't help but slash into the void in front of him. The sharp sword light burst out and tore the air wherever it passed with a roaring madness. He felt very distressed when Black Knife Knight was damaged, and thought he had to find a way to repair it. Unexpectedly, less than a day passed before Black Knife Knight was reborn. There is no problem with the ability to recover, so let's test the healing ability next. After slashing with the knife to express the joy in his heart, Feng Yu put away the knife, pointed the blade at himself, and slashed upward with his left palm. As a supreme sharp sword, Black Knife Knight is naturally extremely sharp. Even if Feng Yu's current physical strength is enough to be called a body of steel, which makes it difficult for ordinary swords to cut, but under the contact between his left palm and the blade of Black Knife Knight, but a bloody wound was easily made. The blue light appeared again, converging on the wound in the palm. When Feng Yu used the power of the horse charm to heal the injury, his eyes were fixed on it. In the blink of an eye, apart from the blood left on his palm, the many superficial wounds had completely healed, and not even a trace of scar could be seen. What a powerful healing power! Feng Yu exclaimed. The healing power of the horse charm is obviously so amazing that it even surprised Feng Yu. The faster the cure, the greater the effect. For example, in battle, if the healing speed is not fast enough, even if it can heal all injuries, the effect it can exert in battle will be limited. But on the contrary, the healing speed is astonishing, so you can even use the combat method of exchanging injuries for injuries. Thinking that he still had a fairy bean that he had kept unused, Feng Yu thought for a moment after seeing the healing speed of the horse talisman, and suddenly raised his left arm to the side. Zheng! The blade was curled backwards, and Feng Yu suddenly slashed at his left arm with the black sword knight. Relaxing his muscles and minimizing their defense, with the flash of sharp sword light, his left arm fell off at shoulder level in an instant and was cut off by the black sword Yi. Blood spattered from the fractured shoulder as if for nothing, and the severed left arm also fell to the platform. Feng Yu's face turned pale, and the pain of breaking his arm was naturally very intense. Even though he gritted his teeth and made no sound, blue veins could still be seen popping up on his forehead. Instead of controlling the muscles to inhibit the loss of blood, Feng Yu directly activated the power of the horse charm, causing the broken arm's shoulder to glow with blue light. Almost as soon as the power of the horse talisman was condensed, the blood at the fracture point quickly stopped splattering, and countless flesh sprouts grew out of it, growing new muscles at a speed visible to the naked eye until a new left arm grew. The whole process lasts only a few breaths. At the same time, Feng Yu's originally pale complexion quickly returned to rosy, and the severe pain of his broken arm immediately disappeared. The power of the horse charm not only allowed Feng Yu to grow a new arm with its amazing healing power, but also regenerated all the lost blood in the body, as if the experience of breaking the arm just now had never happened. After his arm recovered, Feng Yu stopped the power of the horse charm and raised his left arm in front of him, sometimes shaking it from side to side, sometimes making a fist with his hand. Boom! He punched the void in front of him, hitting the air forcefully and forcefully, forming a radiating energy visible to the naked eye, stirring the void and creating ripples. Not only does a new arm grow in just a few seconds, but the new arm is exactly the same as the original arm in terms of flexibility and muscle strength. Feng Yu carefully inspected the condition of the new arm, and he was very satisfied with the final result. Whether it is the healing speed or the healing effect of an injury, such as a broken arm, the horse talisman performs perfectly. This time it's really a bloody profit. After cleaning off the original severed arm, Feng Yu also began to count the harvest in detail while continuing to restore the Yin Seal's mind energy. The results of the inventory are naturally very gratifying. In addition to consuming some life fruits, in this battle on Meteor Street, he not only regained his original position, but also received a surprising reward of the horse talisman, as well as a greatly improved evolution experience value. The evolution characteristic obtained from the Dilu Beast allows Feng Yu to gain evolution experience points by defeating or killing enemies. Although the standard for obtaining evolutionary experience points is very high at the beginning, no matter how many people with ordinary qualities kill, they will not be able to obtain any, but they cannot stand the fact that there are so many elites in Meteor Street. For example, the guards at Meteor Street. The cruel living environment has allowed the residents of Meteor Street to develop strength that far exceeds those of the outside world. It is no exaggeration to say that they are 1 against 10, not to mention the elite members of the guard force selected from this basis. The number of people Feng Yu killed in the war was at least 1,000, not counting the Nin among them. Just the members of the guard force were enough to bring a lot of evolutionary experience points. As for the innocent people killed, let alone that, the amount of evolution experience points gained depends on the strength of the opponent. The stronger the opponent, the more evolution experience points you will get after defeating or killing. If killing a member of the guard force can only bring 1 point of evolutionary experience, then killing a nun, a third-rate nun, can also bring at least 10 points of evolutionary experience. This is even true for third-rate nerds, let alone second-rate, first-rate, and even top-tier nerds. Each of the 10 elders of Meteor Street, excluding Donald, and the other 9 are first-class nun. Together with their guards, and those who also participated in the war, Feng, you can imagine the amount of evolutionary experience gained after killing him. And no, if we describe it in terms of the value of the experience bar, then Feng Yu's experience bar value from evolution has advanced to more than 80%, and he is not far from evolution. The matters on Meteor Street have been dealt with. The next step is to cultivate the fruits of life and practice to improve strength. Feng Yu thought silently in his mind after counting the harvest. Over at Greed Island, he wanted to collect all the cards. Even if he had some suggestions for Sheba and the others based on his understanding of the original plot, it would not be possible in a short time. If there were no seeds of life, Feng Yu might have entered the Greed Island. He and Sheba and the others had already cleared the game, but it was obviously not necessary now. Rather than entering the Greed Island, it would be better to cultivate more life fruits. Meteor Street is an unknown area at the level of ordinary people, but at the upper level, Meteor Street is a place that cannot be ignored. Naturally, once a major situation occurs in Meteor Street, the upper-level forces will inevitably explore and learn about it in various ways. It is unimaginable that the Council of Elders on Meteor Street was captured like this. If I hadn't confirmed it over and over again, I would never have believed that such a thing would have happened. Death Cutting, bounty hunter among professional hunters. Phantom Troop who destroyed the A-level criminal gang in Yuxin City. This man named Feng Yu is really scary, and now even Meteor Street has not stopped him. Is it possible that there will be one more person among the top 5 nemesis in the world? Meteor Street really suffered a big setback this time. That old guy Donald not long ago wiped out the forces we planted in Meteor Street. I didn't expect that he would lose his life now. This is really pleasant news. Quickly, mobilize all the intelligence forces to collect the information about this person named Feng Yu. In addition, we strictly order the people below not to provoke this person. The more shocking the news, the faster it spreads. In just a few days, the great changes in Meteor Street swept across the world like a storm. Some were shocked, some were excited, and some were in disbelief. The news about the major changes in Meteor Street can be roughly divided into 2 areas of concern. One is Meteor Street itself, and the other is Feng Yu. Feng Yu did not hide his identity during the battle on Meteor Street. As the news spread, he naturally came into the sight of all forces. Whether it is the past record or the heavy damage caused to Meteor Street this time, these all show how powerful and dangerous Feng Yu is. Some forces are strongly afraid of Feng Yu, and even order the people below to never provoke Feng Yu. Some forces are ambitious and want to contact Feng Yu to recruit. But no matter what kind of reaction, Feng Yu has undoubtedly become a man of the hour, and he has been recognized by various forces as a strong man. Night. A group of bodyguards wearing black suits and armed with live ammunition escorted a middle-aged man to a stretched luxury car on the roadside. Suddenly, from one side of the road, a truck with high beams on came at high speed, and it hit the middle-aged man who was being protected by bodyguards. Shot. Enemy attack. The bodyguards were very vigilant. When they saw the truck ramming straight towards them, they immediately realized something was wrong, and some of them were very decisive and immediately shot at the truck. The bullet sprayed sparks on the front of the truck, and even the tires were hit. With the sound of a tire burst, the truck immediately lost control and hit the wall of a building on the side of the street. Boom! During the violent impact, the truck exploded, blasting a large hole in the wall where it hit. The hot flames and impact air waves radiated and spread. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing the truck crashing into the street, the bodyguards relaxed slightly, but the real killing soon came. Amidst the dense sound of piercing the air, the bodyguards shot their bodies with round-headed needles one after another. Their whole bodies became stiff because of this, and they moved their guns like puppets and shot at other people around them. There was an endless sound of bullets being shot through the body, and the bodyguards were all shot to death by their own people. Zhong! A flash of sword light flashed, and the bodyguard who came from nearby with the muzzle turned was the first to be beheaded and collected. Sir, let's go quickly. The enemy is the nervous. The person who slashed out the sword light was also a bodyguard, or rather the captain of this group of bodyguards. This person was a nervous person. Looking at the needle on the dead man's body, he was filled with shock and anger. He recognized that the attacker was a nervous person and hurriedly wanted to take the protected middle-aged man into the car and leave. Whoosh! Suddenly, just as the bodyguard captain's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man, a figure appeared beside him like a ghost. Poof! The sword in his hand was sharp, and the bodyguard captain, who was not weak and could be classified as a second-rate nun, stiffened and his head separated from his neck and flew away. I can buy my life. The middle-aged man protected by the bodyguards is a rich man in a certain country. He may have been attacked many times, so when he saw the bodyguard captain being killed, although he was panicked, he did not lose his temper too much. He pretended to be calm and shouted loudly to the attacker. Poof! The middle-aged man responded with the same hand knife. With one blow, the middle-aged man's head flew up with a stunned expression and was caught by the attacker. This kind of order that requires a certain part of the target is troublesome. But forget it, the other party has added money anyway. Looking at the palm holding the head, the attacker was clearly Emi. After grabbing the head, Emi curled her lips and, without pausing, she quickly turned into a phantom and swept away in the direction she came from. After a few ups and downs, she quickly jumped up to the top of the city and shuttled over the buildings. From the attack to the end, the entire process took less than 10 seconds, fully demonstrating the anonymity of a professional killer. Buzz, buzz. The vibrating sound of a cell phone came from the pocket of his pants. Ilmi, who was flying over the city, immediately stopped and landed on the rooftop of a tall building. Holding the head, dripping blood with his left hand, he took out the mobile phone from his pocket with his right hand. Imi looked at the screen. The caller displayed on it was Dad. "Hey, Dad, what do you want from me?" Imi asked with some confusion after answering the phone. "Are you busy? If not, I have something I want to ask you about." Silva's deep voice came from the phone. Imi lowered his head and glanced at the head held in his left hand and immediately said, "I'm not busy. If you want to know anything, just tell me. It's about Feng Yu who came to our house last time. How much do you know about me, both in terms of strength and personality?" Hearing the words coming from the mobile phone, Imi was slightly startled, and her brows couldn't help but frown. "Dad, someone has placed an order for Feng Yu. Are you ready to take it?" The family relationship of the Zoldyck family is very special. It can be said to be very unfamiliar, but it can also be said to be very familiar. At least as a father and son, Imi is still very familiar with his father Silva, and he can guess the reason just from Silva's words. Yes, someone has indeed placed an order, and the price given is very high, and the identity of the person who placed the order is somewhat special, so it is difficult to refuse. Silva's calm voice soon sounded. "Special status." Thoughts flashed through Imi's mind quickly. There are not many people who can make it difficult for their family to refuse the order, especially those who can order the assassination of Feng Yu. They could be further targeted through the elimination method. Thinking of the news about Meteor Street that he had learned in recent days, Imi quickly came to a conclusion. "Is the person who placed the order someone from V5 senior management?" Imi asked tentatively. "V5, this is a behemoth that no one or any force can circumvent." Of course, Imi is talking about the top management of V5, not the behemoth V5. There is a world of difference between the two, because if the order was placed by V5 in an official capacity, then it would be impossible for Silva to say that it was just not easy to refuse, but that it was impossible to refuse. As for why Imi would think of the top executives of V5, it is naturally because the force of Meteor Street has connections with many top executives of E5. Meteor Street is equivalent to a birthplace of excellent soldiers from many big forces, including the Zoldyck family. At the same time, Meteor Street is also dedicated to developing in this direction. It often selects elites and sends them to various forces to weave its own network of connections. Now that the Council of Elders in Meteor Street has been destroyed, this network of people has naturally changed, and it has also affected people or forces that have close ties with Meteor Street. The most important thing is that Meteor Street can exist to this day only if there are people protecting it and exchanging benefits. The top ones among this shelter group are undoubtedly some of the senior staff of E5. Their own interests are affected, and they hold unparalleled power. To say that they can fear none masters like Feng Yu, according to Imi's knowledge, only the top executives of E5 are the most likely. There was a little silence on the other side of the phone, and Imi was not in a hurry, waiting quietly. After a while, Silva's voice finally sounded again. "It seems that you have a high opinion of that Feng Yu. Do you think this business is not worth taking?" Silva obviously knows his son very well. Imi's attitude can also be distinguished from Imi's words. Imi thought for a while and said, "Yes, Dad, you should have learned the news from Meteor Street. Whether it is this incident or my previous contact with him, Feng Yu gave me the feeling that it is very dangerous and mystery. Therefore, if it is not necessary, I do not recommend taking the order to assassinate the opponent, because this will most likely bring losses beyond one's means." Silva immediately said, "I see, but the attitude of the person who placed the order is very tough. It is unnecessary, and it is difficult for me to refuse. I have discussed it with your grandfather before. If nothing else goes wrong, I should accept the order this time." Imi frowned again. Was it confirmed that he was going to take the order? Wrong. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in Imi's eyes. With the intelligence power that Dad has, there should be no need to ask me for information on Feng Yu. And since he has confirmed that he will take the order, he will not talk to me so much. He thought quickly, and soon a look of surprise appeared on his face. It turned out that this was what his father meant. Well, I understand. I'm just giving advice. Anyway, Dad, you and Grandpa, please be careful. When Emi spoke, the tone of the last sentence was slightly heavier. Silva on the other side responded, and then hung up the call on his own initiative. Dad seems to have sensed the danger from Feng Yu, but that's right. After all, the killings this guy caused in Meteor Street are quite scary. This can't be done only by strong strength. Emi, after thinking deeply, he started to search for it in his phone's address book and then dialed it. Hey, Emi, what do you want from me? After a while, the call was connected, and the voice that rang from Emi's cell phone was Feng Yu. Moreover, in addition to Feng Yu's voice, there are also bursts of beast roars and cries. Are you busy? Emi couldn't help but said after hearing the noise. Fortunately, I'm not very busy. If you have anything to do, just tell me. The noise was still there, even more intense, but Feng Yu's voice was quite calm, as if the noise was all an illusion. Okay, let me tell you. I just got the news that someone placed an order for you at my house, and it's not easy for our family to refuse the person who placed the order, so my father and my grandfather should go to you in a while. As if to avoid disturbing Feng Yu, Emi said very quickly. Wait. Emi spoke very quickly, but Feng Yu still heard clearly, and his tone became more serious at the moment. Boom! A huge roar and a strong whistling sound suddenly rang out from Emi's cell phone. Suddenly, the noises such as beast roars and screams disappeared immediately. Okay, let's talk in detail. Can you tell me who placed the order? Feng Yu's gentle voice soon sounded after the roar. Sorry, our industry has rules, and we cannot reveal the identity of the orderer, Qianli Zhao. Just add money. I understand. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory price. No, I really can't say that this will affect our family's credibility in the killer world. Then you can give me some tips. After all, we're also friends. Friends should help each other, right? How about you place an order? Okay, then I will order to assassinate the person who ordered to kill me. Sorry, the other party is on the forbidden list, so I can't accept the order. The forbidden list. Is the other party a senior member of V5? Emi sighed his heart. Sure enough, a person who can reach this level will not lack in wisdom in addition to strength. When there was no response from Emi, Feng Yu immediately understood that he had guessed correctly. As IL fans know, Meteor Street is closely related to many powers, including some of the top executives of 15. Feng Yu also used the intelligence he had collected intentionally or unintentionally in the past to quickly determine that the people most likely to order the Zoldyck family to assassinate him were some senior executives of E5. Forget it if you don't tell me. I'll contact you when it's over. Although Feng Yu knew the other party's hint through Emi's silence, he would definitely not expose it on the surface. Instead, he would end the call with a smiley greeting. The moonlight is bright and clear, and below is the vast prairie. This is the Cephageri Prairie located in the Eurubian continent, and this prairie is also known as the Devil's Land. It is called this because the Cephageri Prairie and the Shimile Wetland are similar in nature. Countless ferocious monsters live here, and the level of danger is even much higher than that of the Shimile Wetland. Night is when wild beasts and magical beasts are most active. On the vast grassland, pairs of black shadows with green beast eyes can be seen everywhere, hunting and performing the most primitive survival rules. The screen then goes to the core area of the prairie, and you can see that it seems to have experienced a massacre with the corpses of various monsters scattered everywhere. Moreover, the corpses of these monsters are all withered. If the corpses are dissected, they will inevitably find not a drop of blood in the corpses. In the center of these monster corpses, a tall figure stood, with a gorgeous black long knife stuck on the ground beside him. This tall and straight figure is none other than Feng Yu. Perhaps due to the continuous growth of life energy and the excellent bodybuilding effect of the Sun Moon Unity body training method, Feng Yu's physique has become taller and stronger. If you take off his clothes, you will definitely see the perfect streamlined muscles all over his body, and even his height seems to have experienced a second growth from nearly 1.85 meters to a height of nearly 1.9 meters. It can be said that just standing there, Feng Yu now gives people a strong sense of oppression, just like a predator at the top of the food chain with the pressure of the source of life instinct. Quite interesting. After ending the call with Emi, Feng Yu had a look of amusement on his face when he put the phone back in his pocket. What is interesting is not only that some high-level 857s in V5 will allow the Zoldyck family to assassinate themselves, but also the Zoldyck family's approach. Just as he would have guessed that the person who placed the order for the Zoldyck family would be some of the top executives of V5, although Feng Yu was surprised by this situation, it was not incomprehensible. Meteor Street is a very special force. Just like the housekeeper of the Zoldyck family, and even Ilmi's mother, they were all born in Meteor Street. A cruel environment makes it easier to cultivate elites. In the case of Meteor Street, it is not surprising that they have close ties with all forces, even if the other party is a senior member of V5. He destroyed the Council of Elders, the ruling class of Meteor Street, which will inevitably affect the entire situation and structure of Meteor Street, and will also affect the interests of many people. Driven by profit, it is normal for someone to want to kill him, the destroyer. As for the latter, Emi contacted him and even told him that Silva and Zeno would come to assassinate him, which also revealed a lot of information. Feng Yu naturally didn't think that he and Emi had such a deep friendship that they could make each other betray the family's interests. Then there's only one possibility. This is the Zoldyck family deliberately sending a signal to themselves. They do not really want to take over the assassination order or to become his enemy. It's easy to understand that he doesn't want to be his enemy. After all, he is not a weakling, and he has learned from the experience of Meteor Street. Even if the Zoldyck family has a deep foundation, they definitely don't want to provoke an extremely dangerous strongman. By conveying information to me in advance, are you preparing me to act in a play? No, acting can also be fake and real. It is not impossible to even deliberately make me relax my vigilance. Feng Yu touched his chin and thought. From a superficial perspective, the Zoldyck family was afraid of his strength and did not want to be his enemy, so they asked Ilmi to greet him in advance. But if you don't perform well, then Silva and Zeno who come here may not really be just acting, but may fake it and really assassinate you. And it is essential to be on guard against others. Who can say for sure whether this is a tactic of a Zoldyck family deliberately showing weakness to themselves and then really preparing to assassinate themselves when they relax their vigilance? Feng Yu never minds assuming the worst about others, because this is his way of survival. If not, he might have died 5 years ago before the system went online. The key lies in my own strength, whether it's real or fake. As long as I'm strong enough, the enemy can't do anything to me. Feng Yu smiled lightly. This directly captures the key to the problem. Randomly glancing at the corpses around him, Feng Yu dived his consciousness into a different space and looked at the seed of life that was once again filled with a large amount of blood from the monsters and gave birth to another life fruit. After the battle on Meteor Street came to an end, he immediately came to the Safejiri Prairie, where he was at this time cultivating the fruits of life while practicing. The number and quality of the magical beasts living on the Safejiri Prairie are still in the Shimile wetland, so the cultivation of the fruits of life during this period has naturally yielded a lot of gains. Not only were the first-level life fruits consumed in the Meteor Street battle replenished, but several second-level life fruits were also successfully cultivated again. The former was reserved for Sheba and the others, while the latter was naturally used by Inu immediately after being cultivated. Although there were only a few, it allowed Feng Yu's life energy to continue to grow, and it also allowed him to grow at a rapid pace again when he carried out physical exercise. The strength of Silva and Zeno is undoubtedly the top level, and even at this level they are strong. One-on-one is okay, but if it is one-on-two, then you must treat it with caution. Feng Yu estimated for a moment own strength, and then compared the strength of Silva and Zeno. Silva and Zeno both had strong performances in the original plot. For example, Silva, although he is not an enhancer nun, he has the physique to open the door of the 7th trial. And Zeno, the human dragon head play, is also quite powerful. If the battle with Krallo in the original plot was just a small test of his skills, Then in the later Chimera Ant chapter, the move Dragon Star Cluster fully demonstrated the powerful strength of the previous leader of the Zoldyck family. Of course, these two are very powerful, but Feng Yu is not bad either. Not to mention anything else. After obtaining the horse talisman, he was almost invincible and had a life-saving ability far beyond that of others. Ilmi said it was Silva and Zeno who would come to me, but they may not be the only two. Feng Yu thought silently in his mind. The first level of Zoldyck family's combat power is not Silva and Zeno, but Maha Zoldyck. This is a world-class player. If Silva and Zeno are things that Feng Yu needs to be cautious about, then Maha is what he is really afraid of. But at the same time he was afraid, Feng Yu also had some expectations. With danger comes opportunity. So far, he has not really fought against a world-class strongman. If Maha comes, it will be both a danger and an opportunity. He can completely get a glimpse of the gap between himself and the world-class level from the other party, and even use the other party as a whetstone to squeeze his own potential to achieve better growth. Thinking of this, Feng Yu showed a smile, grabbed the black knife beside him, put it on his shoulder, and continued tonight's hunting. It is similar to the situation in Shy Mile Wetland. It is used for practice and rest during the day and hunting at night. The contact with Yirmi did not seem to have any impact on Feng Yu. In the following days, he was still busy, as always, in the Seifi Prairie. The cultivated first-level life fruits are collected, and the cultivated second-level life fruits are used. Although the cultivation of the second level of life fruit is much more difficult than the first level of life fruit, it will take several days to gather the blood of the monsters that infect the second level of the life seed. However, as the life energy increases again and again, Feng Yu among all aspects of practice, physical growth is still the fastest. Of course, the reason why the body can grow like this is not just because of the fruit of life, but also because of the extraordinary ability of the horse charm. The healing ability of the horse talisman is almost comparable to the practice space opened by the 100 times practice card, which can restore all injuries suffered by the body to the most perfect state. This naturally allows Feng Yu to perform extreme gravity compression without worrying about damage to the body. During these days in the Seifi Prairie, in addition to continuing to practice the daily exercises in the Sun Moon Unity Body Training Method, he also kept turning the gravity ring to the highest 10 in terms of gravity. Double the force. In such a state of cultivation, it would be difficult for Feng Yu's body to grow slowly even if he wanted to. However, this is in line with his wishes. After all, his essence is still an enhancer, and physical fitness is the top priority. Even the thread fruit requires abundant physical strength to exert greater power. The days passed. Feng Yu originally thought that the Zoldyck family would arrive soon, but he didn't expect that they had not shown up even after a week passed. He doesn't think that the other party can't find him. Although no one else knows that he is currently located in the Seifi Prairie, and this grassland is also very vast, it is not an easy matter to find someone. But if the Zoldyck family didn't even have this intolerance, then it wouldn't be possible for them to develop so transcendently in the world of killers. So the Zoldyck family has never appeared, so there are only other possibilities. For example, the Zoldyck family is deliberately stalling for time. There are many reasons why applying psychological pressure to investigate more information about yourself can delay time. If you're not in a hurry, then I will be even less in a hurry. Feng Yu didn't care at all about the absence of the Zoldyck family, and was even happy about it, because the later the opponent appears, he will only become stronger and stronger, and the chance of winning will become greater and greater. The most important thing is that he is about to evolve. The acquisition of evolutionary experience points is not limited to humans. Creatures such as Warcraft are also effective. Whether it was hunting in the Shy Mile Wetland or hunting in the Seifi Prairie, under the large-scale hunting of monsters, Feng Yu not only cultivated life fruits, but also steadily gained evolutionary experience points with each hunt. Of Rise. A few days later, when Feng Yu powerfully killed an overlord-level monster on the Seifi Prairie, the evolutionary experience value finally successfully reached 100%. Can you evolve? When the evolution experience value is perfect, it is like instinct. Feng Yu immediately learns of this situation and is excited about it. He decisively absorbed all the blood of the slain monster, then used the wings of thread to soar into the sky and fly up to the high-altitude clouds. Shichichi. A series of cloud lines extended out and connected to the surrounding clouds, weaving a net bed so that Feng Yu could sit cross-legged on it. I wonder what the process of evolution will feel like. After the evolution experience value is completed, it will not evolve immediately, but needs to be actively triggered by Feng Yu, just like pressing a button. After ensuring safety and being prepared, what Feng Yu is looking forward to is triggering evolution. Boom! At the moment of triggering, the experience value gained immediately turned into unknown mysterious energy, which suddenly appeared from Feng Yu's body like an explosion and suddenly swept madly towards his limbs and bones. The intense pain appeared, causing Feng Yu's expression to change. Cold sweat broke out immediately, infecting his clothes, and his face became pale as a result. But after the intense pain appeared, there was an indescribable warmth that followed. This warm feeling is like returning to the mother's womb, and the body is wrapped by the source of life, nourished and improved. Severe pain and warmth, two extreme experiences were staged at the same time. Feng Yu's face turned pale for a while, and turned rosy for a while. It could be said that he was constantly going back and forth between heaven and hell, and the taste was not unsatisfactory. Is this the process of evolution? Breathing rapidly, Feng Yu gritted his teeth and forced himself to feel the extreme changes like the two heavens of ice and fire. Although he knew that his evolution was different from that of Digimon like Dilliaman, he did not expect that the difference between the two evolutions would be so big. Digimon evolve in a snap, but if he hadn't felt that his body was really changing for the better, he would have thought that he was being plotted. Time passed little by little, and the process of evolution was slower than imagined. It lasted from night until the sun rose in the morning and finally ended. Hoo-ho-ho! The rapid breathing gradually calmed down. The pale complexion no longer appears, but instead becomes rosy and full of vitality. Finished. When the change in his body ended, Feng Yu, who had closed his eyes at some point, slowly opened his eyes and stood up from the net bed. He was in a daze, feeling the changes in his body. On the outside, his body has not changed much, but internally, in terms of feelings, it is no exaggeration to say that it has undergone earth-shaking transformation. This feeling is like a medicine jar that has been suffering from a long illness and suddenly turns into a strong and energetic young man. The surging energy seems to be endlessly emerging, and every part of the body seems to have been born in the heart and is so full of vitality. Boom! Like a volcano erupting, astonishing mental energy erupted from the spirit sky, forming a raging flame that could almost be seen with the naked eye. The powerful fluctuations caused the surrounding void to distort and agitate. There is no obvious difference between the burst of qi and the energy before evolution, but the potential qi contained in the body has undergone tremendous changes. Majestic, vast, and powerful. This is Feng Yu's current potential energy status. His potential energy has more than doubled. This is the effect of physical transformation. Feng Yu raised his right hand and stared at the fisted right hand. Potential energy comes from the life energy contained in cells. The development rate of his cells is 100% perfect, and now the potential qi volume has increased dramatically, which undoubtedly shows that the life energy contained in the cells is also the same. In other words, it is precisely because of the sudden increase in the life energy contained in the cells that the potential qi volume increases. The evolution of Digimon is the transformation of life forms, and the evolution characteristic acquired by Feng Yu affects the physique. The sudden increase in life energy is actually just an accessory. The real transformation lies in the physical constitution. Physique and physique are different, and they can be described as innate and acquired. Physical fitness can be grown through acquired training, but innate physical fitness cannot. It's like the One Piece world where the thread fruit comes from. Among them, Charlotte Lingling is a typical example of strong physique. Even though he had never exercised in his childhood, he was born with the body of a monster. Some people are born with supernatural powers, or have extraordinary abilities to recover from injuries, are born with longer physical strength, and are born with powerful explosive power. These physical talents are all derived from a strong physique. Now, Feng Yu's physique has undergone transformation through evolution. Although it cannot be compared with a natural monster like Charlotte Lingling, it has also taken a step up from ordinary, which is equivalent to upgrading from version 1.0 to version 2.0. Moreover, Feng Yu's physical evolution is not one-sided, but a comprehensive transformation. In other words, in addition to the life energy contained in his cells, his physical strength, injury recovery ability, explosive power, etc. have all grown accordingly. Especially since this growth comes from the innate level of constitution. The stronger your physique, the greater the gains you will get with the same level of effort in the acquired physical training. This means that when Feng Yu undergoes this physical evolution, even if he does not have the life fruit to continue to expand his life energy, his physical growth rate will not slow down during physical training, but may become even more outstanding. Even the upper limit of his physical growth has been increased with the evolution of his physique, giving him a higher room for growth. Feeling the changes taking place in his body, Feng Yu couldn't help showing a look of intense surprise on his face, even if he was calm. I didn't expect that the gains brought by evolution would be so great. It's much better than what I originally expected. It's not that Feng Yu didn't anticipate the effects of evolution before evolving. But after actually experiencing it, he discovered that the situation he had expected before was too conservative, and the effect of evolution far exceeded his expectations. This kind of transcendence is undoubtedly very welcome to see. After a while, Feng Yu calmed down the turbulent mood in his heart. Continue to practice. With my current physique, the effect of physical practice will definitely be far better than before. Moreover, the evolution characteristic can not only evolve once, but can continue to gain evolution experience points until the next time. Evolution. Cultivation is inevitable, and Feng Yu will not relax just because his physique has evolved. On the contrary, after his physique has transformed, he will only practice more actively so that his strength can grow faster. The same is true for the acquisition of evolutionary experience points. His evolutionary ability is different from that of Digimon, although it is not known whether there is a limit, but so far, the limit has obviously not been reached, and he can continue to gain evolution experience points to carry out the second evolution. After the first evolution experience, the amazing effect naturally made Feng Yu more looking forward to and eager for the next evolution. The sun is bright, and it is a sunny day. Above the clouds in the sky, violent whistling sounds echoed, and a large magical beast that looked like a dragon flapped several pairs of huge wings, rolling up whistling air waves and flying quickly. On the head of this large monster, two figures can be seen standing. The oncoming strong wind seemed to be non-existent and had no impact on the two figures at all. It was as if the two people were fixed on the heads of the monsters at their feet. The screen zoomed in, and the two figures were clearly the current and former patriarchs of the Zoldyck family, Silva and Zeno, father and son. The expressions of both of them were as calm as water, but also like volcanoes, as if a terrifying aura would erupt if they were touched. If you look at the picture below the clouds, you will see a vast prairie. Half a month's time. Half a month after Feng Yu received a call from Yermi, Silva and Zeno finally took action and arrived at the Safajeri Prairie. After flying for an unknown distance, the huge monster gradually lowered its altitude. After passing through the clouds, it finally reached an altitude of only a few hundred meters above the grassland below. Is it finally here? On a rock scattered on the grass, Feng Yu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes as if feeling something. Immediately, he saw a black spot in the sky in the distance. This black spot quickly grew in size, or in other words, showed its true appearance as it approached rapidly. This is the giant monster that Silva and Zeno rode upon. Please give me flowers. With his extraordinary eyesight, Feng Yu could clearly see Silva and Zeno standing on top of the monster. With a flash of light in his eyes, Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he stood up from the rock without haste, then jumped onto the grass under the rock, standing tall and quietly waiting for the approach of Silva and Zeno. It's daytime now, and he hasn't practiced or rested, which shows everything. It was not that he had received the news of Silva and Zeno in advance, but that the Imperial engine had given him a dangerous warning since the morning, and as time passed, the danger became more and more intense. Such a phenomenon is undoubtedly telling him that danger is approaching him. The emergence of Silva and Zeno now proves this point, which is also in Feng Yu's vision. Ding dong. Trigger the side achievement, Killer Nemesis, and you will get a reward every time you defeat or kill a top killer. The determination of top killer must be recognized by the system. While Feng Yu was waiting for Silva and Zeno to approach, suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Feng Yu's heart moved, but there was no change on his face. He even simply checked the published branch achievements, which did not distract his attention too much. Boom! A violent whistling sound came from the top of the head. The huge magical beast did not stop after flying quickly. Instead, it flapped its wings vigorously, bringing up wind-like air waves, and suddenly rose into the sky. But it was only the warcraft that took off, not Silva and Zeno. After approaching Feng Yu, the two jumped directly from the head of the monster and fell to the grassland below. The falling speed was very fast. When they were less than tens of meters from the ground, an astonishing wave of mental energy suddenly burst out from Zeno's body, wrapping him and Silva like a divine dragon, causing the two people to fall at a sudden speed. Bang bang. Two dull landing sounds sounded almost at the same time. Green grass and dust were flying. Silva and Zeno landed smoothly at a distance of more than 10 meters opposite Feng Yu, which also made the two sides form a very standard confrontation. Eyes collide. Feng Yu looked calm and stared at the two people opposite him with his deep eyes. Similarly, Silva and Zeno also stared at Feng Yu closely. Long time no see, Mr. Silva and Zeno. Old gentleman. After a short silence, Feng Yu took the lead to break the situation with a smile on his face. Silva nodded slightly. You're welcome. I just hope that our arrival will not disgust you. 11. While speaking, Silva's face did not change. He always remained calm, and his eyes were always locked on Feng Yu. Beside him, Zeno stared at Feng Yu up and down, and a glimmer of light quickly flashed in his eyes. It's amazing. Compared to the last time we met, your strength seems to have improved a lot, Zeno said with emotion. Feng Yu turned his attention away, looked at Zeno, and said with an undiminished smile, Thank you. I just made a little progress. Compared to Mr. Zeno, it is still far behind. Zeno was non-committal and casually took a few steps to the side and said, You should already know our purpose, so why don't we just get to the point? 11. Of course, I have been waiting for many days. Please give me some advice. Feng Yu smiled even more and took a few steps carelessly. The invisible confrontation started when Silva and Zeno landed. Both sides understand the next development, no matter what it looks like on the surface, but secretly they are on extremely high alert, and each of them deeply hides their own flaws. 1-on-2, the most dangerous thing is naturally being flanked. Zeno moved a few steps at random, just to find a suitable position so that he could form a pincer attack on Feng Yu in the next battle. However, Feng Yu obviously did not give the opponent this chance. He also destroyed the possibility of a flanking attack with a few careless moves. At the same time, Feng Yu held his right hand to the side while speaking. With a snap, the black knife was taken out from the storage space and appeared in his hand out of thin air. Silva and Zeno's eyes narrowed, and their eyes instantly focused on Black Blade Knight. It has an exaggerated appearance, but it also gives people a very reasonable sense of coordination, and with such an edge, this is a very dangerous weapon. And when Silva looked at Dao, he quickly made a judgment in his observation, and he was also wary of Dao. Silva has a strong body like steel, but he is not an enhancer nun after all. Under the same conditions, he is undoubtedly much weaker in defense than an enhancer nin. The terrifying edge of the Black Knife Knight, coupled with the silent and astonishing thought energy flowing in Feng Yu's body. Once the two were combined, Silva immediately determined a result. That is, once he was cut from the front, he would be severely injured even if he was not dead. Similar thoughts also occurred in Zeno's mind. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the materialized nun? However, the opponent's nun is very weird. From the intelligence collected, it was revealed to be enhancer in the early stage. However, complex changes occurred later. It has the ability to generate sharp lines, and the manifestations of conjurer and transmuter, such as flames and fist seals. In such a complicated situation, perhaps his true type is probably Toru. Capability analysis is an indispensable and important part, whether before or during the war. Arriving after half a month, it is naturally impossible that the Zoldyck family did not find Feng Yu's whereabouts, but to collect sufficient and complete intelligence. Feng Yu's abilities are very complex, so collecting information about his abilities is naturally more time-consuming and laborious. Zeno may not be much stronger than his son Silva, but his 857 fighting experience is definitely superior. Whether it was before he arrived or now, his mind was quickly analyzing all the information about Feng Yu's abilities so as to make Qing's offensive in the next battle. The confrontation suddenly became depressing as Feng Yu took out the Black Knife Knight. At the same time, the energy emitted by the three people on both sides also increased significantly. From a distance, the area seemed to be burning with fire and empty. All are slightly distorted. A whirlwind flew from a distance, and just as it passed between the two opposing sides, it was like a signal. Whether it was Feng Yu, Silva, or Zeno, the three of them disappeared almost at the same time. The sound broke through the air sharply. Move at high speeds faster than the naked eye. The three of them did not really disappear. Instead, they burst out at astonishing speeds and rushed towards each other. Among them, Silva and Zeno are in tandem, with Silva in front and Zeno in the back. In this formation, when the two sides rush towards each other, Feng Yu and Silva are naturally the first to meet. Zheng. Silva's eyes were sharp, and he held a knife in his right hand, intending to stab Feng Yu. But before he could take action, Feng Yu, who had a cold expression, launched an attack at a faster speed. The Black Knife Knight turned into lightning, and he slashed at Silva horizontally first. So fast, Silva's pupils shrank, and the opponent's attack speed was actually faster than his. As a killer, his attack speed cannot be slow, and he must even surpass ordinary people in this aspect. But even so, Feng Yu showed that his attack speed is faster than Silva's. Of course, although he was shocked, Silva's reaction was not slow. When he was behind the others, he leaned over quickly. The lightning-fast horizontal slash passed over Silva's head, and the powerful power stirred up the void, radiating ripples of wind pressure. Leaning down to avoid the slashes, Silva quickly counterattacked and kicked Feng Yu's lower body with a sharp sweeping kick. With his feet off the ground, Silva reacted quickly, but so did Feng Yu. Facing Silva's sweeping kick, Feng Yu instantly used his strong skills to jump into the air and dodge it. The body shape is broken. Before Feng Yu could land, a figure swooped over from his side like a cheetah. This figure is Zeno behind Silva. The seemingly old body burst out with the might of a lion. Zeno locked eyes with Feng Yu sharply, and his hands turned into hand knives. After approaching Feng Yu in an instant, he stabbed Feng Yu with lightning strikes. Head. The offensive launched by Zeno not only followed Silva seamlessly, but was also extremely fast and violent, making it difficult to dodge or parry. But Feng Yu showed extraordinary reaction speed and body coordination in an instant. He twisted his waist in midair, threw out a whip kick, and quickly and fiercely kicked Zeno's arm that stabbed the hand knife. The strong force stirs up the void, producing air waves visible to the naked eye. The sleeve on Zeno's right arm was torn to pieces, and the rags flew away like dancing butterflies. and bruises appeared on the exposed arms. But this is already a good result. If it had been someone else, I'm afraid it wouldn't just be bruises, but the entire arm would have been kicked off. Of course, Okayu's goal was achieved. The sudden whip kick not only perfectly destroyed Zeno's offensive, but also allowed Feng Yu to take advantage of the force and land 5 or 6 meters away like a catapult. His feet rubbed against the grass, leaving a slip mark. When Feng Yu stabilized his body, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately prepared to slash with his sword and attack Zeno with chop waves. Drink, Black Blade. You just made a move, and someone launched the offensive faster than Feng Yu. Silva, whose sweeping leg was dodged, surprisingly didn't stop for a moment and galloped towards Feng Yu again. He grabbed his right palm and condensed a spherical energy bomb with purple electric current, which hit Feng Yu fiercely. Danger. The purple electric energy bomb, condensed by Silva, brought a great sense of danger to Feng Yu. Feng Yu's sight immediately shifted away, and he diverted the black sword yi that was originally slashing at Zeno and faced the incoming purple electric energy bomb head-on. Boom! In an instant, the shocking light of the sword collided with the purple electric energy bomb. The collision between the two was like a bomb being detonated, causing an astonishing explosion in an instant. To be more precise, the explosion came from a purple electric energy bomb. After Feng Yu's slash landed on it, the purple electric energy bomb immediately turned into a terrifying explosive force. Deafening roars reverberated across the grassland, and the terrifying explosions stirred up hurricane-like roaring shock waves, blowing away large tracts of grass and soil around them. The explosion of the purple electric energy bomb is indeed amazing, but Feng Yu's slashing attack is also not weak. During the explosion, the force of the explosion did not completely flow toward Feng Yu, but split into two and also flowed back toward Silva. The result was that when the explosion blasted a deep crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters on the ground, Feng Yu and as Zhenfei retreated, Feng Yu's feet extended strings of threads, piercing into the ground below, and pulled his body with outstanding tenacity. When Feng Yu stopped his body, the moment he landed on the ground, his left hand took off the handle of the knife and punched quickly, using his wind-like speed to instantly blast dozens of powerful fist seals into the mat. As for why he didn't attack directly with chop waves, it was entirely because he still had to deal with another person. Boom! Just when Feng Yu blasted out the fist seal, Zeno moved at high speed in an arc, quickly appeared on Feng Yu's side, and condensed majestic mental energy in one palm, blasting out a hurricane-like shockwave. The air was squeezed and made a whistling sound. The way of war, immovable as a mountain. Holding the black sword knight with one hand in his right hand, he used the broad blade as a shield to block the shockwave, and his body also merged with the flowing mind energy to form a mountain-like solid defense and stable positioning. The shockwave hit Black Knife Knight fiercely. If it were anyone else, even if Black Knife Knight was extremely strong and could not be destroyed, the pressure generated would be enough to make the wielder of the knife fly away or even be crushed. Die. However, Feng Yu seemed to be growing on the ground, as towering and motionless as a solitary peak, not only blocking the shockwave, but also not even moving. Bang, bang, bang. On the other side, when Feng Yu and Zeno were fighting, Silvaba had already been bombarded by Shurlai fist seals. While flying, he could not dodge, so he could only cross his arms in front of him and concentrate his energy to strengthen his defense. Balai's fist marks fell crazily on Silva's arms like cannonballs. Not only did this make Silva fly backwards at a faster speed, but bruises, redness, and even flesh bruises quickly appeared on his arms. Crack! Even though the speed it pursues is speed, and its power is somewhat lacking, this is only compared to other attack moves of the Bing Dao Killing Fist, and its own power is definitely not weak. Therefore, even though Silva has a powerful physique and extremely strong energy, it is difficult for him to withstand the bombardment of dozens of fist seals without being injured. Return to where Feng Yu is. Seeing that his mental energy attack failed to hurt Feng Yu, or even force Feng Yu back, Zeno's eyes immediately changed. Dragon Head Drama. The left hand follows the right hand, and the thought energy condensed on the right palm connects with the thought energy in the left hand, and the thought energy emitted changes instantly, turning into a purple dragon-shaped thought. Looking past the black knife Yi who was blocking him, Feng Yu immediately noticed the change in the opponent's mental energy and decisively retreated quickly during the short blank period between the changes in the mental energy. Tooth protrusion. Barrier of lines. Seeing Feng Yu step back, Zeno blasted out his dragon-shaped thought. The dragon's head opened its mouth wide, trying to bite Feng Yu with a ferocious attitude. But 4.9 Feng Yu's response was also very fast. As he was retreating, a large number of threads extended from his body, instantly forming a silver wall in front of him. Boom! The dragon-shaped thoughts violently hit the line barrier, bursting out with a dull and violent roar, as well as roaring and radiating waves of air. After just a slight pause, the thread barrier suddenly turned into silk threads and exploded, apparently being broken through by the powerful power of the dragon-shaped thought. The remaining power remained undiminished, and the dragon-shaped thoughts continued to extend and sweep rapidly, chasing Feng Yu as he retreated. The art of war is as difficult to know as darkness. Boom! The dragon-shaped thought collided with Feng Yu, but what it hit was only the afterimage left by Feng Yu. The short-term obstruction of the line barrier had created enough buffer time for Feng Yu, but he moved away at an astonishing speed. Flash quickly. Just when the afterimage was dissipated by the dragon-shaped thought, Feng Yu swooped up from close to Zeno. His eyes were cold, and he quickly used speed to slash towards the opponent's neck. Dragon Panshin. Zeno was keenly aware of Feng Yu's attack and felt awe-inspiring in his heart. He immediately moved his palms and retracted the extended dragon-shaped thoughts, coiling them around his body. Boom! The sword light, like a startling light, swept across the coiled dragon-shaped thought. But after cutting halfway in, it was like being stuck in a quagmire, blocked by boundless resistance, unable to move forward at all. Like the dragon's body. The dragon's body is a move that extends the dragon's head and is also a defensive move. The body moves toward the other side. After blocking Feng Yu's slash with his dragon body, Zeno did not give Feng Yu a chance to attack again. While pulling away from the other side, he also turned the dragon-shaped thoughts coiled around his body into fangs and blasted towards him again. Feng Yu. Wow! Feng Yu's body suddenly became blurry. Using unknowable as Een, the bombarded thoughts of dragon movement once again only hit the afterimage left by Feng Yu. A few dozen meters away, Feng Yu appeared in the distance on one side of Zeno. Clank, clank, clank. Swinging the sword and slashing continuously. Using the power of the 100 Steps Divine Fist, Inu slashed out vertical and horizontal chops one after another towards Zeno's position with sharp force. The ability of the 100-Step Divine Fist allows Feng Yu's punches and slashes to be used at countless distances, perfectly displaying their power. Therefore, even if there is no close attack, the power of Feng Yu's slashing will not be weakened. The dragon-shaped thought swayed its body, and under Zeno's operation, it directly faced the torn chop waves. Boom, boom, boom. When the two met, they immediately caused bursts of roaring and whistling air waves to radiate, causing the void within a radius of tens of meters to agitate. It also caused large areas of surrounding soil and grass to be blown away, forming a messy depression. Call. A roaring sound broke through the air from one side. It was a purple electric energy 14 magnitude bomb with a diameter of 1 meter, which was shot towards Feng Yu rapidly. And standing in the direction where the purple electric energy bomb appeared was Silva. Although Feng Yu used his wind speed to blast Silva further away and even injured his arms. But this kind of damage is obviously not enough to make him lose the ability to fight. After stabilizing his body, Silva immediately rushed back like a cheetah and took decisive action during the fierce confrontation between Feng Yu and Zeno. The way of war. Invasion is like fire. Silva's return and attack did not cause any panic on Feng Yu's face. He seemed to have already known the opponent's movements. His left hand took off the handle of the knife again, and he struck out with a whip fist towards the incoming purple electric energy bomb with unparalleled force. A fist print. Boom! Although it is not the dominant right hand, the power of the aggressive fire is still very fierce. It not only accurately intercepted the purple electric energy bomb halfway, but also blasted it forcefully. In the astonishing explosion, the fist mark did not dissipate, but rushed out with the remaining power and continued to blast towards Silva like a cannonball. This attack is much slower than the previous attack, but its power is much stronger. Is this a move that sacrifices speed for power? Silva dodged to the side with nimble skills, keeping his gaze on Feng Yu. With his eyes flashing, he quickly analyzed the difference between the two attacks to collect further information about Feng Yu. Swinging a sword with one hand is naturally less powerful than using both hands. Feng Yu used aggression like fire to resolve Silva's attack. Not to mention the distraction, the power of the chop was also weakened a lot. Drink. Zeno's combat experience was so rich that he immediately seized the opportunity and burst out with even more amazing thoughts, increasing the power of the dragon-shaped thoughts, blasting away the chopping waves, and rushed to the vicinity of Feng Yu. Thread, Thing Giant Soldier's Fist. Countless threads appeared behind him, forming a shining wheel of silver light, for which a giant-like fist arm instantly extended and wrapped, and he punched the sudden dragon-shaped one from above. Boom! The dragon-shaped thought was suppressed and formed an anti-arch shape. As the huge fist violently hit the ground below, the earth shook in an instant, causing a deafening roar. The grassland soil seemed to twist and break like waves, quickly collapsing into a huge crater like a meteorite impact. The strong impact air wave swept across and radiated like a hurricane, with broken grass dancing wildly and dust flying for hundreds of meters. The scene was full of horrifying visual impact. The fist of the giant soldier caused astonishing damage, and the impact from the pavement made Feng Yu's clothes squeak, but because the clothes were made of silk threads extended from the thread fruit, there was no obvious damage. When the flying dust dispersed and the earth subsided from the violent shaking, the fist of the giant soldier was pulled out from the huge pit, turned into a silk thread, and retracted into the silver wheel. Whoosh! Feng Yu, with the silver wheel hanging behind him, jumped out of the huge pit, appeared on the edge, and casually put the black sword Yi Kong on his shoulders. The figure turned into a black shadow and flew quickly. Not far from Feng Yu, two figures flashed towards him. Terrible destructive power. The two figures were Silva and Zeno, who had reunited. Their eyes swept over the huge pit on the side. Zeno thought silently in his heart. When his eyes looked at Feng Yu, he was full of vigilance and fear. The fist of the giant soldier can be said to be a purely destructive move. Not to mention the huge pit it created, the explosion of the dragon-shaped thought is enough to prove how destructive it is. On the side, Silva's eyes were also locked on Feng Yu, and purple lightning flashed from time to time on his clenched fists, which showed that he was also quite uneasy inside. Before coming, they had tried their best to collect all the intelligence about Feng Yu. From the analysis of the intelligence, they judged that Feng Yu was extremely powerful and very dangerous. But compared with the intelligence collected in the series of battles just now, Feng Yu's strength was still higher than the intelligence collected, which made Silva feel solemn. It's really not easy to deal with one against two. Carrying the Black Sword Knight, Feng Yu also stared at Silva and Zeno, who had gathered together with deep eyes. Silva and Zeno are not only two top-nin players, but they are also father and son. Fighting together, their tacit understanding is far more difficult to deal with than just two top-nin players. In the battle he just experienced, although he was not at a disadvantage and even had a slight upper hand, this advantage was extremely limited and could not truly seal the victory. Of course, the first round of confrontation was just a trial battle. Whether it is Feng Yu or Silva and Zeno, both sides have not yet exerted their full strength. This is very clear to both sides. The next battle is the real show. I don't know how much strength these two people hide. Feng Yu slowly put down the black sword he was carrying, held it in his right hand, and dropped it to one side. His eyes looking at Silva and Zeno became sharper and brighter. Boom! Like flames rushing up. The high fighting spirit in his heart made Feng Yu not want to waste time. An astonishing thought energy burst out from the sky in an instant. The void surged and twisted, and spider web-like cracks spread out on the ground beneath his feet. Feng Yu moved the black knife knight and aimed the tip at Silva and Zeno, with a rebellious expression on his face. Boom, boom! Feng Yu burst out with an even more astonishing thought energy, and his unruly expression immediately touched the hearts of Silva and Zeno. The two of them stared at each other, and Chi-Chi also burst out with more powerful thought energy from their bodies. The whistling air waves radiated and spread like a whirlwind. Zeno's body sank, and as his hands moved, the dragon-shaped thoughts once again condensed in his palms. But unlike the previous dragon-shaped thoughts, the condensed dragon-shaped thoughts this time are not purple, but turned into gold, and the energy gathered in them is also before the selection. Silva moved his steps. Instead of continuing to stand with Zeno, he stepped to one side, but his eyes never broke away from Feng Yu and were always locked tightly. Heavy rain line. Seeing Silva walking towards one side, Feng Yu's eyes flashed, and he didn't let the opponent go far. The silver will hanging behind him immediately spun and shot out hundreds of thousands of arrows in an instant. Chi, chi, chi. Amidst the sharp and dense sound of breaking through the air, it was like a line of arrows swept by a heavy rain split into two, with one half heading towards Zeno and the other half heading towards Silva. From a distance, it looked like two dazzling Milky Ways. Experience the real dragon head opera. Zeno's eyes widened slightly. A sharp gaze flashed in his eyes, and the golden dragon-shaped thoughts condensed in his palms instantly expanded and directly blasted towards the dense line of arrows that were fired. Compared with the previous purple dragon-shaped thought, the current golden dragon-shaped thought is more than a step stronger. In other words, this is the true form of the dragon head drama. Not only the degree of solidification, but also the size, the golden dragon-shaped thought is superior to the purple dragon-shaped thought. In the blink of an eye, the arrows that could easily penetrate the steel plate were shattered by the dragon-shaped thought, and a passage was opened from it to approach Feng Yu's location. Dragonine wave! While swaying, the dragon-shaped thought extended to a length of dozens of meters. The dragon's head suddenly raised high, and it let out a distant dragon roar towards Feng Yu with a downward attitude. The void agitated, and the dragon's roar produced strong sound waves, enough to deafen a person's ears and even burst his brain. Is this a sonic attack? The main direction of the sound wave was naturally Feng Yu's location, but when the sound wave hit, Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, as if he could not hear the sound at all. If you shift your gaze to his ears, you will inevitably find that there are many barriers woven with silk threads in Feng Yu's ears. Before Zeno could make a move, Feng Yu had already predicted the opponent's attack with his danger-sensing ability, and used the thread fruit to isolate the sound transmission in both ears. Of course, the sonic attack is just the prelude. The real killer move of the dragon roar wave that Zeno displays is the wave behind it. When the dragon chants, the dragon-shaped thought quickly condenses the radiant energy in the mouth, and then opens the mouth. Feng Yu blasts out a golden thought energy wave in the shape of a light column. The art of war is as difficult to know as darkness. It's a long story, but in fact, from Feng Yu casting heavy rain line to Zeno counterattacking with dragon roar wave, it only happened in an instant. Using danger sensing to predict, Feng Yu not only blocked the sonic attack of the dragon's roar, but also instantly turned into an afterimage when the energy waves came. Boom! The golden thought energy wave carried astonishing power and bombarded the ground where Feng Yu was originally located. In an instant, a terrifying big explosion appeared. The ground shook violently, and the hurricane-like impact radiated wildly, rolling up the surrounding soil several meters thick, forming a huge, rapidly expanding dust ring. The huge pit on the side collapsed, and the bombardment of the energy wave also bombarded a huge pit, connecting the two pits to form a figure-8 shape. You actually dodged my dragon roar wave? Feng Yu's burst of Ijiru-in was very fast, but did not escape Zeno's sharp capture. But because of this, Feng Yu was able to avoid the dragon roar wave. Zeno immediately wrinkled his shoulders. Needless to say, the destructive power of the Long-in wave is proved by the huge crater created by the bombing. But this move is not only incredibly destructive, but the previous dragon's roar also plays an extremely important role. That is to use powerful sonic attacks to have a containment effect, so that the target of the attack will at least be dizzy when being attacked by sonic waves, making it impossible to avoid the mental energy waves behind. The thoughts in his heart only happened in an instant. Zeno didn't stop in his hands. A steady stream of thought energy poured into the dragon's head opera, and he immediately captured the direction of Feng Yu's movement. He operated the dragon's head opera to sway and pursue it at high speed. And go. The other side, Silva also defused the attack from the rainstorm line. However, the method he adopted was different from Zeno's. He did not use stronger attacks to confront him head-on. Instead, he used his strong skills and rapid speed to break out of the attack range of the rainstorm line. This guy is really extraordinary. He was able to dodge Dad's dragon roar wave. It seems like he won't be able to hide anything in the next battle. Avoiding the rainstorm line, Silva's figure did not stop, but quickly chased Feng Yu from the side after seeing Feng Yu avoid the dragon roar wave. The beast-like vertical pupils shrank slightly, and Silva decisively burst out with astonishing mental energy. Like a tiger coming out of its cage, the ground beneath his feet exploded into pits, and his whole body turned into lightning and swept away. Zheng. Zeno's offensive was extremely fast. After the Long-in wave failed, he immediately used the dragon head to pursue Feng Yu. However, halfway through the pursuit, Feng Yu also immediately understood the situation behind him. He suddenly stopped and turned around, then swung his sword to create a huge arc-shaped chop. Boom! The chopping waves are fierce, and the dragon thoughts are mighty. Facing the huge, tearing chop, Zeno manipulated the dragon's head and bit hard with the dragon's mouth. And then a shocking collision occurred. The dragon head Shihua bites Zhanbo, making it unable to move forward, but Zhanba also tears the two sides of the dragon's mouth into gaps, allowing the mental energy to escape from the tear. Before the two could decide the winner, Feng Yu suddenly turned sideways quickly, took his left hand off the handle of the knife, and raised his arm to block. Silva rushed over quickly, and with the inertia, he used a whip like a blade slash, landing on Feng Yu's blocking left arm. To be more precise, Silva originally aimed at Feng Yu's neck, but Feng Yu predicted the attack in advance. The leg knife fell on the arm, and immediately a roaring energy was visible to the naked eye. Feng Yu's feet also sank suddenly, sinking into the ground, and even spider web-like radioactive cracks stretched on the ground in the direction of the force. But even so, Feng Yu did not waver, but firmly blocked Silva's whip attack. Such an offensive and defensive confrontation is also a contest between forces. Obviously, Feng Yu's strength is not inferior to that of Silva. It can even be seen from the fact that he only blocked the opponent's whip with his left arm that his strength is still higher than Silva's. Even if there are factors in this that Feng Yu is an enhancer none, it can also prove how powerful his current physique and manifest energy are. In terms of physique, not only the life energy brought by the second-level life fruit continues to grow, but also the evolution of the physique. Even though the time is still short and there is not much follow-up practice by the manager, the transformation during the evolution has also made Feng Yu's physique. A lot of growth has been achieved. To this day, Feng Yu can push open the 7th trial door even with pure physical strength, and is definitely not weaker than Silva. The same goes for manifesting Qi. Ever since he obtained the meditation method, Feng Yu has never stopped practicing. This has allowed his spiritual energy to grow far beyond that of others, and naturally led to a rapid increase in manifested energy. The powerful whip leg was blocked. Silva roared loudly. His body muscles bulged, and a violent purple electric energy burst out, like armor, covering his whole body. Boom! The armor covering of purple electric energy not only multiplies Silva's strength, but also adds amazing explosive power. Silva kicked the leg of Feng Yu's left arm, which was also covered with sonic purple electricity energy, and suddenly burst out with terrible explosive force, forming a violent explosion. Amidst the deafening roar, Feng Yu seemed to be blown away off guard, and his whole body flew away into the distance like a cannonball. But just as Zhun flew halfway, Feng Yu's figure quickly flipped in the air and landed on the ground vigorously. Suddenly, an explosive attack ability appeared, and even the strength was greatly improved. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been seriously injured. The sleeve on the left arm disappeared, and the exposed arm showed complex and mysterious silver patterns at some point, which is a characteristic of Shur's meridian lines. When Feng Yu landed and stabilized his figure, his eyes immediately stared at Silva, who seemed to be wearing purple armor, and his eyes flashed slightly. Just as Zeno displayed his real dragon head play, Silva undoubtedly showed his true strength at this time. However, Feng Yu's reaction was also very fast. When the power of Silva's attack increased greatly, he used the meridian line in time, which greatly enhanced the defense of his left arm and did not suffer any. A whistling sound came from above. When Feng Yu and Silva were fighting, Gino on the other side used the dragon head to defeat Zhanbo. Then he saw the dragon head flying into the air, circling and looking down at Feng Yu. Dragon Star Group? Zeno's eyes flashed with fierce gaze, and the dragon head he was operating suddenly split into tiny pieces, and light arrows spread all over the sky from the huge dragon body, shooting wildly at Feng Yu below. Feng Yu's reaction and speed were too fast, so Zeno chose to use the Dragon Star Group to launch a group attack in an attempt to suppress Feng Yu in numbers. Wow, Silva has a tacit understanding. When Zeno launches the Dragon Star Swarm attack, he doesn't stop at all and retreats decisively towards the rear. Feng Yu also suddenly raised his head to look at the arrows of light shooting from the sky. Barrier of lines. Countless silk threads extended from the body, weaving a hemispherical silver defensive wall above the head in almost an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Less ferocious than the machine gun fire, arrows of light fell like raindrops on the line barrier, bursting out with a steady stream of roaring noises and roaring waves of air. Different from the cluster of dragon stars scattered throughout the palace in the original plot, Zeno is now trying to suppress Feng Yu, so the light arrows fired are also concentrated in the area where Feng Yu is. This undoubtedly makes the falling light arrows denser. With the continuous bombardment, the thread barrier quickly broke and was shattered by the continuous falling light arrows. Bing Dao Divine Fist, as fast as the wind. The Black Knife Knight disappeared in Feng Yu's hand, and instead, the meridian lines were also displayed on his right arm. With the meridian lines in both arms, Feng Yu broke out an astonishing offensive at the moment the line barrier was broken, and his fists instantly suddenly, there was a meteor shower of fist marks. Boom, boom, boom. A crazy collision occurred. The fist seals collided with the light arrows, making the mid-air look like fireworks, stirring up layers of air wave rings visible to the naked eye. Compared to swordsmanship, Feng Yu is undoubtedly best at boxing. Compared to the previous time, when he only used his left hand to perform the martial arts killing fist, now he used both fists to perform it, and it was also blessed with meridian lines. The fist seals released by Feng Yu were extremely ferocious. Even if his goal of being as fast as the wind is to pursue fist speed, the force contained in the punch seal blasted out is enough to crush the light arrow. During the collision, the upper meteor shower fist seal quickly suppressed the light arrows shooting down from above and then rushed straight up. The violent bombardment has not completely turned into the leading role of light arrows. Just every punch mark hit was accompanied by the explosion of thought energy and the dent of the fist mark. Dozens or hundreds of punch marks were bombarded in an instant, and the dragon's head drama was exploded by countless fist marks. The figure that retreated rapidly suddenly turned into a forward collision. Just when Feng Yu blew up the dragon's head with his wind-like speed, Silva rushed back after a short period of judgment. His eyes were sharp, and with the speed of inertia, his right hand turned into a knife and stabbed Feng Yu's money hard. Li Zhao neck. The purple electric energy flowing on the body converges into the hand knife, making it sparkle brightly and bursting out with even more amazing power. Whoosh! The purple electric knife tore through the void, and Feng Yu suddenly disappeared in front of Silva, causing his inevitable thunder blow to miss. The vertical pupils shrank into needle shapes, and intense danger swept through his body. Regardless of the tearing of his muscles, Silva forcibly twisted his body and crossed his arms to one side to block. The purple electricity energy, originally concentrated on the knife in the right palm, also quickly flows to both arms but before it could move much, a terrible blow landed in the center of Silva's arms crossed. The art of war, the divine fist, moved like thunder. Feng Yu did not really disappear, but moved with the power of space after seeing Silva's arrival and instantly transferred to the side of Silva. At the same time, Feng Yu punched out his right fist without any pause, bursting out with terrifying power, and punched Silva's blocking arms. Strong electric light bloomed on the fist arm, and the silver electric light and purple electric light complemented each other, accompanied by the confrontation between the spiral power and the explosive power. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly appeared, but as soon as it appeared, it was penetrated by a spiral-shaped, terrifying thunder gun. The most important thing is that there is a figure at the tip of the gun. With a strong impact, the thunder gun exploded in the distance. Wherever it passed, the void exploded, not only tearing out long ravines on the ground below, but also creating a roaring energy visible to the naked eye. Flying nearly 100 meters away in an instant, suddenly, a figure quickly attacked from the side. Drink! The attacking figure was Zeno. The surging mental energy erupted from his palms, but it was not an attack. Instead, he used Dragon Head Opera Yatu to bombard the thunder gun. Boom! The golden dragon-shaped thought slammed into the spiral thunder gun, and an astonishing childish sound burst out in an instant. The violent impact air wave radiated wildly, flying away large areas of grassland and soil around it, and the void within a radius of tens of meters also roared like a moan. The thunder gun was hit by the dragon-shaped thought and collapsed, but the dragon's head was also torn and crushed by the spiral force of the thunder gun. In the astonishing collision, both exploded and disappeared, leaving a deep depression in place. As for the figure that was held up by the thunder gun all the way, it was also thrown away in a violent collision. When he was about to hit the ground, he turned around awkwardly and planted his feet on the ground. Blood was spilled, and the figure that was pushed all the way away from the explosion by the thunder gun was none other than Silva. When he landed, his feet were quickly stained by the falling blood. Looking up, Silva's arms clearly showed tragic injuries. The left arm from the elbow down has disappeared, and the right arm is not much better. The flesh and blood on the forearm is almost torn, exposing the white bones. With a low cry, the muscles on Silva's upper arms bulged, and dense veins popped up, which immediately suppressed the continued loss of blood. 857 used the dragon head play to help his son out of danger in time. Zeno quickly appeared next to Silva. "How's it going? Is it okay?" Although he was talking to Silva, Zeno's eyes were always focused on the explosion in the distance. There, the explosion slowly dissipated, and Feng Yu was immediately seen strolling around, walking out of the depression created by the explosion without any damage. No problem. Stopping the loss of blood, Silva took a deep breath and immediately responded in a deep voice. Even though his arms were disabled and he suffered severe injuries, the impact of the pain was not visible on his face, and in response, his eyes were still locked on Feng Yu in the distance. He took my blow head on and was like a thunderbolt, but his arms were disabled. It was because of Zeno's support, but it was still difficult after all. After taking a few steps, Feng Yu stopped. He stared deeply at the two people in the distance, and his eyes paused slightly on Silva's disabled arms. There is no doubt about the power of moving like thunder, not to mention that it is still used in the state of meridian lines. It's a good result that Silva only has his arms disabled now. After all, Feng Yu used this move with the belief of killing the opponent. Of course, this belief is not only for Feng Yu, but also for Silva and Zeno. If the first round of fighting was a tentative fight between the two sides, then the second round just now was a real life and death fight. Both sides were fighting with the belief of killing the other. Walking to Silva's side, Zeno noticed his son's arms out of the corner of his eye. Although Silva's response was that there was no problem, such an injury obviously cannot be really no problem. Maybe Silva can still fight, but without his arms, his strength will be greatly affected. Especially since there has been quite a bit of damage on their side. Feng Yu's side is still safe and sound. Zeno calmly judged the situation, pondered for a while, and then suddenly withdrew the amazing mental energy emanating from his body. That's it. The opponent is even more powerful. There is no need to continue fighting. Nuwa said calmly. Hearing this, Silva's eyes flickered, and he turned to look at his father. Can? Silva nodded slightly and calmed down the mental energy in his body. There is indeed no need to continue fighting. The battle has reached this point. Regardless of whether there is a chance of victory, if the battle continues, there will be no room for maneuver. This is the end. Zeno and Silva restrained their mental energy one after another. Feng Yu noticed this situation immediately. His mind moved, and the mental energy on his body also slowly dropped, recovering the most basic tang. The two sides walked toward each other in tacit agreement, quickly shrinking the distance to about 5 or 6 meters, and then stopped. Your Excellency's strength is amazing. We don't have the ability to assassinate him, so we failed in this mission. Zeno looked at Feng Yu, who had almost no damage on his body and was breathing very steadily. His eyes flashed slightly, and then a smile appeared on his face. Feng Yu smiled faintly and said, That's an award. I'm just lucky. Your Excellency is too modest. Then let's leave first. Okay, I hope our next meeting will be a friendly one. The two parties had a brief exchange, and then Zeno and Silva summoned the monster flying into the sky, jumped on the monster's head, and immediately left. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at the magical beast that quickly flew into the distance and finally disappeared into the clouds. Are we leaving together? He whispered. Just like when Tathagata came, the huge monster flew above the clouds, rolling up roaring airwaves. Zeno and Silva both sat in a cross-legged posture and used Ju to restore their exhausted physical strength and mental energy. The battle just now actually didn't last very long, but the ultra-high-intensity fierce battle on the front line of life and death undoubtedly consumed a lot of physical strength and mental energy. Even with strong players like Silva and Zeno, after a battle, although they perform on the outside, they're a bit tired on the inside. And just when Silva and Zeno were recovering, not far from them, at the same time, a short figure appeared on the head of the monster. He looked exactly like E.T., wearing a pair of sandals on his feet. This figure was clearly an extremely old man. But this man who looks like he should be too old to walk is actually the strongest member of the entire Zoldyck family. This man is none other than Maha Zoldyck. Maha remained silent, putting his hands in his pockets and calmly watching the monster fly away. Maha has a special status in the Zoldyck family, for he's a detached existence. If before, Mahar had used terrible hiding methods to hide himself, making it difficult for others to detect him. Now that he has appeared, it is impossible for Silva and Zeno not to notice him. However, the two of them showed no signs of abnormality at all regarding Ma's appearance, and continued to calmly recover their physical strength and mental energy. This situation occurred naturally because Silva and Zeno knew that Maha was hiding in the dark. Just like Silva would contact Emi and then give subtle hints to Feng Yu through his son, leaving room for maneuver. Just from the intelligence collected, Silva and Lan Nua judged the danger of Feng Yu. If using Ilmi to give hints leaves room for maneuver, Then Maha's companions are the insurance set up by the two of them. Once the battle just now cannot be terminated, Maha will take action to ensure the safety of Silva and Zeno. As for why Mahar did not take action directly, this is a matter of philosophy inherited by the Zoldyck family. The Zoldyck family runs the assassin industry, and they are also the most professional killers. They will never be mixed with other emotions from taking the assassination to executing the assassination. This assassination mission was taken over by Silva and Zeno, so Maha would not intervene unless there was no other way. The danger sensed by the Imperial engine became farther and farther away and finally disappeared completely. Only then did Feng Yu truly feel relieved. It's really dangerous. If it were just Silva and Zeno, I would still be sure to kill them. But the other party is really cautious. I'm afraid only Maha is the one who can bring me such a sense of danger. Stretching his body and moving his aching muscles, Feng Yu sat cross-legged on the ground casually. While using Ju to restore his physical strength and mental energy, he also touched his chin and thought. Ma's hiding methods were so terrible that Feng Yu didn't even notice him. He just sensed someone hiding in the dark through his danger-sensing ability. Just why Feng Yu guessed that the hidden person was Maha. This naturally came from the strong danger that the other party brought to him. With 1 against 2, Silva and Zeno combined gave Feng Yu only a second-level sense of danger. However, the danger sense brought to him by the hidden person was close to the 3rd level, stronger than the first 2 combined. With the personnel situation of the Zoldyck family, Feng Yu could not think of anyone else who could give him such a strong sense of danger, except Maha. It was precisely because of the insight into Maha's existence that Feng Yu retained some strength in the previous battle, such as not using the Emperor's engine. This reserved strength is not because he shows mercy to Silva and Zeno, but because he is guarding against Maha, who is hiding in the dark. If not, Feng Yu would have used all his means to let Silva and Zeno leave. Imi's contact with him hinted that the assassination was just an act and was done for the senior V5 executive who placed the order. But who could say clearly about such a thing? It seemed that in the battle just now, if Feng Yu had not blocked Silva and Zeno's offensive, he did not think that these two people would show mercy to him. So it's called acting, but in fact it is no different from a real life and death fight. If given a chance, both Silva and Zeno, and Feng Yu himself, will kill each other without mercy. After all, since the Zoldyck family took over the order to assassinate him, and even came to find him, how could it be possible to expose it with just 1 sentence of acting? He and the Zoldyck family did not have such a deep friendship. It's close to the 3rd level of danger, which means that once Maha's strength is almost enough to put me in danger of a narrow escape. Thinking of the danger sensation that Maha had brought to him just now, Feng Yu pondered in his heart. There is no doubt that Maha is a world-class performer. Compared to Netero, who is also a world-class nin user, the danger the other party brings to him is much stronger. Of course, this is not to say that Netero is weaker than Maha, but Netero did not have any hostility or murderous intention when it came into contact with Feng Yu, so the danger generated will be relatively weakened. In comparison, this time it was different. Although Maha did not take action, he was still ready to take action at any time. This undoubtedly exposed the danger of Maha to the danger-sensing ability, and also allowed Feng Yu to roughly judge the gap between himself and Maha and the world-class nun through this danger sensing. In terms of individual strength, the 3rd level of danger is enough to suppress Feng Yu. Although the danger brought by Maha is not at the 3rd level, it is still very close, which means that Feng Yu is much weaker than his opponent. It would be great if there was only Maha. Feng Yu thought with some pity. The strong danger not only made Feng Yu afraid of Maha, but also made him eager to fight with him. Only Silva and Zeno were present. Once Maha is forced to take action, he doesn't think Silva and Zeno will just watch from the sidelines and not take action. With a world-class ninja and 2 top-notch ninjas, even with the horse talisman as a trump card, Feng Yu was not absolutely sure that he would survive. He wanted to fight Maha just to better understand the world-class level and to hone himself, not to seek death. After thinking about Ma's question, Feng Yu's attention quickly shifted to the triggered branch achievements. When Silva and Zeno arrive, the system triggers a side achievement. At that time, because a battle could break out at any time, Feng Yu was not too distracted to check in detail. After this time, Feng Yu checked the details of the branch achievement and had already gained something from this achievement. Practice key. It can open a special practice space. The time ratio is 1 day in the outside world and 1 year in the outside world. Up to 2 people can enter at one time. 5/5. Sung Long, a certain kind of powerful sword technique that can concentrate energy on the blade, thereby making a powerful dragon-shaped slash with one sword. The 2 rewards are clearly presented in the system and are obtained by Feng Yu after defeating Silva and Zeno. The previously triggered branch achievement is Killer Nemesis, which means that you can get a reward every time you defeat or kill a top killer. Now that the system has released rewards, it undoubtedly shows that in the system's judgment, Silva and Zeno are not only the top killers, but also Feng Yu is judged to have defeated these 2 people in the battle just now. With reference to Silva and Zeno, those who can be judged by the system as top killers are probably at least top none. Although such standards are very high, there's still some if you really want to find them. The key is that you can get a reward every time you win. This kind of reward method is even more interesting than the main achievements. After specifically checking the branch achievement, Killer Nemesis, Feng Yu immediately became very interested. He then paid close attention to the 2 rewards Xiang received. The first is the Practice Key. Practice Key is obviously an upgraded version of 100 times Cultivation Card. Comparing the 2, the former is much higher than the latter. The first is that the time extends from 100 days to a longer year. Then there is the change in the number of people from being able to be used by 1 person to being used by 2 people together. The last thing is the number of times. 100 times Practice Card is a one-time item, but Practice Key has a durability of 5 times, which means it can open the practice space 5 times. Yes, there are 5 opening opportunities, and 2 people can enter each time. This way, Shiba and the others can take turns practicing together. Feng Yu admired in his heart and expressed satisfaction with the reward of Practice Key. Next is Songlong Break. This reward is also in line with Feng Yu's wishes. After all, he is practicing swordsmanship now, but because the time is still short, even though the powerful effect of the weapon characteristic makes him make extremely fast progress in swordsmanship training, he still has not enough foundation in the end, and he has not yet developed a unique move like the weapon-killing fist. Now that Songlong Pa is available, it can undoubtedly make up for the shortcomings in sword skills. Did you fail? Oh, I know. In the living room of a villa, corpses could be seen lying on the ground everywhere. And in the middle, Imi, who was stained with a lot of blood, hung up the phone with his personal butler. It's really scary. Even my dad and grandpa's joint assassination failed. Feng Yu's current strength is really getting more and more amazing. Putting the phone in his pocket, Imi sighed secretly. Ever since he learned that Silva and Zeno had taken over the order to assassinate Feng Yu, Imi had asked his personal butler to keep an eye on the news. After waiting for so many days, the result finally came out. That is, the assassination of his father and grandfather failed. Imi is also a very smart person. So when Silva used him to pass hints to Feng Yu, leaving room for maneuver in order to assassinate Feng Yu, he knew very well that his father and grandfather would never show mercy during the assassination process. In other words, now that the assassination mission failed, it was Feng Yu who was able to force his father and grandfather back with enough strength. Thinking of the strength that Feng Yu showed in the battle with Hisoka, and now that even his father and grandfather can't defeat him together, this amazing growth rate makes Ilmi feel that it won't be long before the taboo list in the Gong family is reached. One more person will be added. What a pity, Hisoka. If he were still alive, he would definitely be very excited now. After sighing, Imi's mood suddenly became a little depressed. He had learned from Feng Yu very early that Hisoka and Krallo died together, and even went to the scene to check in person to determine whether Hisoka was really hopeless. There's no doubt about the result. Not even a body was left behind. Hisoka died completely. Losing someone close to you, even a killer, it's hard to avoid feeling sad and sentimental. Waste. After hanging up the phone, in a luxurious study room, a middle-aged man in pajamas angrily slapped his cell phone on the desk. This man's name is Morgan. He is one of the senior members of V5. He is also the person behind the contact with the Zoldyck family and the order to assassinate Feng Yu. The phone call just hung up came from a Zoldyck family, telling Morgan the result of the failed assassination mission. Such a result is naturally not what Morgan wanted. Please give me flowers. But what really annoyed him was the attitude shown by the Zoldyck family. As a senior member of V5, it is naturally impossible for Morgan to not know the situation of the Zoldyck family, such as the existence of Maha. Mahako is the strongest assassin so far who has only failed once in his assassination record against Netero. Although Morgan is not a nerve, he obviously does not believe that if Maha takes action, Feng Yu will be able to block Maha's assassination like Netero. Now that the assassination failed, it was obvious that the Zoldyck family did not dispatch Mahar, which even made Morgan feel that the other party was perfunctory. But even if he was angry, Morgan couldn't really do anything to the Zoldyck family. Because he contacted the Zoldyck family in a personal capacity, rather than the official contact of V5, there is a huge difference between the two. If it is the V5 official, not to mention the Zoldyck family, even the Hunter Association can only obey orders. But just Morgan, even if he holds a high position, cannot impose too much on top forces like the Zoldyck family. Feng Yu. So what if you escape the assassination of the Zoldyck family? In the face of power, individual strength is not worth mentioning. After getting angry, Morgan suddenly sneered again. Naturally, he wouldn't wave it away so easily. As the umbrella of Meteor Street had a lot of interest with Morgan. Now that all members of the Council of Elders headed by Donald have been destroyed, this not only seriously affects Morgan's interests, but also slaps him in the face. For those in power, their own face is naturally very important. Similarly, Morgan may not be able to influence the Zoldyck family too much, but with huge power, there are still many ways to target a person. A few days have passed since the battle with Silva and Zeno. At night, somewhere in the Safagir Prairie, one sword style, Sangri, powerful thought energy condensed on the blade. And as he slashed fiercely with the sword, a mighty and powerful divine dragon immediately roared out amidst the roar of the sky-shaking dragon. Shenlong appears in the same black color as Black Blade Knight. It looks majestic and full of domineering and mysterious at the same time. And in front of the black dragon flying away was a huge magical beast. This is a huge male lion with 3 heads and golden hair. From a distance, it looks like a hill. But even such a powerful monster with an astonishing size seemed like a weak creature being targeted by a predator at the top of the food chain when facing the huge black dragon. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the vast grassland, accompanied by hurricane-like roaring airwaves. The strong impact made the void groan, and wherever it passed, all the grass and soil were blown away, revealing the deep soil below. The 3 male lions not only failed to avoid the impact of the black dragon, but were easily knocked away by the black dragon with a wailing roar. The hot blood splashed down as if it were free of charge. The bodies of the 3 male lions that were knocked away by the black dragon seemed to have been horribly bitten, and most of their bodies had disappeared. Boom! The 3 lions flew nearly 100 meters away, with only half of their body left, and crashed onto the ground. The muffled impact caused violent vibrations on the ground and a large amount of dust. It seems like I'm still using too much force. The black sword yi that was chopped off was withdrawn and held on his shoulder by Feng Yu. He looked at the 3 lions that fell in the distance. Feng Yu's face showed helplessness, and he used his left hand to use the all-seeing heavenly Yin to absorb the blood. He was obviously very restrained, but the results in front of him clearly proved that it was still not enough. Sanglong Po was originally a monster's sword technique. After the transformation of the system, the form is similar. It uses a special method to condense and compress the mind energy on the blade to produce a dragon-shaped slash. The more thought energy condensed on the blade, the more powerful the dragon-shaped slash will be. But the Canglong Pa that Feng Yu had just used was not at all a full force. It was just a tenth of his own manifested Qi Emperor. He originally thought that he was testing the power of Canglong Pao while dealing with the three male lions. But he never expected that Canglong Pao would be so powerful and almost tear the three male lions into pieces. From the huge size, it can be seen that the three male lions are definitely not weak monsters. On the contrary, this is an overlord-level monster on the Seifujieri Prairie, a powerful existence that is truly comparable to the first-class nun. Even for a top player like Yuvijin, it is not easy to defeat the three lions. Most of the 857 body was torn into pieces, which naturally caused a lot of blood loss, which was why Feng Yu was helpless. It's almost time to leave. Absorbing all the remaining blood, Feng Yu was thinking secretly while pouring blood into the seed of life while controlling it in a different space. After this period of time, the Seifujieri Prairie has been carefully searched by him like the Shy Mile wetland, and basically hunted down all the monsters like the three male lions that could infect the second layer of life seeds. As a result, in addition to allowing him to harvest a lot of second-level life fruits and greatly strengthening his life energy, it also caused the place to lose its main value. Even if the remaining monsters can still cultivate a layer of life fruit, their appeal to Feng Yu has been greatly reduced, and it is not enough for him to continue to stay. The number of times he has used the second-level life fruit has just reached double digits, and he can continue to use it a lot. Naturally, he is preparing to change to a new hunting place, and we have to find a chance to go to the Sky Arena. Feng Yu thought of the practice key that had not been used after receiving it. Practice key has 5 levels of durability. Whether it is entered by one person or 2 people, the durability will be reduced by 1 time each time it is opened. Therefore, in order to use it effectively, Feng Yu will definitely not open it alone, but will prepare to open it with Shiba and the others. Combine and use together. As for why not just use the ability of the Crystal Contract to summon Shiba and the others. This is not because Greed Island can isolate the summons of the Crystal Contract, but because once you leave the game and do not return for 10 days, all the cards collected will disappear. Although Feng Yu didn't know how Shiba and the others were progressing and how many cards they had collected, just to be sure, he still prepared to return to the Sky Arena before summoning, so that after the training, Shiba and the others could return to the game immediately. After making the decision, Feng Yu did not hesitate, took a short rest, and left the Seifujieri Prairie at dawn. Airships are either taking off or landing. This is the airport of a city near the Seifujieri Prairie. In the waiting hall, Feng Yu was sitting on the sofa in the VIP area with a normal expression. There was a laptop on his legs, and he was reading the content displayed on the screen with both hands. I see. Is this why so many people are targeting me? Looking closer to the computer screen, the web page opened on it was clearly an intelligence network belonging to the underground world. When Feng Yu looked at the content he found, his eyes suddenly became dark. The ability to sense danger allowed Feng Yu to easily perceive danger. So after leaving the Seifujieri Prairie and arriving at a nearby city, it didn't take long for him to find that he was being secretly attacked like a sheep, like a wolf. He has been targeted, and it is not just one person who is targeting him, but the number is constantly increasing. Feng Yu naturally frowned secretly after such a discovery, but he did not show it. Instead, he first conducted an investigation through the intelligence network of the underground world. Naturally, what he was investigating was information about himself. Since there's so many people eyeing him, it must be that something happened to the outside world about him during his time in the Seifujieri Prairie. Now, the results of the investigation have come out. He, Feng Yu, is a classic criminal. Good. In one of the cases investigated, Feng Yu is now a wanted fugitive and a classic criminal. The crime was to create a terrorist attack in Yuxin City, causing a large number of innocent casualties. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he has become a gift in the eyes of many forces. V5 is an organization composed of the 5 strongest countries. It has the hegemony of leading the world. Even top forces like the Hunter Association must act according to their instructions. Naturally, the senior members of V5 are also the targets of many people or forces who want to curry favor with them. Even if he didn't say anything directly and just conveyed it in a subtle way, it was enough to attract the attention of all forces. This is the current result. Just as Feng Yu suddenly became a classic criminal, when a certain big shot in V5 sent out a signal, Feng Yu suddenly became the target of public criticism, causing many people and forces to focus on him. Morgan. Feng Yu muttered the name silently. If Morgan had not sent out a signal, Feng Yu might not have known about the other party's existence. But after all the forces got the news and targeted Feng Yu, he was also exposed to Feng Yu's. After spending a sum of money to buy information, when Feng Yu discovered Morgan, he naturally immediately deduced that the assassination list recorded by the Zoldyck family most likely also came from this person. To be honest, Feng Yu was prepared to hold back at first. A senior member of V5, not to mention the protective force around him. Even if he successfully solves the problem, it will inevitably cause a series of troubles in the future. However, his forbearance didn't seem to have any effect. The opponent obviously still had no intention of giving up dealing with him after the Zoldyck family's assassination failed. Are you going to take action? Feng Yu pondered. As a senior member of V5, the protective force around him must be very powerful, especially the subsequent reaction. Once Morgan is killed by him, other senior leaders of V5 will definitely not remain indifferent. Most likely, in order to defend the authority of V5 and intimidate him, they will launch official force to retaliate against him. Although there are extraordinary powers like none in this world, the power of the individual is still under the collective power. If V5 retaliates in an official form, the resulting movement will definitely be very terrifying. Not to mention the Neen who can be mobilized. Even nuclear weapons like Poor Rose may appear. Feng Yu needs to carefully consider whether he can withstand such pressure. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and several needles turned into black shadows and suddenly shot from a position not far away from Feng Yu, aiming at Feng Yu's neck. The person who shot the needle was a man dressed as a tourist. Before launching the attack, this man seemed to be a pedestrian passing by. He suddenly took action without any struggle. He leaned forward and stood up, just in time to avoid the incoming needle. Shichichi. The needle penetrated into the sofa and passed directly through it, leaving several holes. Bounce the thread. Feng Yu stood up and left the sofa without even looking at the attacking man. As he walked towards the exit of the airport, he fired a silver bullet with just one shot. Bang! His head was thrown back, and his skull was penetrated. Not far away, the man who shot out the mine needle stared wide-eyed and fell to the ground with a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Someone around saw this scene and immediately screamed in horror when they saw the bloody hole between the eyebrows of the fallen man, causing a commotion. Damn it, who is that guy? He actually ruined our plan. What should we do? The target is leaving now, and the bombs we installed in the airship may be useless. Damn it, just do it. There must be a lot of people targeting the target now. We must get ahead and take the opponent's head. Many people fled in all directions during the riot, but some people reacted abnormally. These were the people who were secretly watching Feng Yu. Many of them simply gave up covering up, took out the guns they carried from their jackets, and shot Feng Yu with a ferocious look on his face as he walked towards the exit. Gunshots, such as pistols and submachine guns, immediately rang out in a continuous stream, and bullets were fired towards Feng Yu like a shower. Feng Yu kept walking and continued to walk towards the exit door, but a large number of sharp threads instantly extended from his body, sweeping away the incoming bullets as if he were the first to do so. Sparks flew everywhere, and in the intensive collision, all the bullets that could hit Feng Yu were shattered by sharp threads, and these large amounts of threads continued to shoot towards the shooter, causing a tragic explosion in an instant. Casualties. Those who were lucky enough to survive screamed in agony due to the pain caused by the threads piercing their bodies. But the attack is not over yet, but has just begun. If the initial needle attack was just a signal, then the firing of bullets completely kicked off the attack. Roar! The roar of the tiger was deafening, and a pedestrian who looked like a fitness instructor not far away suddenly rushed towards Feng Yu. And when this person rushed out, not only did he burst out with powerful thoughts, but his body also underwent strange changes, turning into a half-man, half-tiger. As the body changed, the man's size also expanded rapidly, becoming more than 3 meters tall, with strong tiger-striped muscles all over his body, exuding a violent and fierce aura.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.